Hello gamers, it is Monday. Happy Monday. Apologies for not actually streaming on Saturday. I did not fully comprehend the level of effort that I would actually have to go through to stream a Jackbox game when you know, I'm doing hosting and playing. I was only doing some playing, but on the conceptual level. So I was like, that's too annoying, and a couple of other people are streaming it, so I'll just leave it to them. They got this. So there is VODs out there on who was streaming. Snowy was streaming, Yin was streaming, Lava was streaming, and Jute was streaming. So if you want to check out any of their VODs, they have the VODs as a stream, and I am there, I am present. But yeah, I realized day of, I was like, damn, I don't want to set all this shit up. So apologies for that. But regardless, we are back as promised though for Monday 100 line. We are in the quote-unquote home stretch. Is it the home stretch to say we're getting to Storylock 1 content today? Maybe. We still have to finish this route we're on and any branches from it, but I think we can do that and then start Storylock 1 content, because this is the last bit of content that is not behind any Storylock. So we're gonna have to go to Storylock 1 soon. We'll have to see them. But regardless, hope y'all are having a good Monday. Welcome in, Snakeathy. Welcome in, Revenant. Hope you're both doing well. But yeah, that's where we're at. Hopefully we can finish this game soon. Again, I do need to lock in for this month and next month, like as soon as possible. So I would like to finish this game so I can go crazy on my grad school shit. But for now, we got some 100 line to play. Yippee! We're hanging out with Dotomy. We're BFFs with Dotomy now that she's alive again. And we have a revival ritual to do, quote unquote, after a week of some waiting. I can't remember why. We have to wait a week. For some reason. The old man's given us a week to come to a decision. I need to think right. Because we either have to directly release Threat Snom or have someone have it like as its host. That was the decision. Yeah. But we have a week to decide on it. Doing okay. Sleep schedule is ruined. I'm in a lot of pain, but I'm almost done with everything. Aw. Well, at least, yeah, you're almost at the end there. Wish you the best of luck with the rest. I feel that, though. I feel that. Ooh, the sleep schedule. It's so fucked. It is so fucked. I want to fix it, but I have a lot of shit on my plate right now, so it's strangely enough not #1 priority, but I would like it to be fixed, but not gonna stress too much about it. But I hope things clear up pretty soon now that you're in the home stretch. Okay, and what was the decision timeline for this? This is really far back, right? Because this is just, there has been no decision since that, really? It's been a tight squeeze, actually, yeah. Is there going to be many decisions? There's probably going to be only like 1 or 2 decisions on this route, huh? Okay, interesting. Chapter 12, no specific name. Man, this is so funny. Everyone's dead here. Thankfully last time the new sleep schedule only took like 2 days to get into it, not a week. That's good at least. That's also pretty impressive. It usually takes me closer to that week schedule to actually realign myself. Although it depends on how fucked the sleep schedule is, but relatively usually like about a week or so. Okay. The old man's given us a week to come to a decision. I need to think hard so I don't make the wrong choice. But first I better go to the cafeteria. It'll probably be awkward, but I've got to get it over with. Right, and everybody hates us because why does everyone hate us? Knows Me hates us because we oh right, yeah, everyone is kind of awkward about us because of our decision. Knows Me particularly hates us though because we lied to her fucking face. Yeah. Morning, Takumi. You're actually eating in the cafeteria for once, huh? What happened to you yesterday? Dotomi was acting all weird and hyper. I'm always weird and hyper, Takemaru. Haven't you learned that about me by now? We had some stuff going on, but it's nothing to worry about. What's up with you, Nozomi? You're looking kind of down today. I'm fine. I was just leaving. Nozomi got up and started walking toward the door. As usual, she tried to pass me without making eye contact. Suddenly, she started to sway unsteadily. Nozomi! I instinctively reached out to catch her before she could fall. She screwed her eyes closed for a moment, then regained her balance. Are you okay? I told you I'm fine. Are you sure? Yes, it's nothing. Nozomi left before I could get in another word. She ain't looking too good. If she won't talk to you, maybe someone else ought to check on her later. Yeah, that would probably be for the best. Be for the best. The rest of us sat down to finish breakfast and headed back to our rooms afterwards. The way Nozomi looked just now, is it happening again? In my last timeline, she started to get sick because of her hemonima rejection symptoms. If that was the problem, at least I knew how to fix it. She just needed to absorb the commander's hemonima. But the way things were now between us, telling her would be difficult. She'd treat anything I said with suspicion, especially if it was about the future. If I can't tell her, then what should I do? I just want her to be okay, but if she won't accept my help, maybe I should focus on finding a commander whose power she can absorb first. We couldn't sit and wait for the next defensive battle. I had no idea if Nozomi could last this long. Ah! What the fuck? Hello, Court. I'd have to take the initiative instead. What's up, Sumino? You're looking unusually thoughtful today. Should have known you'd pop up soon. Have you been watching me? Please, do you think I have that much free time on my hands? Whatever. Since you're here, I'd like your permission to lead a small expedition. Another one? Haven't you been going out a little too much lately? Don't forget what I said about the Special Defense Unit's purpose here. I know. This is for the good of the humanity. For the good of humanity. I want to destroy an enemy outpost. An enemy outpost? Like the one they set up when they attacked the other academy. There's another one out there. Taking them out of commission will give us a tactical advantage. It's something we did in my future too. It'll be one less thing to worry about and make our defensive battles go more smoothly from here on. I'll take a small team to pin down the base's location and launch a preemptive attack on it. I already have a good idea of where it is from last time. It should only take us around half a day to get there. Besides, with us so short-handed, striking first could help even our odds out against the enemy. Well, if it worked for you before, I don't see any reason it should be different this time. I'll allow it. Gather your team and lead the attack. Take those invaders by surprise and mow them down ruthlessly, even as they beg for mercy. Thanks. I promise we'll get the results. Of course, my real objective was finding and defeating a commander. But there was one stationed at the base last time, so it amounted to the same thing. Regardless of how Nozomi felt about me, I'd save her, no matter what. I wasn't going to let things end the way they did before. I still had time before my meeting with the old man on day 41. For now, I'd prioritize Nozomi. I decided to discuss this new mission with Hideko. I knew I could trust her to be discreet. I see. I was wondering why you were acting so excited all of a sudden. A preemptive attack, though. I like it. I'm in. You are? We should assess the enemy's strengths first, though. I want you to take Tsubasa and scout out the base in advance. Are you sure that's necessary? If you don't like it, I can always withdraw my support. No, it's fine. We'll go. I found Tsubasa and explained things to her. She agreed to it and said she'd drive us there on the school bus. Us? Are we bringing Hideko? Okay. The next morning, we'd set out for the base. Unless she's counting herself as us. Just the two of us? On a bus together? That went terribly last time. It took longer than I'd expected, but on the morning of day 37, we finally set out to survey the outpost. Oh, Dotomi's here. What the fuck? There it is. That's the enemy base. What now? We just gonna charge it right in? What are you doing here anyway? I get so bored back at school without you around, Takumi. This is way more fun. It seemed weird to think. Wait. It seems weird to think that I used to find life so tedious I'd find myself wishing for death. You guess even you can change, huh, Dotomi? So, what are we doing? Should we go now? No, let's not be hasty. We'll head back, get prepared, and attack another day. It's like we're setting up for an epic prank or something. I can't wait to see the invaders' faces. Back to the school for now, then? Ooh, can I drive this time? There's a ton of places I want to check out. We don't really have time to be taking detours. It'll be fine. Live a little. Hey, Dotomi. And so, with Dotomi at the wheel, we started our return trip, with Tsubasa and me fearing for our lives the whole time. Weird. After being driven around wherever Dotomi's whims took us, we finally arrived back at Last Defense Academy. Whew. Was that fun or was that fun? Ugh, I'm still feeling car sick from the way you drive. I need to go lie down. Subasa staggered away from to rest in her room. I think I'll do the same. I'm feeling that post-high come-down coming on. Wait a second. Before you go, I need a favor. Uh-huh. What is it? This was something I'd been thinking the whole time we were away. I decided to tell Dotomi about Nozomi's rejection symptoms. We needed to cure them quick. There was no telling when her condition might suddenly get worse. But if I suggested a solution, she'd probably refuse as a matter of course. My only choice was to ask someone else to do it. I didn't really get all that, but basically Nozomi's got to come with us when we attack the base, right? And since she won't listen to you, you want me to ask her instead? Yeah, you don't have to go into the details. The basics should be enough to get her to come along. I can't be the one to bring this up with her. Will you do this for me, Dotomi? Nah, don't wanna. What? Why not? Don't you think it's time you and Nozomi made up? Made up? If this was just about saving her, I'd be fine with your being your go-between. But there's more to it than that, isn't there? You want her to stop hating you. That's why you work so hard to find this base, right? Yeah, but if she doesn't want to forgive me, I don't want to bother her. Huh? Think about it, though. There's no way she'll forgive me. That's how you feel. You can't speak for Nozomi and how she feels. Like I said, if this was just about saving her, I wouldn't mind. But I won't let you miss your chance to fix things with her, and that's what you really want, isn't it? If there's a chance I can, then yeah, that is what I want. I don't want to leave things this way, especially after everything I went through coming back to the past. But Nozomi won't even look at me anymore. It's only natural after what I did. Like I said, you don't know how she feels. All that stuff is in your head. So what am I supposed to do? You don't know how she feels, but you know how you feel. If you want to make up with her, there's really only one thing you can do, you know? There's only one room in this academy for one gloomy emo. I'm not saying she'll definitely forgive you if you talk to her, but you need to try. You need to follow your heart because that's the one thing you can be sure of. Maybe you're right. I've got to say, I never thought I'd be getting such good advice from you, Dotomi. So welcome, I'm Matt. Hope you're having a good Monday. Wait, am I not a normie anymore? Don't sweat the small stuff. Just go do your thing. She shoved me forward and bounded away. For a moment, I considered asking someone else, but I couldn't back down after everything Dotomi had just said. I couldn't live with myself if I took the easy way out now. Dotomi's right. I can't keep running away from this problem. I've got to just go for it. Oh, okay. Here I am, Nozomi's room. I took a deep breath and rang the bell. A little while after the bell rang, the door quietly swung open. Huh? She couldn't hide her surprise when she saw me. Hey, Nozomi, can I talk to you? It won't take long. What did you want to talk about? I know this is sudden, and I'm sorry if you don't want to hear this from me, but you've been suffering because of your body is rejecting your cryptoglobin, haven't you? Did you learn that in the future too? You know it all, don't you? In my last timeline, we got the symptoms under control using an enemy commander's cryptoglobin. I'm sure it'll work this time too. After you absorb their power, you'll be good as new. That's what happened in the future I'm from. Some of us have been surveying an enemy base over the last few days. Thanks to that, we know there's a commander there now. This will be your best chance to cure your rejection symptoms. I think so, anyway. What do you say? I'm sorry. Right, I figured. I mean, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done all of this without checking out with you first. What? No, that's not what I meant. What? I'll admit it, I resented you at first. I hated how you tricked me into coming back here with you. But after a while, I started to look at it more rationally. If you'd left me at second to last Defense Academy that day, I wouldn't have been able to change anything. I'd have fought and died, and it would all been for nothing. I wanted to tell Nozomi she was wrong, but that would have been insincere. She would have died for nothing. That was why I couldn't let her stay behind. And I know you didn't abandon Kurara and the others because you wanted to. You'd have saved both teams if you could, but you could only choose one of them. So you did what you thought was best for humanity. Isn't that right? In my head, I knew this all from the start. I knew it was wrong to hold it against you. But I couldn't help myself. It just hurt so much. I hated myself for not being able to save everyone, so I pushed all the blame onto you. Nozomi. I'm terrible, aren't I? I've been so self-centered. Nozomi bowed her head deeply. Come on, knock it off. I don't blame you for how you reacted. It was my choice that got us into this situation. I'm the one who's responsible. The truth is, no matter how I look at it, I still can't forgive you completely, even now. And I still don't like that you know so much about this from this other version of me. But I can't use that as an excuse to keep shutting you out when you're only trying to help. I can't say everything's going to be good between us now, but I'll put aside any grievances I still feel for the sake of humanity. I can do that much. I should do that much. So I'll say this as me, the me that's here now and in this time. Reading rough today, huh? How much strength must it have taken for her to say that to me? I started to tear up a little and answered her more loudly than I'd meant to. Now, everything was ready. All that was left was to clear things out with Shide and get the members of our strike team together. Our team had been assembled. It would be me and 4 others, Hideko, Takemaru, Dadami, and Nozomi. This really all of us? I thought we'd want a bigger team for raiding an enemy base. We can't afford to compromise the school's defenses. Even sparing this many of you is pushing it. I know, but we'll make this mission worthwhile and eliminate all the enemies at the base. Right, Nozomi? Right, Takumi. Kyohoho? Dadami didn't say anything, but it looked like she was happy that me and Nozomi had made up. I thought there was a hint of loneliness in her expression too, but I was probably just imagining it. We'll leave in the morning. Who's going to drive? Me. I'll get us there way faster than Tsubasa could. Just drive a little safer this time, okay? We boarded the school bus and set out early that morning. The sun was still up when we arrived at the enemy base. Okay, we're leaving on day 40. This is going to be really tight for the schedule of getting to the old man on day 41. Is it like question mark? The sun was still up when we arrived at the enemy base. Let's go through the plan one more time. Like I told you before, our main objective here is to get Nozomi to absorb a commander's cryptoglobin. I'm sorry you have to do this for me. It'll only be this once, I hope. Don't sweat it. I'm strong enough without taking any more commander's power anyway. I'm so jelly, Nozomi. I bet ripping into their chest is going to feel so good. Let's save this talk for after we win the battle. This is also one of the few opportunities we'll get to strike first instead of just defending. Taking out this base will mean a lot for the war effort going forward. It's nice to hear you talk like a real leader again. Alright, let's get in there. This whole damn base is going down. Gotta prepare the Nozomi +1. She's gonna get another cryptoglobin absorption. Should be able to skip this. Yep. Man. Kurara's not even alive to have been proposed to have done this. And Nozomi's still just gonna be built different with the making of the, like, I've never seen Kurita build a turret before, but you know, fuck it, we ball. And then, as if in answer to Nozomi's question, he appeared. Squenzeru. Damn. Uh-oh. Awkward. She just does it. Okay. Heard. Nozomi, you're so good at doing other people's jobs when they're dead. Holy shit. She did no Koto after less than 10 days. Yeah, she's just built different. It's like what then she does with the poison. She really does just, you know, all right, guys, it's time for the plot to be fixed because we killed off the character that's supposed to do this. We don't need logic where we're going. Chance. Oh my god, I'm yawning so much. I need to fucking drink more of my coffee, apparently. Holy shit. Nozomi didn't do useful stuff. She would only be known for fainting constantly. Truing. Although, at least her healing ability is her own. That's no one else's. She does do that, and it is useful. Alrighty. Tough shit, Quenzel. Get stabbed. I still have to pick her though, right? As far as I remember from this menu, even though there's literally no other option. Yep. Nozomi, you are up to 4 cryptoglobin absorptions now. You are doing pretty good. Welcome, Thark. Hope you're having a good Monday, gamer. Whoa. $783,000 BP. Oh, I still can't open up my menu, even though it's post-battle. Did it work? Do you feel anything? Yeah, my body feels a lot lighter. My fever's going down, and my fatigue is gone too. I think I'm gonna be okay. It looks like it worked. Thank goodness. It worked fine last time, but I was so worried. I feel bad, though. That commander really didn't want to die right up until the very end. Hey, don't go wasting your feelings on someone like that. He was an invader, our enemy. If you start sympathizing with everyone we gotta kill, you'll end up with some serious depression. Yeah, I guess you're right. At any rate, this mission was a success. We should head back soon. We boarded the school bus and made our return voyage to Last Defense Academy. Nozomi stayed gloomy throughout the journey. Even if it had been for her own survival, taking a life in such a direct, violent way was bound to take its toll on her. We achieved our objective by beating the commander, but it left a horribly bad taste in our mouths. It's the day. By the time dawn broke the next morning, we had arrived safely back at the academy. Okay, now I can look. Because I need to double check. Oh, yeah, I don't... Did I upgrade? Did I? No, I did note down Takumi. So you're still at 2. You're at 3. Dadami's still at 2. Eito's at 6, like the greedy bitch he is. Fuck Eito. Gaku and Tsubasa are correct. Ima. I really... My sheet that I was tracking them is in not the order of this because I was tracking other stuff, and now it's so a pain in the ass to read it. But I don't want to fix it either. Maybe I'll fix it off stream or something. Or maybe even during break I can fix it. Nozomi 4. Well, Kuroda's fucking dead. Kyoshika's fucking dead. These people are all fucking dead. But they're all right. Oh, Eva. I don't have Eva on this sheet. Oh, shit. Well, Eva was at 3? Okay. What the fuck did I do with this sheet? 75 column width. And then that. Okay. Sheet fixed. Partially. Still needs more fixing, but it's better. After heading back to our rooms to freshen up, we went to the cafeteria. Nozomi and I had come up with a plan on the way back. Of what? It's not quite right. It's supposed to have a thicker, richer texture. Sorry, I don't really know what to add to fix that. How did she make it look this easy? Oh, we're trying to make the Osuzuki curry? Okay. Oh, hey guys, I was wondering what the smell was. You two disposing a body or something? Of course not. We're making curry. Curry? Right now? Why? At second to last Defense Academy, there was this girl, Kurara. She used to make this really delicious curry. The recipe was passed down through generations of the Osuzuki family. I wanted to try to recreate it before I forgot how it tasted. The way things are now, that flavor is something only Takumi and I have experienced. Wow, it's that good. I'm feeling hungry just hearing about it. It usually hurts my jaw to eat real food, but do you think I could have some? Sure, it's not as good as anything Kurara would have made, but I hope you'll still like it. Kyoho? Takumi shot me another encouraging smile as if she were patting me on the back for getting along with Nozomi. I told you someone was cooking. Whatever it is, it smells delicious. Oh, you two made this? I was gonna sit down to dinner, but I think I just lost my appetite. You three should have some. We made too much anyway. It's a long way off from the original, but it's still tasty. Right, Takumi? Huh? Yeah, of course. Can we, brother dearest? Good grief. If Miss Kitty Fuji has forgiven Mr. Sumino, we'll only look petty if we keep holding out. Sheesh. Why'd you have to go and make up when we weren't around? Seriously, though, I'm sorry. I totally get why you'd all be angry at me. I can't guarantee there won't be another situation like that, but even if there are, I won't ever betray you. I can promise you that much. Ugh, fine. But if your curry sucks, I'm not pulling any punches. Deal. And don't worry, I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. That evening, the whole team ate and laughed together for the first time in way too long. Apologies wouldn't change the choices I'd made, but there was still a way for me to make things right. I would use Retsnom to bring the others back. I was more determined now than ever. After we'd all had enough curry and camaraderie, Dadami and I broke off from the group and snuck off school grounds. Today was day 41 after all, the day we'd arranged to meet the old man. So, you two have come. You've a new fire in your eyes. Did something happen to strengthen your resolve? Yeah, we've been pretty busy. But today's the time limit, right? This is when we have to decide whether to revive Retsnom the way it is or inside another person. I've tried to think about it, but I keep going back and forth and getting confused. So I'm just gonna leave it to you, Takumi. Do whatever you think's best. You're being awfully casual about this. For real, I won't blame you for anything, whatever happens. We're in this together. Well then, allow me to state your options one more time. Revive Retsnom as it is and an attempt to control the raging beast. Or revive it inside of someone, co-signing them to untold pain, or perhaps even worse. Which will you choose? What is your decision? My decision. Ooh, that was good neck crack. How will you revive Retsnom? See, initially I was like, let's do inside someone. But now I'm sort of leaning towards the way it is. You know, I'm gonna let it be in RNG's hands. I'm gonna take my trusty double D20s that I have IRL, so you're just gonna have to trust me. I'm gonna roll them. And whichever one gets the higher number is the winner. The cotton candy will be the way it is, and the purple and black one will be inside somebody. Cotton candy left. Purple right. I have like no space to roll this dice though. Ugh. Okay, the purple rolled a 13. Whoa, and the cotton candy rolled a nat 20. Oh my god. The cotton candy actually rolled a nat 20. Holy shit. Well, the way it is. Dice gods have made their choice. Oh no, my dice. Oh fuck. I dropped it. Holy shit. Damn. Just straight nat 20. That's really fucking fitting. I'll revive Retsnom just the way it is. Oh, are you sure about this? The legends talked about Retsnom creating the ruby tier, not its human host, and we have other legends about the creature to tell what to expect. What to expect. With this method, we have a much better idea of the risks and rewards involved. Bringing it back inside someone would be too risky. There's no telling what might happen. Fine by me. We can take it like a pet, or we can keep it like a pet. This would be so cool. I've always wanted an animal crit friend of my very own. I can play with it and teach it funny tricks and train it to be an accomplice in a locked room murder. You should probably just ignore her. Anyway, that's my decision. Will you give us Retsnom now? Very well. Here, take this. Inside is the world's last Retsnom. You need only remove it from the bag to break its seal. And with the seal broken, it will live again. It's in here? Awesome, let's head home. Thanks for the help, old timer. I am the one who should be I'm the one who should be thanking you. I feel as if a great weight has been lifted from my shoulders. I pray that this choice will lead you and this world to salvation. I pray that most sincerely. Alright, goodbye, old man. With that final cryptic remark, the old man walked away. I didn't see where he went. It looked like he'd simply melted into darkness and disappeared. Why do I feel so uneasy all of a sudden? Ooh, what's up, Takumi? Why did you go all quiet? Ooh, are you thinking of something, or are you thinking of having your way with me here in the dark? Was hanging out with me finally stoking your desire to a burning point? Knock that off. It's nothing. Let's just go. We made our way up to the surface and trekked back to the academy. There, in Dotomi's room, we held a ceremony to finally release Retsnom's seal. Holy shit. Okie dokie, let's open it up. Come on, little fella, smile for your uncle. Hey, maybe we should rethink this. I mean, once we open it, there's no telling. A real man never goes back on his word. Whoa. The moment Dotomi opened the bag, a small dark form shot out from it and scampered away into one corner of the room. Why aren't the lights on? Doesn't look like a GA. Okay. Could still be a GA though. If this thing gets away, we'll be in big trouble. How do I bring this situation under control? I need to make a choice here. I guess I should... double choice. Double choice. Double choice. Damn. All right, it's time to see how good my animal handling is. What should you do with the wretch snom? Capture it, calm it down. All right, I'm rolling my animal handling check DM. I would like to attempt to calm down the animal. I do not have proficiency in animal handling, but I will attempt to calm down the animal. Maybe it's like a cat or a dog. We should try to calm it down. Right. We're keeping it as a pet. May as well treat it like one. Here, Wild Wet Snom. Don't be scared. You'll dump your mommy and daddy. I didn't mean like that. Hey, how about we give it some food? Maybe then it'll start to like us. The old man said it can eat anything, right? Maybe he can start with this notebook that I've written all my most embarrassing secrets in. Why do you have something like that lying around? Just be careful, okay? We don't want it biting the hand that feeds it. Aw, you worry too much. What's this little bean gonna do? Nibble my fingers? Totally unconcerned, Dotami extended her notebook towards Retsnom. The very next moment. I think I failed the animal handling check, guys. No. No way. This can't be happening. The top part of Dotami's body vanished like it had suddenly been plucked away, which it had. Retsnom had wrenched off her torso and eaten it. After eating for the first time in centuries, the creature began to grow. In a few short seconds, it was already much bigger than it had been before. Several times larger now, Retsnom turned to me, and our eyes met. Eyes? What eyes? To tell the truth, I didn't even know if the thing had eyes, but in that moment, I felt sure that it was looking at me. Okay. There were some other things I was sure of, too. Firstly, without a shadow of a doubt, I made the wrong choice. And second, there was no way in hell I was going to survive this encounter. Well. New ending already. Route 52. Retsnom route. Too late for regrets. Alright. Phenomenal. Already getting an ending out of the way today. Well, there's not going to be another ending there. Okay. What will you do with Retsnom? This time we will try to capture it. I failed the animal handling check so hard. I would like to capture it. Monster Hunter, I would like to cap it. We can't let it out of this room. We have to catch it before it gets away. Sounds good. I'm in. But before we could take another step forward, Retsnom made its move. What? It launched itself at me with all the force of a miniature cannonball. I had no time to brace myself or get out of the way. And then everything went black. As my consciousness began to fade, I found myself thinking of the way the old man had looked the last time we saw him. Did he know this would happen when he gave Retsnom to us? When he said that we could handle it, had it all been one big lie? Huh? That voice. Suddenly, I was wide awake again. What happened to me? Last I remember was, ow. My head felt like it was going to split open. That pain brought it all back. Retsnom had headbutted me and knocked me out. Takumi, we're in big trouble now. Dotami came rushing into the room. Her face was pale even underneath her makeup. Something had clearly gone terribly wrong. What's the matter? What happened? Where's Retsnom? It knocked me out right after it got you. I only just woke up myself. And when I looked at the outside to see what was going on, I saw... What, is something out there? Fighting through the pain in my head, I got to my feet and staggered out the door to see for myself. Why didn't it eat us? What the... Damn, it really was the wrong choice, huh? Just gonna check really quick. No one's listed as dead yet.
さっきあれの叫び声で目を覚まして屋上に出てみたらあんなことになっててみんなシレはいくら呼びかけても誰も出てこなかったただみんなの部屋あっちこっちに血が飛び散ってたえ
Well, that thing is Redstorm, isn't it? I mean, it has to be, right? Do you think it ate the others? Is that how it grew so big? If it is, then all this happened because of us. It's our fault, isn't it? I don't know. I had no idea how much time had passed since we released Redstorm. One thing was clear, though. The nightmare unfolding before me was no mere dream. It was really happening. This was cold, hard reality. Apart from that one fact, I was totally in the dark. Dotomy?
もうどうしようもないね。匠もどうしようもないよ。どうしようもないダルミと一緒にいるからこうなるんだよ。
Huh?
ダルミがよく悲惨なオチがいいって言ってたから叶っちゃったのかな。本心じゃなかったんだけどな。こういう願いだけ叶えるなんて。神様って性格悪いね。
Suddenly, I understood with perfect clarity. Dotomy and I were really doomed. It wouldn't be long before Redstorm attacked and consumed us as well. Had it left us at last just to make us suffer because we were the ones who released it? Maybe, maybe not. Who knew what was going on in the mind of a bizarre creature like that? The fact remained, I had messed up. I made the wrong choice, and it had cost us dearly. My friends were dead, and Dotomy and I would be next.
ねえ、匠。あいつに食われる前に、匠がダルミを殺してくれない？は？ダルミのせいなんだよ。ダルミがいるといつも悪いことが起きるんだよ。だから、お前のせいだって罵りながら殺したよ。もう、この世界に未練がなくなるように。初めて好きになった人に。
This is Dotomy romancing. Welcome and Lucky. Hope you're having a good Monday. Doing pretty good. I had a bit of a lazy day today, but doing okay. She was wrong. This had happened because of me. The choices I'd made were what had led us to this disastrous conclusion. Holy shit, reading. I did the only thing I could do to atone for what I'd done. I granted her last request. Ending? Okay. Wow, I didn't think it would be this quick. Ending 51, Redstorm route. It's all your fault. Really did not think it would be that quick. Okay. Wow. I thought it was probably the worst choice between the two in terms of long-term, you know, survivability, but man, I didn't think it would be that short. Why did my tracking break? Oh, okay, we're back. Don't know why my tracking broke like that. That was weird. Oh, they have a head pass. Inside somebody. Who are we putting it inside? Oh, revive Redstorm inside of someone. Put it in me. Oh, that's wow. Okay. Huh? Oh, you're offering yourself as a host? Are you sure about this? The reason I'm doing all this is to bring back the friends I've lost. And fusing Redstorm with a human is our best chance of that, right? Then this really is the only choice I can make. The pain is going to be much worse than you imagine. We have no way of knowing what other effects the process may have on you either. I know, but if that's what it takes to bring them back, I'm willing to risk it. Please do it. If that is your decision, I have no reason to try to dissuade you. But I think that young lady behind you may have something to say about it. Behind me? I turned to see Dotami smiling her usual manic smile. She was holding something long and thick in her hands, maybe a pipe or beam she'd picked up somewhere. Hey, batter, batter, swing! She reared her weapon back and swung it at my head with all her might. I reeled back, my ears ringing, my vision blurring. All the life went out of me, and I fell into a heap on the floor. The last thing I heard before my consciousness cut out completely was the familiar happy-go-lucky voice. Okay, Metal Pipe Chan, per usual. Huh? Where am I? I looked around. It didn't take long to figure it out. You're in your room, silly. You're really heavy, you know that? It was a ton of work dragging you back here. Totemi, why did you... Ugh. Oops, sorry. You got hit so suddenly. I wanted to check and see if... you had a bump on your head. I did have a bump. I reached back to feel it and remembered how I'd gotten it. I decided to revive Redstorm inside of someone, inside of me. I then turned around and Notami had knocked me out. What? Why did you do that? Because you were in serious danger of having too much going on. You're already the leader and you know the future. Adding Redstorm on top of that would be overkill. There's a point when having too many character traits stops making you interesting, you know? That's your reason? Wait, then what happened to Redstorm? After all, is it still sealed away? Oh, no, it's fine. I got the old man to put it into me. What? It's in you? What were you thinking? Like I said, I didn't want you taking on too much at once. I thought maybe I could lighten your load a little. But I knew you'd never agree to it, so I was forced to use force, forcefully. I guess this was Dotami's idea of kindness. Taking an unknown organism into your body was risky, but there was no doubt about that. And to stop me from taking that risk, she'd done it herself instead. There was no stopping her now, no going back. Redstorm was already a part of her. Dotami, I'm so sorry. Kyohaha, you got nothing to be sorry for. I just wanted to make I just wanted something to make me more interesting, that's all. And I know we have no idea what's going to happen, but chill. It'll all work out. Tying in a massive kaiju attack, mutating into a freaky monster, I'm fine with either one. Let's hope neither of those happen. Anyway, are you sure you're all right? You're not feeling strange or anything? You know how the old man talked about unimaginable pain or whatever? Well, I don't feel a thing, and I'm still the same as ever. What a letdown. So welcome in, Ben. Hope you're having a good Monday, gamer. Really? Nothing at all? Same goes for the ritual we held while you were knocked out. The old man injected me with something, and it was over before I knew it. I thought I'd started mutating right away, but I guess that's not how it works. Here's hoping we start seeing some changes soon. I can't make that ruby tier and bring the others back if everything stays the same. I know, but we're in uncharted territory right now. We have to be careful. Let me know right away if you start feeling anything. For today, I think both of us should rest up and recover. Yeah, sorry I couldn't go easy on you. But I don't get to hit people very often, so maybe I got a teensy bit carried away. Anyway, I'll be in my room if you need me. Get well soon. Dotami waved energetically and bounded out of the room. Left on my own, I lay back down and tried to go to sleep. My head hurt, not just from where Dotami hit me. How could she take Redstorm into her body like that? What was going to happen to her now? It was giving me a headache just thinking about it. I had no idea what the future held for the two of us, and that wasn't a good feeling. Even so, there wasn't a lot I could do about it. I just had to trust in my decision and hope it wouldn't bringing everyone back, hope it would mean bringing everyone back eventually. Reading. A lot of Dotami to compensate for being dead, yeah. She's catching up. Guess it's morning again. I mean, it's pretty intentional, right? They saw how long the other route was and they're like, yeah, let's give Dotami some, focus. I'm pretty much back to normal, but what about Dotami? She has Redstorm inside of her now. I don't know what that's going to do to her, but it means she'll be able to make a ruby tier at some point, right? For the time being, all I can do is wait. Do 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 do. Don't have use for free time. Yippee! How long is this going to take before it goes bad? We made it through the day without anything bad happening. Dotami seemed like her normal self, no sign of any changes yet. Is this really how we're going to get the ruby tier? I tried to silence those doubts and went to bed for the night. Morning already? I can't get complacent. There will probably be another attack soon. Uh-oh. Who is it? The knocking got louder and more frantic. I hurried over to the door and opened it. Takumi. Tadami, what's wrong? Good morning. Never mind good morning. What's the matter? Is Redstorm starting to act up? I think so. Probably, yeah. Are you okay? Does it hurt? Do you feel sick? What? What is it? I'm so hungry. Hungry? Not just hungry, I'm starving. I ate breakfast already and it didn't make any difference. Oh, well, let's go to the cafeteria and... No, I can't. I ate a bunch of stuff in there a little while ago. Can't you eat more? If I do that, Shide will know something's wrong. Oh, yeah, I hadn't thought about that. If we took too much food from the cafeteria, it'd be bound to attract attention. We might as well just yell, "We're up to something," and tell Shide all about Retstom. We'd have to figure out a way around this, but how? Wait, right here, I'll go get you something. I haven't had breakfast yet, so it won't look weird to anyone. That'll take too long. I'm sorry. I can't hold back anymore. Tadami pushed me against the wall hard. Kabedon? She opened her mouth wide, and with a wordless bestial growl. She was eating books. Specifically the old books that were still lying around from when we were trying to find information on revival rituals. She ripped up page after page, shoving them into her mouth and gulping them down. She got so absorbed in it, you'd think she was eating gourmet steaks rather than musty old paper. In the end, Dotami ate every book I had in my room. Okay, I think I've calmed down now. This has gotta be because of Retstom, right? Yeah, so I figure I should eat even more from here on. Gotta help nourish Retstom and whatever changes it's making to my body so I can make the ruby tier. Is that how it's supposed to work? This wasn't normal even for Dotami. We knew for sure that her body was changing now. It was kind of scary, but there was no going back now. And if this was what it took to bring the others back, then we need to be careful about this. Can you tell what kind of stuff you're able to eat now? Yeah, I think so. Why? We should make a list and maybe start building up a stockpile. Even if we can't get it from the cafeteria, the Gift-O-Matic can make all kinds of stuff. Be honest with me, though. You're sure you're okay after eating all that paper? I'm totally fine, and figuring out what else I can eat sounds like a great idea. We can spend the whole day trying to trying out different stuff. Right, we'll probably get found out sooner or later, but let's try to keep this a secret for as long as we can. Ideally, until we know for sure that reviving the others is going to happen. In the meantime, gotta eat well to grow up strong, right? I've never really cared about my health before, but I'll give it my all now. Dotami and I set to work investigating what her new appetite could handle. Anything made of paper seemed like a safe bet, and it was easy to produce a lot of it all at once. The Gift-O-Matic had a decent range of paper-based items, too. We decided to rely on that to curb Dotami's hunger pangs for now. Takumi, I'm hungry. I thought you might be. Don't worry, I brought plenty of books. I still wasn't used to seeing Dotami like this. I found it unsettling. I mean, eating books? It just looks so unnatural. And what if this was only the first in a series of strange side effects? What was going to happen to her next, and when it was all over? Would Dotami even be Dotami anymore? Would she still be our friend, the morbid yet hyper girl we all knew, or would she be changed into some kind of monster? Naturally, I kept those questions to myself. Dotami was putting herself through this, so I wouldn't have to. The last thing I wanted was to make the experience worse for her.
ように満腹になったらだるみも食堂に行って朝ごはん食べるから。
Okay, if you're sure. See you then. I left and headed for the cafeteria. Sure enough, Dadami showed up a little later and ate a ton more as if it were nothing. For now, this was the only way we could get by without Shanae getting suspicious. This stuff with Dadami is pretty crazy, but it's not the only thing I've started to worry about. The enemy is probably going to attack again soon. I need to be prepared for when it happens. Probably like in 2 days? Do 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 do. Okay, this will probably go to day 100 then. From the vibe of it. Yeah, made it through another day. But Dadami's appetite is just as crazy as ever. If anything, she's eating even more than before. We won't be able to keep it a secret much longer at this rate. Whatever happens next, I've got to do my best to support Dadami any way I can. Dadami and I both ate in the cafeteria that morning. Ah, the food here sure is great. It feels like you've been eating a lot more regularly lately, Dadami. Oh, you think so? I'm sorry, you feel creeped out by the idea of I've been watching you eat, don't you? I'll just go jump off a cliff so you can feel at ease again. Oh, don't sweat it. Deranged stalkers are cool in their own way. Don't reinforce his delusions. He's right, though. You used to only eat snacks and stuff, but you've started making time for real meals now. It's probably better for you this way, though. So try to keep it up, all right? We'll see. I'm not going to slow down for a while anyway. After all, I'm eating for 2 now. That doesn't mean what I think it does it? I mean, I know you and Takumi have been spending a lot of time together, but please don't go getting the wrong idea. People were starting to notice a change in Dadami's behavior. Just how much longer could we keep this a secret? Being there for Dadami is important, but so is being ready for the next defensive battle. We're all finally getting along again. I can't let that goodwill go to waste. Do 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 do. Ugh, another day on the books. Time to get some shut-eye. Damn, just singular sentence. We're managing to keep Dadami's hunger at bay, but we'll be in trouble if it gets any worse. At this rate, just books aren't going to be enough. I'll have to find a new food source for her soon. With my goal for the day decided, I made my way to the green area in the northeast part of the school grounds. She's okay with books. Maybe she can eat leaves too? Then again, I don't want to have to worry about poison or allergic reactions. Nuts and berries might work, but there aren't too many plants like that around here. I can't stay here too long or everyone will wake up and wonder where I am. And I don't want to have to explain what I'm doing out here so early in the morning. And then... Huh? Is someone there? No, that's... Is everyone awake? What's all this about, Mr. Sumino? It's an attack. The invaders are here. An attack? Then what's this music for? When I was outside earlier, I spotted some invaders coming this way. They had something that looked like a sound truck with them. That means it's the commander who uses sound to cause hallucinations. So this effed up music is to drown it out? Effed up? This is awesome. So you're the one who picked it? Why don't we just get my dear sister to sing and play that instead? Her angelic voice is sure to charm anyone who hears it. Knock it off, brother dearest. You're building me up too much. We don't have time to make a recording anyway. The alarm. It is an attack. Let's do this, guys. To the war room. Everybody nodded in agreement and got moving. Alright, before we get into this combat that we're going to be able to skip anyways, we are due for a break, so I'm going to pause here for a few minutes, get a stretch, run some ads, and after I return, we will continue on here, gamers. But for now, I shall BRB. party gamers, our turn. Let us continue on to skip a defensive battle. Yippee. Well, you guys sure got here quick. All of you together, too. Actually, Dotami isn't here yet. Here I am. Morning, everyone. Sorry I'm late. Dotami, are you feeling all right? Huh? Of course. I'm fine. Totally fine. In that case, let's get started. Don't overthink anything. Just fight to win like we always do. Yes, kill the enemy. Okay, gang, you know what to do. Defensive battle initiate. Choramtani and Yugong. My favorite duo because they always give me Himonima. Smile. Beckness, please don't steal the Himonima. I want it.
新規性音楽だな。さっさと敵をぶっ飛ばしちまおうぜ。
そう？ダルミだんだんこの曲気に入ってきたけど。
お？なんだおめえセンスあるな。いや、この曲の良さはな。
音楽語ってる場合じゃないよ。防衛戦でしょ。
I would like to skip this battle. Yippee.
まあいいんじゃないですか。司令、音楽を止めてくださいっす。
あやいさ
なあ、戻っちった。結構気に入ってたのに。
だったら今度もっと別のも教えてやろうか。今みたいな上がる曲が。
はいはい、そこまで。みんな気をつけて。敵が迫ってるよ。
Are we gonna put the tunes back on because she's here? Do 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 do. And then revive.
行くぞ。
なんですかあれ。時が戻ったんですか。
時を戻す部隊長の方から倒さないと永遠に終わらないよ。
Yippee! Boing, boing, boing.
なんとか勝ちましたね。
でもやっぱり敵の力も前の時より強くなってるな。それはフェイシネスもだ。今のあいつは恐ろしい強さになっている。
このままであいつに勝てるのかな。
ああ、無理じゃないっすか。ベシネスを倒すには戦力が足りないっすよ。
今回ももっと敵が多かったら勝ててたかわかんないよね。
言ってもしょうがねえだろ。今さら人数が増えるわけでもねえしよ。
つうか、隅野はなんで朝から外にいたんだ。え？
Uh-oh, they're questioning us now.
まあいいじゃん。結果的に敵の襲撃に備えられたんだし。
けど隅野先輩が何してたのか気になるっす。また誰かを騙そうとしてるんじゃないっすよね。
だからそういうことはもうないって隅野先輩も約束してくれたでしょ。
とにかく先に学力の吸収だけ済ませちゃいませんか。
ああ、そうそう。いつキルパクされるかわかんないよ。
そうだな。まずはこの戦いを終えよう。
Okay, we're not getting kills stolen actually. Poggers? Can I update my sheet? Okay, let's see. Takemaru and Dotami are behind, so we'll give one to each of them. We'll start with Takemaru.
やってやるよ。
Put Takemaru at 3 now, and Dotami, this will put Dotami at 3, and so everyone will have at least 3 now.
飛ばすぜ。
Extermination complete. And then this one will go to Darumi. Insane noise that she makes. Okay, we did not get kill stolen poggers. And so our 8th defensive battle came to an end. I somehow managed to shrug off any awkward questions afterward, but my teammates were starting to look at me with suspicion again. Yeah? Can I not skip this? Okay, that was weird. It all tabbed me even though I just was tabbed in. Is Dotami not coming today? The last couple of days, she's come to my room in the morning to hide her abnormal hunger from the others, but not today. Her hunger can't have gone away just like that, can it? I hope she's okay. I should probably drop by her room to check in on her. Uh-oh. Is this Dotami's room? I'll ring the bell first. Who was that? It's me, Takumi. I guess you're awake after all. I was worried when you didn't come out to my room today to eat like usual. Are you okay? Oh, Takumi. No need to stand out there. Come on in. Okay, if it's alright with you. Morning, Takumi. It was so nice of you to come and check on me. Seems like you're fine, though. Truth is, I'm still as hungry as ever, but I've had some stuff I wanted to try out this morning. I was gonna go to your room for a little later. Just beat me to it. What were you trying out exactly? Well, my arm mostly. What the? Your arm is this because of Retstom? Yeah, I figured it's fused with me that much more. Are you alright? Does it hurt? Nah, I'm good. That's fine. And my sleeve still covers it up, so there's no issue with keeping it out of sight. Come on, why the long face? I thought you'd be happy about this. What? Why would this make me happy? If my arm's like this, it means Retstom is growing. Plus, I can make some kind of liquid come out of it. Does talking about my body fluids get you excited, Takumi? Knock it off. You think this liquid is the ruby tier? It's not red, so probably not, but it's a step in the right direction, isn't it? I guess so. On the other hand, if I still can't make the tier, maybe we shouldn't get comfy just yet. I'm pretty sure the Retstomification is only going to get worse from here. My transformation into a city-like trampling kaiju might just be a few dialogue choices away. Takumi, you better harden your heart now so it won't hurt so much when you have to put me down like a mad dog. I wish you weren't talking like that. Even she was just kidding around. It felt like tempting fate. Anywho, I wanted to spend today figuring out just what this arm can do. Think you can bring me my meal so I can focus on that? I'll love you forevermore. Sure, that's the least I can do for now. I spent the rest of the day helping Dotami out in any way I could. Monka. Big Monka. That morning, Hideko called everyone together for a meeting. I hurried over to the cafeteria. Alright, this is everyone, apart from Dotami, who's not feeling well. Yes, we are all here. Yeah, but why are we all here? You better have a good excuse for dragging me out of bed. Allow me to be frank, our team isn't strong enough. So we're finally talking about this, huh? It had to happen sooner or later. We defeated the 2 commanders in our last battle, but what if they send 3 next time, or 4? We'd lose, no question. I don't like it, but it's true. Yeah, all we can do is hope they don't gang up on us like that. There's also the vast gap in power between us and Vectus to consider. We won't be able to defeat her at her current level. But what can we do? We've asked Shanae for additional troops before, but he said it wouldn't do us any good. Right, because the people in charge have already sent everyone who can use Hiwanima out here. So, can we capture some enemies to get them to join us like we did with Evo? There's no guarantee any of the others will surrender, though. Yes, surrender or no, all invaders must be killed. Even taking Eva prisoner wasn't something we all agreed to. It was more of a spur of the moment thing. We do have one other candidate though. Huh? No, please don't tell me you're not suggesting him. You don't mean Ato? I'm afraid I do. But wasn't he planning to kill us all before Takumi stopped him? He said he hates humanity and that we all look like terrible monsters to him. Calling my perfect, beautiful sister a monster, that alone should be enough to qualify him for the death penalty. I'll admit, it's risky. He could easily try to deceive us or destroy us again. But it's better to take that risk than resign ourselves to losing the war. Hey, who says we're losing? We ain't that out of our depth. Stop and think about it for a moment. We have no chance of winning anymore, even you can understand that. As it is, we're already winning our battles by a slim margin. We're getting by at best. But that won't last forever. We need to do what we can before it's too late. Admitting Ato back into the team may become necessary sooner than we think. You're underestimating him. We don't know how dangerous that guy can be. You wouldn't be saying this if you experienced his betrayal firsthand. I know, you've made his capacity for deceit very clear. But from what you've told us, his hatred for humanity doesn't extend to himself. He doesn't want to die any more than we do. We might be able to use that common ground to get him to cooperate. I guess that makes sense, or maybe not. What does everyone else think? No one knows for sure how this will go if we do try it, not even Takumi. We don't have to decide right away, but I want you all to think about it. I wouldn't have proposed this if I wasn't desperate, so please give it some serious consideration. After Hideko said her piece, the rest of us gradually filtered out of the cafeteria. Releasing Ato, was that really the only way for us to survive? I spent most of the rest of the day puzzling over that question. It's a terrible idea, actually, Hideko. Awful idea. After the nighttime announcement, Dadami called me to her room. What? Dadami heaved a sigh of relief, and a clear liquid began to drip out of her arm. It wasn't a ruby tear, but it sparkled in the light all the same. Phew, I think I'm getting used to making it come out now. What is this stuff anyway? Cream soda, I think. Cream soda? I've been experimenting and I can make other stuff too. Fresh water, salt water, soy sauce, cream soda, even ink. Basically anything liquid. I still haven't been able to come up with the ruby tear though. Maybe I have to know what it is before I can make it? Maybe. All we really know about the tear right now is that it's something Red Stomp can create. That, and it's used to bring back the dead somehow. It might just be because Red Stomp isn't strong enough yet. Maybe it'll be better after it transforms me some more. I don't know if that's if I want it messing with your body any more than it already has. Yeah, there is that. But wouldn't it be cool if I got really de-transformed and was all, please kill me? I really wish you wouldn't say stuff like that. We don't even know if there will be any more transformations after this. It could just be a matter of you getting used to the way your body is now. In that case, I'm gonna make something else for practice. Yeah, there we go. Tell me how it tastes, Takumi. You want me to drink this? I mean, if this brings us closer to getting the ruby tear, I guess I can. I gave the most recent batch of liquid from Dadami's arm an experimental lick. Ugh, this is alcohol. The kind you disinfect stuff with. Yeah, that's what I thought. Then don't make me drink it. I wasn't sure if it was a step forward or not, but Dadami could create different liquids at will now. For better or for worse, Red Stomp was making its presence felt. The problems just keep piling up. It's not just Dadami and Red Stomp anymore. Now I have to worry about whether or not we're going to let Ato out too. But I guess there's nothing I can do about either of them right now. I just have to keep preparing like always and think about the rest as I go along. If we can strengthen our current team enough, maybe we won't need Ato after all. Either way, I need to make sure we'll be ready for our next battle. Do. Don't need the free time anymore. I barely thought about it, but today was day 50, huh? We finally reached the halfway point. 50 more days to go. I just hope we can bring the others back before it's too late. Day 51. We're in the last half of our 100 days here now. I don't have anything special to do today, and Dotomi's keeping a low profile. I guess it's back to preparing for our next battle then. That's the best way I know I can use this time. Phew, that's another day done. I didn't hear anything from Dotomi today. Does that mean there's been no change? What are we going to do if she can't make the ruby tier until after day 100? So long as we still have everyone's bodies, we can take them back to the artificial satellite and revive them there, I guess. But that still leaves us with the problem of our remaining battles. We don't have much of a chance of making it through them as we are now. We might be able to figure out something if we can bring the others back, but that's a big if. The best thing might be to tell everyone about Retsnam, apart from Shide, of course, and get them to help out with it. We really can't keep this thing a secret forever. It's morning. I should get up soon. Despite sleeping on it, I still hadn't decided whether or not to tell the others about Retsnam. For now, I'll just go to the cafeteria. Here you go. I call this Moko's Choice Nikudon. Nice, simple name. It might be a little heavy for first thing in the morning.
Oh.
You think? Looks like the perfect way to start the day to me. I know, it's a large portion, but it's so lightly seasoned you'll end up eating even more than you might expect. Kind of like how Moko looked tough but was delicate and sensitive on the inside. You still remember all of your friends' favorite foods, huh, Nozomi? Yes, sometimes they just kind of pop into my head. But I'm still working on getting the old Suzuki curry, right? And Yugumo's favorite meat isn't easy to come by. There was one other person at your old academy, wasn't there? That's right. Kyoshika liked anything traditional, but she liked pickled vegetables and dried fish most of all. She sounds more like a grandma than a teenager. The members of the second campus all sound pretty interesting. I guess they were. A samurai girl, a rich girl in a mask, a pro wrestler, and an assassin. Didn't you have anyone normal? I'd like to hear more about this samurai girl. What was she like? She was really fun to be around. She could be a little oblivious at times, but she was always full of energy. Apparently, she studied traditional techniques of stealth and espionage in a hidden village out in the mountains. Takumi, was that just a joke right now? Should I laugh? Believe it or not, she's being serious. I only knew these little bits and pieces of all of them, though. We were only there together for a short time. I wish I could have spoken more and gotten to know each other. We could have spoken more and gotten to know each other better. Introducing Retsnam into the conversation now would only make it seem like I'm trying to comfort Nozomi or give her false hope. Dotomi's not here today. I should probably go and check in on her later. After I was done with breakfast, I grabbed some food and made my way over to Dotomi's room, careful not to let anyone see me. Hey, hi Takumi, good to see you. Oh, hey, check this out. I just made it a second go. Give it a taste. Not again. What is it this time? Just water, but it's unbelievably tasty. Totally knocked my socks off. Really? Water can taste that good? Of course. Chug it down in one. Believe me, it'll change you. It'll change your life. If you say so. I did as Dotomi said and took a long, deep drink of the mysterious liquid. It wasn't water. It was incredibly strong, high-proof alcohol. A couple of minutes later, I fell down and blacked out. Why did he chug it like that, though? You would have known from the first sip. Ugh, my head is killing me. The last thing I remembered was drinking the fluid that had come out of Dotomi's arm, and now my head felt like it was going to split open. She tricked me. There's no way she didn't know this would happen. So then, this pain in my head, was this a hangover? Why would anyone willingly put themselves through this? I think I should take it easy for today. Retsnam and Eito and all those other problems could wait. First and foremost, I had to take care of myself. I decided to spend the day gently resting and recovering. Everything else was something for the future me to deal with. I feel terrible. When is this hangover gonna be over? I guess I can't handle my alcohol. After today, I don't think I'll touch this stuff ever again. I didn't have the energy to do anything more intense than moping around in my room, so I took the day off, too. Oh, I tapped out by accident. God, the borders for this game are like you can tab out so easily. Oh, I'm finally feeling more like myself today. I didn't hear anything from Dadami while I was sleeping off this hangover. I wonder if anything's changed. At the rate things are going, will we really be able to bring everyone back? It's no use worrying over that now. I should focus on getting ready for the next battle. I've spent enough time resting. It's time to get back to work. AKA back to sleeping. Phew, it's nighttime already. Still no updates from Dadami. I guess she's still laying low. That probably means nothing new's happened since we spoke last. Just when is she going to become capable of making this ruby tier thing? That was the question my thoughts kept drifting back to. I heaved a sigh, got into bed, and tried to go to sleep. Me. Ghost boy? Takumi. Takumi! Whoa, who's there? What is it? I was jolted awake by someone calling my name. I opened my eyes to find the boy made of undying flame standing out there at my bedside. I'm sorry to call you on you this late. Can you come with me for a minute? What's the matter? Did something happen? Did you find out something new? Unfortunately not. It's proving difficult, and I haven't had the energy to create this body very much lately. Right now, I need you to meet me in the library. The library? Why? Is there a problem there? It will be faster to just show you. Please, come quick. I had a lot of questions, but clearly this wasn't the time to ask them. Okay, I'll be there. I'll be right there. I left my room and hurried away into the main school building, making my way to the library. Alright, I've made it to the library. Now Dadami was lying sprawled on the floor. She'd gone limp, like all of the life had suddenly left her body. She was still breathing, but erratically, gasping down short, sharp breaths at irregular intervals. Something was seriously wrong with her. Dadami, are you okay? Come on, answer me, Dadami! I put my hand on her forehead. She was burning up. I, on the other hand, had a nasty chill running down my spine. What's going on? Why is this happening? As if to answer the questions rolling around inside my head, the ghost boy appeared. The last few nights, I've noticed Dadami wandering around the school after dark. She hasn't been looking so good. It's like she's sick or in pain. Either way, she's been hiding it from everyone. I didn't want to say anything about it, but I couldn't just leave her like this, and I thought she wouldn't mind if I told you. If we left her here, someone would be bound to see her in the morning. And once word got back to Shide, our little secret wouldn't be a secret much longer. Thanks for letting me know. I'll take her back to her room. I can handle things from here. Don't worry. I'm sure she'll be fine. Alright, I'll leave the rest to you then. Can you hear me, Dadami? I'm gonna take you back to your room, okay? Just bear with me until then. I hoisted Dadami over my shoulder and headed up to the roof. Dadami. The ghost boy said she'd been like this for several days. But why? Why hadn't she told me? There was no need for her to keep secrets from me, was there? Takumi? Dadami, are you okay? Are you still in pain? Is there anything I can do? Found out? I don't understand. Why would you keep this a secret? I didn't say anything. It was so weird hearing Dadami talk like this. She wasn't kidding when she wasn't kidding around like she usually did. Was I hearing her honest feelings for once? Was this the real her? Dadami, try not to talk. Besides, I don't think that about you. You're gonna be alright. I'll be right here if you need me. Just relax and get some sleep, okay? Before long, Dadami had fallen asleep. In spite of that, she looked far from peaceful. Her face was still contorted in pain, and she continued letting out strangled little groans all the way until morning. Monka. That morning, Dotami seemed to relax a little more and finally opened her eyes. Huh? It's morning? It sure is. Good morning, Dotami. Takami, what are you doing here? Kyo, how did you like my epic prank? You really thought I was sick, didn't you? Man, my acting is just too good sometimes. You've been Dotami, brah. Dotami, please, you don't have to do that. Right. I don't remember much of it, but I did start talking like normally. You did. I heard the whole thing. I really can't do anything right. Sorry, Takami. I wish I could have kept the truth from you longer than this. You've been in pain for a while now, right? Why did you pretend like you were all right? I just figured you had enough to worry about already. You're working so hard to get us all through this, leading the team, trying to revive the others. I didn't want to add to taking care of me to your list of responsibilities. And if only I'd hidden my pain a little better, you wouldn't look so sad right now, would you? So I'm sorry for messing it all up. Why? Why are you apologizing for this? That's what I wanted to say, but somehow I couldn't bring myself to do it. Is that also why you tricked me into and made me drink that booze? Yeah, I thought it would keep us apart and help me keep it all a secret a while longer. There are other ways you could have done that. Why did I do something that would make me hate you? Force of habit, I guess. Huh?
嫌なやつに思われる方がいいやつに思われるより楽ちんなんだ。ああ、デスゲームが好きなのもみんなが楽しそうにしてるのが苦手なのも本当だよ。だるみが変なやつなのはマジ。自分でも分かってる。だからね、それを好かれようとするのは疲れちゃうから、最初から好かれないようにしてるんだ。それにさ、周りがいいやつばっかだとみんなだって疲れちゃうでしょ。だから気楽にみんなが嫌っていいやつがいた方がいいんだよ。だるみはいつ死んでもいい異常者でいた方がみんなのためにもいいんだよ。
You mean it was all an act? You were alienating yourself on purpose? Now that I thought about it, since Dotami and I started hanging out more, she'd stopped joking about morbid stuff so much. I started to see her as someone who was a little eccentric maybe, but basically a good person. And now it turned out that that was who she'd always been. She just hadn't let it show. I guess it's selfish of me to decide that I'm the one who's going to fill that role, but hey, it's a role I was born to play. Some of my earliest memories are of being hit until I cried, then getting hit some more for crying. Being the person everyone hates in any given group is pretty much my default, so I'm fine with that, really. There was so much I wanted to say, but the words just wouldn't come. What could I say to Dotami in this situation without putting her in more stress? In the end, I said the only thing I could trust myself to say. Don't hide this stuff from me anymore. Huh? You don't have to put on an act around me. You can just be yourself. So don't worry about making me like or hate you. If you're having trouble or you're in pain, tell me about it. I know you're not fine now, and that you're a good person, so there's no point in trying to pretend you're not. That's how it is, huh? Alright, if that's what you want, that's what I'll do. I'll hold you to it. Sure. I actually feel a little better now, but I'm pretty tired. I'm gonna go back to sleep. Okay, good night, Dotami. As I watched Dotami settle down into a more peaceful sleep, I felt some of my anxieties start to fade. She'd be okay now. I'll do whatever it took to make sure of that. Whatever new challenges awaited Dotami from here on, I'd be there to help her get through them. I still felt uncertain about the future, but that determination far outweighed the doubt. I have to do something about this. I can't let her do everything on her own. She wouldn't be suffering like this if she hadn't chosen to take Retsam into her body in my place. I have to take responsibility. Hey there, Sumino. What, Shirei? What are you doing here? You sure are acting skittish, but it's too late for that now. Did you really think you could keep a secret from your commanding officer? I know everything. Huh? You guys are thinking about releasing Aotsuki, aren't you? Oh, you found out about that. It's not like I don't understand. Being short-staffed does put us at a disadvantage. In fact, I was just pondering that problem myself when I found out. Does that mean you're in favor of letting Eito rejoin the team? Don't be hasty. A soldier who hates humanity is a soldier I can't trust. I'll only allow him to return to active service under certain conditions. And what are those conditions? I've tinkered with the revive-o-matic settings so that it needs my say-so to revive him. If he tries anything, you can just detonate his bomb and refuse to permit his revival. So you're setting restrictions to stop him from turning us on again? Or turning on us again? Still, I'll still give permission if he dies in battle. In that sense, things won't be all that different from before. I guess doing it this way would make it hard for Eito to cause trouble. Just remember, admitting Aotsuki back into the team still carries a lot of risks. Believe me, I know better than anyone. Our mission is the same as ever, to safeguard humanity's future. I expect you to give it your all in this great endeavor, Sumino. Remember that. Of course I will. I've got friends and family back in the complex that are counting on me. I'll do whatever I can here to ensure that they have a brighter tomorrow. Glad to hear it. In that case, I'll permit Aotsuki's return to the team, starting from the next defensive battle. But even with the threat of the bomb inside him, he's still a disabled traitor. I'd sleep with one eye open if I were you. Great, that's not ominous at all. Now that that's decided, I'll leave it to you to tell the others. Dismissed. So we're not brainwashing him. Okay. With that last remark, Shide was on his way. For a minute, I really thought he'd found out about Dotami. I was still safe on that account. I was still safe on that count, at least. I decided to do like Shide asked and tell everybody about his decision. I want to check. Wait, that's the wrong route. Yeah, so this route isn't named. But this one was named Retsnam Route, but this one's not going to be named Retsnam Route. Oh, no, wait, it is named Retsnam Route. Me when I can't read? Pepe laugh? Okay, never mind. It is Retsnam Route. It's morning. Better go check on Dotami and... Did he say something? Huh? That's what he said. Must ha the ha. An enemy attack? Somehow they always seem to take me by surprise. Well, if they're here, there's only one thing I can do. To the war room. Okay, that's everyone. No, wait, Amamiya still isn't here. I was afraid of that. I guess she's not back on her feet yet. Dotami's not feeling well. I don't think she'll be able to join us this time. Oh, that's too bad. This was definitely the right choice then. Come on in! In response to Shide's call, someone else entered the room. Hello, everyone. It's been a while. Sumino's probably informed you already, but as of today, we're reinstating Aotsuki to help make up our numbers. For real? For real. Legit. Don't worry, though. If he betrays us again, I'll just blow him up. I'm the only one who can authorize his revival, so you can be sure he won't try anything funny. What about a suicide attack? He could still cause a lot of trouble like that. Please, I'm not so self-destructive that I'd throw my life away. I don't want to die. I just want to see humanity punished for its wickedness, that's all. Yeah, ain't no way I'm trusting this guy. Having a new ally that might betray us is nothing new, though. Look at Eva. That's not fair. She would never betray us. Isn't that right, Eva? Yes, I will kill the invaders. See? I think that was just an automatic reply. With Dotami out of action, letting Eito fight might be our only choice. True, we have to do whatever it takes to win this war. I have opinions of my own on this arrangement, but for now, playing nice seems to be the best choice for me as well. I can't defy Shide with this bomb in me, and if you all die, so will I. And there's one other thing. What's that? I couldn't care less what happens to humanity, but you, Takumi, you're an interesting one. At the very least, I need to pay you back for sparing my life. Let's just hope you're not thinking of another kind of payback. That's enough discussion. The enemy is getting closer. Let's get this show on the road. Defensive battle initiate. Doop doo doo. Doop doo doo. Doo 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 doo. Doop doo doo.
青月がいると戦いに集中できねえぜ。
奇遇だね。実は僕も戦いに集中できないんだ。君らがあまりにも醜くて臭くて不快で。
ですよね。よく言われますもん。洗ってない死体の匂いがするって。いいから戦いに集中しなさい。
I would like to skip the battle, please.
いや、こうして新校生と戦うのも久しぶりだ。いいストレス発散になったよ。それにしても、
その捕虜の彼女はすっかり僕らの味方になったんだね。
当然です。私は皆さんのものですから。皆さんに言われれば何でもします。
面白いことになってるね。一体彼女に何が起こったんだろうね。
みんなそれより集中して、また敵が迫ってるよ。
部隊長は見当たらないっすね。
どっかに潜んでるのかな。
わからないけど、とにかく油断しないで戦って。
任せてよ。ようやく調子が出てきたところなんだ。
Okay, Aito, very, very cool of you to say that, but I don't give a shit. This is a terrible idea. The sound disappear? It is back. Thank you for letting me know. What the fuck? I don't know what just happened. I dropped frames, but not that many frames. Like a couple of seconds of frames. That's it. Apologies for that. So welcome in Dippity. Hope you're having a good Monday. Weird. Huh. This game is kind of just like, it has some weird bugginess to it that's only in OBS for some reason. Very bizarre. Like the crunchy audio and the sound fucking disappearing. I don't know what's up with that. Because it was all playing on my end.
なんだ、部隊長はいねえのかよ。俺らにビビって逃げ出しちまったか。
残念。久しぶりの戦闘だからもう少し暴れたかったんだけどな。
もしかしたらここに攻めてくる前にベシネスに食われたのかもしれないわね。
ベシネスが？
あいつはもっと力を得たがっていたわ。だとしたらそのために他の部隊長を食らったとしても普通におかしくないでしょ。
そんな仲間をそんな風に。
そう考えるとやはり戦力が増えたことは助かったと言わざるを得ないわね。
残念ながらそうみたいっすね。
けどそいつのせいで明日にはまた戦力が減ってるかもしれねえぜ。
そんなに僕のことを意識してるんだね。気持ち悪くて仕方ないな。
んだとこら。
残念だけど匠くん以外とは距離を置きたいんだ。というわけで引き続き中庭の檻を使わせてもらうよ。じゃあみんなおやすみ。
I don't think we should let you, like, I don't think you had a choice, Aito? Without another word, Aito began walking back toward the school, looking so casual, so utterly at peace with himself that it was actually pretty unnerving. Like, in what reality did Aito think he had the choice of whether he would be able to stay in his room or not? Or keeping in the cage? Like, I don't think you had that choice in the first place, my broski. I'm sure I'm fucking keeping you in the goddamn cage. And so another day's defensive battle came to an end. Thanks to Aito's participation, it hadn't been quite as stressful as the last few times. But between Dadami's condition and the idea that Vecnus was getting stronger, I wasn't ready to just relax yet. I was left with an all too familiar sense of unease that I couldn't shake off. How's the game going? Being too weird? Only a little bit. I mean, we haven't done much. We just made it to the decision of what to do with the Retstom situation. And so I picked first to just take Retstom as it is, just the raw as beast it is. And that resulted in 2 bad ends immediately. So if you just keep it as it is, and you try to calm it down, it eats Dotami and then you, and if you try to capture it, you fail and you die anyways as well. Or correction, it knocks you and Dotami out, and then you wake up to see that it's eaten everybody else, and you also die at the end. So we have now had Dotami, well, we were initially going to have Retstom put in us, but then Dotami metal pipe channed us and had it put in her instead. And now she can make liquids with her arm. Another morning. We had a defensive battle yesterday, so things should be quiet for a while now. That doesn't mean I can just goof off, though. First, I'll check on Dotami and... Oh, who's that? Could it be Dotami? I opened the door to greet my morning visitor. Oh, Hideko, what's up? Did you need something? I need you to come with me. It's urgent. I didn't ask questions. The look on her face said it all. Whatever had happened, I was pretty sure I wasn't going to like it. Hideko gathered everyone together and brought them to the garage. In one ending, Takumi kills Darumi to alleviate her guilty? No, that doesn't happen. Unless you're talking about something else, but that's not happened here. There's only been the two endings of, oh wait, yeah, correction, sorry. I mean, yes, we kill Dotomi and then we die, I guess specifically, but we all die is the short of it. Does the context capture what? Retsnom. This is like a beast of legend that supposedly can revive people with its ruby tears, but it's also extremely hungry and ravenous. And has been sealed away because of that. But we found it and we were able to unseal it and figure out the ritual for unsealing it, and now it's in Dotomi. Ooh, what is it? The garage door looked like it had been blown in by a hurricane. It showed signs of being subjected to a series of vicious attacks. Psh, just a kicked-in door. Kind of an anticlimax, don't you think? Dotomi, should you be out of bed already? No sweat, I'm fine now. I may have been out for battle, but I can at least move around now. Gotta say though, waking up to this level of destruction is just a little bit lame. I was expecting to find like 10 massacred corpses all in a big pile or something. You're the same as your regular creepy self, huh? Right, so far as everyone else knows, this is the normal Dotomi. Gotta say, I'm surprised whoever did this without me noticing. The place was fine last time I checked this morning. And wait, that was fine the last time I checked, then this morning. You're sure somebody did this? It's not just a structural accident or something? These marks look like they were made by repeated hits with a blunt instrument. I was first on the scene. I usually come by here to do some machine work before breakfast. It wasn't like this yesterday morning, but we had the battle but then we had the battle and I just crashed out afterward. Anyway, I'm pretty sure this happened sometime between the end of the battle and the start of the day today. In other words, it could have been any of us. Is it just the door that's been damaged? Are the machines inside okay? I took a quick look, but they all seem to be fine. Alright, Ato, fess up. Excuse me? Do you mind not yelling? The smell of your breath is bad enough without adding your voice to the mix. Don't play dumb with me. You did this, didn't you? Me? What grounds could you possibly have for suspecting me? How about everything you've ever said and done? You got let out yesterday and now this happens? It's gotta be you. Ugh, that face, that voice, that smell, it's almost more than I can take. Oh, that does it. You are so taken a pounding. But both of you calm down. That's right. We need to assess the damage and carry out repairs before we start throwing blame around. Come on, it's all a lot faster if you pitch in. Why would anyone do this, though? Destroying everything would be one thing, but why just mess it up a little? Who cares about that? We already know Ito's the one who did it. I mean, it's so obvious. No, we can't name the culprit until we have a clear idea of their motive and what they were trying to achieve. That's right, Mr. Fishface. I'd appreciate it if you'd refrain from shooting down my dear sister's ideas when she's trying to make important deductions. Who are you calling Fishface? We need to clean this place up before discussing some things more. I suppose I can help with that. Wait, what if the culprit only messed things up so that they could sneak in with the cleaning party? If there's a chance that if that was their plan, we shouldn't allow any potential suspects inside. Isn't everyone a suspect though? None of us have airtight alibis. What? You really think one of us did this? I'm just saying, it's possible. Let's take this moment to review what we know. So far, we have two potential motives the culprit may have had for doing this. Also, yeah, for context, because this conversation is going on longer than I expected, let me see if I can oh, I can't access the gallery. Fuck, never mind. I was gonna pull up the CG. Redstom's is like a blob. It looks like a blob. It's a blob with like a sandworm mouth. That's it. The first is that they wanted to damage the garage or something inside it. The second is that the damage itself is just a misdirect and they wanted to sneak in and do something else while we were cleaning up. Either way, allowing the culprit to help at this point would be too risky. So what are we gonna do? Pick someone with Russian roulette? Why couldn't you just suggest a regular roulette? We don't need the Russian part. It's simple. We just need to leave the cleaning to the one person who would have no reason to do this. Huh? You mean... That would be you, Tsubasa. What? Me? You use the garage all the time. I find it hard to believe you'd not want to break anything. I find it hard to believe you'd want to break anything in here. And if you were up to something, you could have just used... if you were up to something, you could have just walked in like normal without arousing any suspicions. I guess that's fair, and I was going to volunteer so I could check on the machines anyway. I don't know why we have to access the gallery only in free time. Yeah, it's a little annoying. I would not... It's pretty annoying, actually, that you can't access the gallery just at any point in a conversation. But this is a lot for me to handle on my own. Can't I get someone else to help? In that case, why don't you take Sumino? Huh? Why me? Yeah, why him? Takumi could be the one behind this for all we know. He's got a history of lying and keeping secrets from us, too. Oh, shit. And he's worked hard to regain your trust since then. Why would he throw all of that away now? I trust Takumi. I don't think he's the culprit. I'm okay with him helping, too. He is our team leader, after all. You can take it from here, leader. You guys. Yeah, this is no problem for Takumi. He'll have the garage looking good as new in no time. You too, Tatami? Unlike me, you're somebody everybody trusts, Takumi. I feel totally at ease leaving this job to you. Coming from you, that doesn't exactly mean a lot. We'll leave these things to you two then. The rest of us will go back to preparing for our next battle. With that, the others stepped out through the battered broken door, leaving me, Tsubasa, and Shirei alone in the garage. They just can't wait to push any old odd job onto me. Sorry, Takumi. I really do appreciate you staying to help, though. Yeah, sure. I'll do what I can, but it looks like it's a lot of work for just the two of us. To tell you the truth, Subino, my money's on Aotsuki being the one behind this incident. That makes sense. He's easily the most suspicious. But I still can't figure out why he'd smash the place up like this. What was the point of it? Nothing's been seriously damaged, so it doesn't look like much like sabotage. Anyway, I'll be keeping an extra close eye on him. You be careful too. Right. In a way, he's my responsibility now. I won't let my decision to let him out come back to bite us. It was not a decision. We just did it. Sounds good. Well, good luck with the cleaning. It was not a decision game. Even Shirei ran away from this job. I guess we should get started. Maybe we'll get to finish by the end of the day? Crazy Miku romance route? Maybe. Probably not, though. She's probably going to die at the end. As we began to work on repairing the garage door, I had an unpleasant, jittery feeling in my chest. It was more like I could sense some kind of vast, unknowable threat lurking out in our future, but I had no idea how to deal with it. I tried to put my worries to one side and focus on getting the garage back in working order. Although, right before, like, she asked us to kill her, she was like, I've never, like, liked a person so much. Like, you know, like, basically, like, it was, like, a mix of, like, you know, like, a bit romantic, but also, like, you know, I've never had friends before kind of, wording. So, there was that. But, you know, then we fucking died. So. The work continued all throughout the day and the rest of the next one too. Hate that song. Finally done. I can't believe it took us 2 whole days, or maybe I should be grateful that it was just 2 days. I know what you mean. Nothing was damaged as bad as the door, but it would have taken me a lot longer on my own. So, thanks for the help, Takumi. You're welcome. Of course, you could have done it faster if all the others had helped too. So, did anything important get broken in the end, or did you find something weird hidden somewhere? No, nothing. It seems also random and pointless. Nothing's happened since then, so maybe the culprits already got what they wanted? Or is it the other way around? Like, they gave up in the garage and are going to try something else instead? Honestly, I have no idea. I don't see how messing up the garage a little could possibly achieve anything. Does that mean the culprit will strike again? And if they do, will that just lead to more random destruction? Shirei said he thinks it was Eito, but I don't see why he'd want to do something like this. I don't get it either. I'm tired though. Want to take the rest of the day off? Yeah, I think we've earned a little break. Tsubasa left, but my work wasn't done for the day just yet. It had been a while since I last spoke to Datami. I decided to drop by her room to see how she was doing. Hello, Datami. I brought you some food. Thanks, Takumi. You're a lifesaver. Datami was still in bed with the covers pulled over her head. Not getting up? Are you feeling okay? Okay, she's totally transformed. I'm fine. Totally fine. I just wanted to remember what it's like to pretend to be sick so you can skip school. Now, how about the truth? I'm really, really tired. I don't even have the energy to get out of bed. Alright, then don't. Just rest. We don't want to risk making things worse. I'll leave your food here. Do you want anything to help pass the time? I can probably get you some manga or something in the Gift-O-Matic. You like killing game stories, right? I've got other interests too. I'm also into cutesy, heartwarming stuff, but admitting that would spoil my image. Trust me, your image will just be fine, and you promised to drop the act while you're around me, remember? I can go find you some cutesy stuff if you want. I think I saw some animal-themed manga in the library. Would that be any good? Animals, huh?
Oh,
Is that a no? It's not that I don't like them, but they tend to bring up bad memories. Like how my dad made me live in a doghouse, or how my mom used to feed me cat food. Okay, hard pass on anything animal related then. At times like this, I just need a nice, simple action series. Heroes overcoming hardship to get stronger and beat up the villains. Something like that would be great. Sure, I think I can handle that. And let me know if you need anything else. Thanks. You're so nice, Takumi.
oh.
I'll be right back. Don't worry about staying awake for me. Dadami stayed under the covers the whole rest of the day, with me dropping in now and again to bring her anything she asked for. She's definitely transformed. The next morning, I went to Dadami's room again, ready to take care of her some more. Oh! Okay. Kyoho. Thanks again, Takumi. It's no trouble. You sure you're okay to be back on your feet today? Yeah, I'm feeling better than yesterday, at least. Also, there was something I wanted to show you. Oh, what is it? Well, take a look at this. She rolled up her sleeve to reveal what was underneath. Okay, so it is more. Darumi's arm had undergone another transformation. It barely even looked human anymore. It almost looked like...
マジで化け物みたいっしょ。多分これがノモケバとしての本来の形なんだろうね。みんなに見られたら大変だよね。これじゃあちょっと表には出られないかも。まあそれ以前に痛くて起きるのもしんどいんだけど。いやいやまあそんなに心配そうな顔しないでよ。多分この腕でできることとかも増えたと思うんだよね。
Oh, actually, now I can check. It is Nomokeba in Japanese, right? She said it.
マジで化け物みたいっしょ。多分これがノモケバとしての。
Yeah, Nomokeba. Okay, so it is the same idea in Japanese. Maybe it's just being backwards.
赤い雫だってもう少し頑張れば作れるかもしれない。まあちょっと防衛戦には協力できないかもだけど。
そっちの方は気にするな。俺も頑張るし、青月も加わってくれた。
そっか。じゃあ安心。だるみはだるみで頑張ればいいだけだね。ねえ、少しだけ元気づけてもらっていい？正直さ、痛くてしんどくて泣きそうなんだ。でもみんなと匠のためって思
God,
えば。
what is it now? Now she's fucking Morbin. Hello, Bear. Basically, you know, we saved Dotomi didn't die, but the rest of Second Class Defense Academy except Nozomi died. Because of a choice we made, and so me and Dotomi were trying to find a revival ritual. And part of the revival ritual we found was this sealed away beast of legend, and we ended up deciding to have Dotomi consume it as a part of her, so she can maybe make the tears that can supposedly revive people. And after this is how her body is transforming after having merged with that creature. Super cursed Miku. I can do it, huh? It's the first time anyone said something like that to me. Now I really gotta see this through. I'll try hard to endure the pain until it's over. Okay, I'm gonna rest up a little, then I'll see what this arm can do. That might give me some clues about the ruby tier. You'll figure it out, for sure. I know you can do this, Dotomi. Right. I decided to give Dotomi some space and went back to my own room for a while. In a way, I guess this is progress at least. I should have been the one Redstone fused with, but it's not like I can change anything by dwelling on that. Dotomi said she'd do her best to not get through it, or to get through it. All I can do is to be there for her when she needs me. She can do this. She can bring everyone back. I have to believe her. The more immediate problem is whether we can make it through our remaining battles without her. We'll all work something out. Dotomi's already doing her part. Now I have to do mine. Today's day 62, huh? I don't know when the next battle will be, but we can never start preparing too early for it. Now that I think about it, though, there's no commanders left except for Vecnus herself, and her power's off the charts. At her current level, we don't stand a chance. But then my thoughts were interrupted. The door? I wonder who'd want to talk to me this early. I opened the door to see who my visitor was. I'm sorry for spoiling your morning by inflicting my unsightly presence on you. Hey, Shoma, what's up? Well, we kind of have a problem on our hands. A problem? Sorry to bother you when you're so busy, but can you come to the cafeteria, like, right now? I don't really get it, but this sounds important. Okay, let's go. At times like this, I learned it was better to just see what was happening for myself than to stop and ask questions. I hurried over to the cafeteria with Shoma. Just who in the heck do you think you are, huh? The first thing that greeted me was when I got to the cafeteria was Takamari's voice, raised in anger. Huh? What? Where'd you get off saying dumb shit like that? Come on, Takemaru. Are you sure I'm the one who's acting stupid? Guys, it's too early for this. What's going on here? Takumi, thank goodness you're here. What's all this about Nozomi? Why are they fighting? It's my fault, really. I offered Eito some curry and... Don't talk crazy, Nozomi. It ain't your fault. He's the one who said I can't eat disgusting slop like that. She asked me a question and I gave her an honest answer. What's wrong with that? She was making a kind gesture, asshole. Ain't never heard of an olive branch before. And why exactly would I care? You loathsome creatures are free to guzzle down whatever kind of putrid trash you want, but that doesn't mean I have to eat it too. You little. This is exactly why none of us are ever gonna trust you. You say that like it's not a bad... you say that like it's a bad thing. Regardless of how you feel about me, you still need me. That's why you let me out in the first place. Please, you two, calm down. I'm sorry I even brought it up. Can't we just let it go? I think I'll be more comfortable eating in my cage from now on. Hey, don't you walk away from me. I guess we should have expected this. I'm sorry, I'm no help at all during a crisis. I couldn't even do a decent job of fading into the background. Damn it, this guy pisses me off so bad. I don't care what anyone says, he's gotta be the one who smashed up the garage. Garage? You're probably right, but we don't know for sure yet. I know he's helping us to make our numbers and all, to make up our numbers and all, but I still don't like him. Everyone watch your backs, okay? Ain't no way a guy like that will ever change. Yeah, I agree with you there. Sorry, Takumi. I only wanted to lighten the mood, but it backfired on me. It's not your fault, Nozomi. I'm grateful for you just for just trying. But I think we better keep our distance from Eito for the moment. Right, I'll be careful. The rest of us left Takemaru still quietly seething and went back to our rooms. Every time I turn around, there's a new problem to deal with. This is no time to stand around feeling sorry for myself, though. Dotami's figuring things out on her own, and hopefully Eito won't try anything so long as we're keeping an eye on him. In that case, the next best thing I can do is stay active and prepare for the next battle. Phew, today's finally over. Redstorm, Eito, Vecnus, the problems just keep piling up. It looks like we've managed to maintain the peace around here for now, but things are still tense. I need to come up with a solution for all of this. Everyone's counting on me. Okay, after this morning announcement, we are due for break here, gamers. Okay, first things first, I'll go check on Dotami. Then it's getting cut off. We're getting cut off by something, so you know what? Perfect timing. I will be back in a few minutes, gamers. I'm gonna get up, stretch, run some ads, and then we will continue to see what the fuck is about to happen. I think a battle? Is there a battle on day 63? Maybe. I don't remember. Regardless though, I will be RB. Alrighty, gamers, I return. Oh, shit. I minimized the fucking chat page. There we go. I can see everything again. Let us continue on here. I feel a sneeze coming. Okay, first things first, I'll go check on Dotamy, then I'll fucking lose my sneeze, god damn it. The alarm? I actually lost my sneeze, so pissed off. An enemy attack already? I better get to the war room. Alright, everyone, get fired up. It's defensive battle time. Well, obviously, why else would we be here? But aren't the commanders gone now? You said there were only 12 of them, didn't you, Takumi? Yeah, the one left should be Vecnus herself. And you're sure about that? Come on, man, we're trusting you here. If there's no commander, do we even need to let Eito out for this one? Let's not make our arrangement too one-sided. Do you think I'll keep helping you if you treat me like that? Come on, you guys. Can't you at least pretend to get along until the battle's over? By the way, has anyone seen Amamiya today? She's still sick. I don't think she'll be joining us. This has been going on for a while, huh? Maybe I should go check on her. Tatami basically only talks to Takumi now. I tried to call on her a while back, but she shut the door in my face. In your case, she probably sensed your impure intentions and took the appropriate actions. Who are you calling impure? If she's not getting any better, I might have to kill her and bring her back with a Revivomatic. Humanity's future is at stake here, after all. I know, but there's limits to what I'm willing to do to my own people. Besides, what Dotamy has wrong with her isn't something the Revivomatic can fix. She's been like this for a while now. It's not just a simple cold, is it? Takumi, you're the one who's been taking care of her all this time. Do you know what's wrong with her? All this time is exaggerating. So far, I know it's just a general ill kind of health. Or an ill health kind of thing. Blech. Maybe she's more comfortable talking to another girl. Should I maybe take over after this? I don't know about that. Oh man, they're all giving me those looks again. What now? Should I just bite the bullet and come clean? No, I can't do that. The team's suspicions are at an all-time high. Letting them know Dotamy has taken some kind of monster inside her right now would not end well. I've got no idea how Shide would react either. If he gets it into his head, he's more than capable of locking her up and doing terrible things to her. How much longer are we going to spend discussing someone who isn't even here? Don't we all have more important things to do? That's right. We have to focus on the battle. We can't let the invaders win. I can't believe I'm thinking this, but thank you, Eito. Let's get started then. The sooner we get this done, the better. I'm ready. I will kill lots of invaders for you. Glad to hear someone has the right attitude. Okay then, defensive battle initiate. Do 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 do.
たくさん攻めてきましたね。僕がゴミ虫だから楽勝だと思ったのかもしれません。
けど部隊長がいねえなら気が楽だぜ。
油断は禁物だよ。ベシネスが来るかもしれないんだし。
あいつが来ようと関係ねえ。気合でやり返せばいいだけだ。
気合でなんとかなると思ってるなんて醜くて暑苦しい上に頭も悪いんだね。
だとこれ。
Yep, they're doing this now. We've hit that point in the run.
何ですかこの声は。
あの雑魚連中が発してる声みたいっす。ど気持ち悪いっすね。
戦いたくない。こんなの嫌だ。あいつらベシネスに作られた戦闘用ペットでしょ。喋ることなんてできるの？お母さん。私の娘はどこ？
気にするのはやめましょう。とにかく今はこの学園を守ることだけを考えるわよ。
戦いたくない。やだ。
Skip this battle, please.
勝ったはいいけど、さっきの声気持ち悪かったね。
なんか不穏なことを言ってましたけど、僕たちを混乱させようとしてるだけなんですよね。
もちろんその通りだよ。敵の苦し紛れのか乱作戦だ。あんなの気にする必要ない。それよりまた進行性が迫ってるよ。
迫ってるよ。
いよ、なんなのそれ。
だから気を取られないで。相手のかく乱作戦なんだから。
音の発生源をぶっ殺せばいいだけです。私に任せてください。
Yippee! Another one down in the books. Is this one to put us over 800,000 BP? I'm not sure.
これで終わりか。はあ、ヴェシネスが出てこなくて一安心す。
けどいつかは必ず出てくるわ。その時に今の戦力で戦えるのかしらね。
増えたばっかの戦力もいつ敵に回るかわからねえしな。
あれ、僕はすごく頑張ってたと思うけど、もしかして見えてなかった？
もうやめろ。仲裁する元気もない。とにかく今日はもう戻って休むぞ。
Yeah, put us over 800,000. Fighting invaders without a commander leading them had been surprisingly easy. Not only that, but the battle had deflected suspicion away from me and Dotami for now. But this was only a brief reprieve. If I didn't do something soon, the truth would come out. Yeah, something. The only question was what. It was the day after the battle. Usually that meant we'd get to relax for a little while, but it looked like fate had other plans. What the? The Rash Nomadic's been destroyed? It seems we have another incident on our hands. Somebody smashed something up again? Even with my clairvoyance, I didn't see this coming. When I got here this morning, it was already like this. It's more or less the same pattern as last time. Quite the pickle if we find ourselves in here. I still have to wonder who's doing this and why. Come on, it's gotta be Eito. About time we face the facts and stop letting him run free. Next time, we could bring the it could be the Revival-matic that gets smashed up. Considering the machine gun we've got trained on it, I think that fixture is still pretty safe. Where is Eito? Shouldn't he be here? I haven't seen Eva today either. Mr. Aotsky's in the courtyard, with Eva keeping an eye on him. Both are in their cages, naturally. Well, we can't exactly call in an engineer here, so you guys will have to fix the machine yourselves. Start by assessing the damage, just like last time. Yeah, I guess that's really all we can do. What rotten luck. Eito's been nothing but trouble since we let him back on the team. Takumi, can I talk to you in private before we join the others? Huh? Oh, sure. While the rest of the team started laying the groundwork for repairing the Rash Nomatic, Hiriko and I stepped into the hallway. Oh, into a classroom now. Okay. So, what's so urgent that you had to talk to me about it right now? It seems like you were having trouble. You were having doubts, so I thought I should clear something up. Eito is the one behind this. That's a lot more convincing coming from you rather than Takemaru. I know you wouldn't say it without a good reason. Does that mean you have some kind of proof? The garage door was damaged the day after our defensive battle. I thought that it'd be best to prepare something similar in this time, and I set up a trap on all our doors. A trap? Perhaps that's too strong of a word. It was just a scrap of paper wedged under each door. Fucking Umineko. If the door opened at any point, it would dislodge the paper. This is just Umineko. Instead of being just wedged on the side of the door, it's wedged under the door. I set them up after everyone had gone to bed and checked them this morning before anyone got up. Wow, I didn't realize you'd been so busy, so the reason you're so sure about who did this. The cafeteria was still fine last night. The attack on it must have happened between then and this morning. And when I checked the doors, the only one where the paper had been moved was the one in Eito's cage. Well, this puts us in a tricky position. How does that even work in Eito's cage? It certainly does. Hiriko and I were probably thinking the same thing. It was like we were seeing our own doubts reflected back on each other's faces. From what you've told me, Eito can be a master schemer when he wants to be, so much he's fooled everyone in your future right up to the end. Yeah, his intelligence is top-notch, which makes this all the more confusing. All this random destruction seems a little too crude for him. You're right, it carries a considerable risk of him being found out without creating any real hindrance to our mission's success. I'm assuming he didn't hide or modify anything in the garage last time. No, nothing like that. If he really is the one responsible, I have no idea what he's trying to achieve. Eito's a smart guy. He's always had a reason for everything he does. He wouldn't cause some destruction here and there just to inconvenience us. That would be beneath him. If he wanted to sabotage us so we would lose the war, there was probably better ways of doing it. It doesn't seem like he's distracting us so he can tamper with the school's facilities either. He didn't do anything to the garage besides the surface damage, and it's probably the same in the cafeteria. More than anything, I don't get why he's so obvious about it. If he causes too much trouble, he's dead. Shide made that very clear. The way I see it, that just leaves one possibility. Does he actually want to get caught? Is he trying to make us suspect him? Again, I don't see why what he'd have to gain from that. But maybe there's some scenario where us pinning him as the culprit works out in his favor? I can't imagine what that might be, but it's the only explanation I can think of too. Just why is he doing all this? That's the question I kept coming back to. I suggest this between the two of us for now. Or keep this between the two of us now. Letting the others know will only cause more confusion. I think so too. Takamaru would probably fly off the handle and do something we'd all regret. Hideko and I went back to the others, and we all spent the day cleaning up the cafeteria. Sure enough, the ration-o-matic was no longer working, which didn't bode well. It looked like we'd be cooking for ourselves or getting by on preserved foods until it was fixed. Oh no, you have to cook. The horrors. The next day, Shide called us into the gym for a meeting. Given the state the cafeteria is in, I figured it'd be easier to do this here. Anyway, it's bad news. The ration-o-matic is going to take longer to repair than we initially thought. What? You're kidding? Oh, calm down. We've got enough reserve supplies that you're not going to starve. Plenty of preserved rations, too. And if we want anything better than that, we gotta make it ourselves? That sucks. We ain't got time for that. I could handle the cooking if you want, but it's gonna cost you. Taking money from your friends, Mr. Mariko? In that case, allow me to invite you to Shez Tsukumo, where everyone eats for free. We'll be happy to cook for everyone. Luckily, we've still got plenty of ketchup and mayonnaise. If it's gonna be your usual menu, I think I'll pass. I can only handle normal food. Not being able to use the ration-o-matic is really hurting us, huh? Of course, it doesn't matter to me since I only ever eat leftovers anyway. Ugh, screw this. And screw Eito. I gotta slug him one for putting us through all this hassle. Wait, did you call us all here today to finally tell us the culprit? That's important too, of course, but fixing the machine is the more immediate concern. There's a lot of parts we don't have any spares for, and even worse, we don't have the materials we'd need to make new ones. So you want us to go get the materials? Yep. If you split up and find what we need, I'll handle the rest. But I can't have you heading out all in one day and leaving the school undefended. So stick to nearby areas. Be ready to come back at a moment's notice. If anything happens, I'll contact you over the comms channel. Sounds like a lot of work, but if that's what it takes to fix the machine, I'm sure we can get through if we work together. I want this situation resolved as much as you do. A varied diet and proper nutrition are vital to your morale. Yeah, I'm gonna pass. Huh? What do you mean, Takemaru? Ain't no way we're gonna let Eito out for this, right? I better stay behind too. Someone's gotta keep an eye on him so he don't cause any more trouble. I wouldn't feel right just leaving him with Eva. Well, if you're volunteering to guard him, I won't say no. The rest is up to you, Sumino. Take it away. Got it. Let's get out there and find those materials. I couldn't help feeling that getting all of us off school grounds was what Eito wanted all along. It wouldn't be hard for him to predict that Takemaru or one of the others would want to stay behind either. Was this just his real goal? Somehow I didn't think so. So then what was he trying to do? For now, I'll just have to hope this doesn't blow up in my face. The rest of the team and I headed out, split into groups, and began searching for materials. We did like Shide said and didn't wander too far. Our first stop was a wooded area fairly close to the school. Okay, you go that way, I'll go over here. Sure, let's do this. Next, we walked to the coast, hoping to find something useful there. Have you finished your area yet, Takumi? No, not yet. I'm still looking to see if anything's washed up over here. Little by little, we went through the surrounding area, trying to cover as much ground as possible. We kept up the search over the next few days. Dotomi, how are you doing? I would like to check on Dotomi.
So?
Thanks to our systematic approach, we were able to make some good progress getting hold of the materials Shide had asked for. Before leaving that morning, I decided to look in on Dotomi. Thank you, Takumi. Wow, so that's what's going on outside. Sorry, I'm just lying here in bed while you're all working so hard. It's fine. I know you're working hard too in your own way. It might be a while until I can bring you any decent meals again, but hopefully it won't be too long. That's okay. I'll manage. I think my sense of taste has changed again. I can enjoy stuff that isn't made of paper a lot more than before now. It'll all be fine once the machine is fixed, so try not to worry. You're the only one I'm worried about, Takumi. You'd better not be taking everyone's burdens on yourself again. Look who's talking. Anyway, I've got to get back to work. You're still recovering, so take it easy, alright? Sure, sure. I'll be a good girl and lay here nice and quiet. After saying goodbye to Dotami, I spent another day outside looking for materials. It's nice. Well, I better get up. I've got another day of searching ahead. We've almost got all the materials we need. This is the final stretch. We're so close to being done. Try as I might, I couldn't psych myself up at all that much. 5 days of living on preserved foods would do that to a person. I never really appreciated how much appetite affected my motivation before. I've got to tough it out a little longer. We should have everything we need by the end of the day. Then we just have to fix the Rationomatic and everything will be fine. I met up with the rest of the team and we headed out on what I hoped to be a successful material gathering mission. Here we are. Yet another morning. Shocked that wasn't forced exploration. Thank fuck. 5 days on preserved foods. Oh no. Sometimes I ate preserved foods 5 days in a row because I wanted to. There was a period of my life where I just fucking loved canned tuna. I would eat canned tuna every fucking day. I was like, this shit is the bomb. Like, you know, it's not that bad, Takumi. All this walking around day after day is starting to catch up with me, but I'll get it finished today for sure. This is the final stretch. It means this time, but first I'll go see how Dotami's doing. Holy shit, this just made me suddenly have a spontaneous craving for chili. Oh my god. I don't know why I went from like tuna cans to chili in my brain. I don't know where that connection came from, but holy shit, I want chili so bad right now, actually. That sounds fucking so good. Holy shit. Morning, Sumino. Thanks for all your hard work these past few days. Here he is again, appearing in my room without knocking or even opening the door. I'm tired and busy. What do you want? I just happened to overhear you talking to yourself, you see. You said you were going to go see how Dotami's doing, right? Huh? You said it yourself. You're busy with collecting all those important materials right now. Why not let someone else take care of Amamiya? We could let Eva do it, or I can look into her myself if you want. Look in on her myself. No, that's okay. It's really no trouble, and I think Dotami prefers it this way too. You two have gotten pretty close, so I guess you'd know. This sickness of hers has been going on for a while, though. Is there some kind of psychological aspect to it? It's not like the stress of battle was too much for her, so she decided to just sit out of it for now on or anything. Don't underestimate her. It may not look like it, but Dotami's fighting her own battle, and she's fighting with all her might. Against her condition, I mean. Please, just let me handle Dotami. If she doesn't get better soon, I'll take responsibility and work something out. Well, if that's what our time-traveling team leader wants, who am I to argue? I'm happy to leave this in your hands so long as things remain quiet. But the final battle is getting closer. I want her to fight again sooner or later, whether she's feeling up for it or not. Right, I understand. Was that everything? Because I really need to get started on the day. We're so close to getting all the stuff you need. And if we don't get the Rationomatic fix soon, our morale is going to get lower and lower. Yeah, about that. I'm afraid we've run into a teensy little problem. Another one? It turns out the parts I originally had in mind aren't going to be enough to fix the machine. Huh? But don't worry, we've already found something that can serve as a substitute for the extra metallic parts we need. One of the team happened to find it by chance. We know where it is, and the thing itself isn't all that big. The only problem is that it's a pretty long way from here. You'll have to lead a team on a little expedition to retrieve it. An expedition? I spoke too soon? In addition to you, I've also asked Shizuhara and Kawana. They both agreed to it. And of course, you're not going to refuse either, are you? No, anything to get the machine working and everyone eating right away. Or right again. If it's too much for you, I can check in on Amamiya and... Nope, it's fine. I'll do that too. I'll handle all of it. Somehow, I knew you'd say that. It's all on you then. Long distance mission, huh? Not only that, but Shide is more suspicious of me now than ever. That was really a close one just now. No use in worrying about the future. All I can do is find this substitute material. After a quick look in on Dotami, I met up with Hideko and Tsubasa and left on our mission. Since we were going farther away, we decided to travel in our class armor. We walked for almost half a day. Finally, we reached our destination and began searching for the material Shide had asked for. Okay, never mind. I'm pogging. Here, over here, guys. I found it. Ugh, what a relief. We didn't take the car? Or the bus? This took longer than I was expecting. It's almost nightfall. Between the journey here and all the searching, I'm feeling really drained. I know, but we still have stuff to do. Let's hurry and get this back to the school. Right now? Can't we take a little break first? No, it's too risky. What's going on, Takumi? What are you so worried about? First of all, do you think all of this stuff about suddenly needing extra parts is true? Huh? Of course it's true. I'm the one who noticed we'd need more. Why are you even asking? Well, you suspect Shide is scheming something, that he had some ulterior motive to getting you away from the academy for a while. Or, sorry, I was doing the Shide voice there. Isn't that right? Oh, are you worried about Dotami? Wait, are the rumors about you two true? What rumors? Kaku said you and Dotami have been, doing stuff together. Are you afraid Shide is going to find something to prove it? We haven't been doing anything. Don't believe that stuff. I'm so slugging Gaku for this one later. I wouldn't mind so much of it if if any of it was halfway true. Putting all that aside, I'm glad we'll finally be able to get some real food now. The stripped back menu is really starting to get me down. You've been feeling it too, Hideko? I'm a little surprised. Why? Did you think I was some kind of heartless robot? No, of course not. I mean, I wouldn't go that far. At any rate, we've got what we came here for. We can take it slow if you want, but let's at least get moved. I received a sudden blow out of nowhere, and then everything went black. I had no idea what was going on. The next thing I knew, I was lying on the ground with a dull pain running through every inch of my body. Gradually, it dawned on me that someone must have hit me. Around the same time, my vision started to come back, and I saw that person standing over me. Oh, yo, what's up, Vecnus? Sorry, fucking, at least ask, just say hi before you fucking kick me. Vecnus, what are you doing here? Uh-huh, you took my attack head on, but you're still conscious. I'd meant to swat you like a fly. You must have gotten a little stronger. Ugh. Wait, where are Hideko and Tsubasa? Remembering my friends, I slowly craned my neck to look around. What happened? The girls had also taken a lot of damage. They were just barely standing on their feet. Now then, I believe you asked why I'm here. I happened to hear that you vile invaders were wandering around this area. Leaving the safety of your nest without the proper defenses? You really should have known better. Damn it. Why are we so focused? Oh, we were so focused on the search we forgot to watch our backs. I just run out of worthy warriors on my side to devour too. I thought I was going to have to storm your base and pick you off one by one. How nice of you to save me the trouble by splitting up all on your own. Vecnus began walking toward me, slowly but deliberately, like a predator closing in on his prey. No, I can't die here. Even after coming back to the past, there's still so much I need to do. First, I'll have a taste of your blood. You should be honored. You get to become one of my... You get to become one with my superior self. Ugh. And then Dotami showed up, but just when I was about to give up hope, I heard footsteps. Plural? Fast, heavy footsteps getting louder and louder. Okay, maybe singular? Someone was coming this way. Dotami still, for sure? Yep. Alright, just full on arm.
仲間のピンチにさっそうと駆けつけるとかだるみに似合わないムーブだもんねけど身を挺して助けに入ったらそのままあっさり惨殺されるコースならありじゃない
なんだ貴様は貴様もわざわざ食われに来たのかいや待てなんだその異常な腕は
なんだと思うたたり神に呪われちゃったのかもねこの腕に興味あるだるみのこの力が欲しいだったらまずは条件を聞かせてよ条件次第ってことで
Okay, she's having her moment.
つくか決めるから
は
ごめんたくみやっぱかっこよく仲間を救うとかだるみらしくないからだるみらしく裏切らせてもらうよ
Uh-huh. This is just a bait though, right? Because Dotami's, acting?
冗談なんかじゃないよのもけばで変わったのは体質だけじゃなくてだるみの思想もみたいなんだよね
思想も
この力を使うなら弱者のためなんかじゃなくてより強者のためにってね
何言ってるんだ嘘だろ
なんだ何を揉めている貴様偉大なる私の側につきたいのか
そうそう、ダルミ的にはベシネス様の目的とかもっと掘り下げてみたいな。それと
She's baiting, surely.
強さ見ればわかるだろう。変身せずとも貴様らを蹂躙した私だぞ。
でもさ、ほら、やっぱいろいろ気になんじゃん。例えば毒には耐性があるのかとか。
毒？貴様何を言って。
And then how'd you do that, Dotami? All of a sudden, Vecnus began choking and spluttering.
ダルミがチュルそうだから油断した。この腕で毒も作れるなんて大発見。あ、ちなみにこっちが風上でそっちが風下ね。これ地上からっぽいセリフじゃない？
貴様
Okay, pretty based.
この私を測ったのか。
ダルミが調べた中で一番強い毒を分泌したのになかなかしぶといね。
おのれ貴様。
Vecnus began backing away, then with one mighty leap, she was gone. There was silence, and the four of us were left alone. Ugh, I can't believe that worked. Dotami heaved a sigh of relief. Dotami! And then she teetered backwards and fell to the ground. Dotami, are you okay? Yo, I'm Pete. I think I'm gonna be laid up for a while. Or I'm gonna be laid up for a while after this. Don't worry about the poison gas, by the way. I sucked it all back up into my Retsnom arm. They didn't edit her CG, though, to have her arm be Retsnommed. It's fine. I don't care about that. Are you... What exactly are you two talking about? Ooh, what's going on with your arm? That's not just some funky body paint, right? It's okay. You can tell us later. For now, let's just get her back to the academy. I don't really get what's going on, but thanks for saving us, Dotami. Oh, seriously, don't mention it. It's not like me to be this nice. You're wrong. If you ask me, this was the classic Dotami move. We began our return journey through the ruins and wastelands, carrying Dotami the whole day. By the time Last Defense Academy came into view, the sun had already been up for a while. Does this mean no attack on day 73? Shade must have noticed something had gone wrong. He was there to greet us when we got back. We barely had any time to rest before he called us all to the gym for another meeting. So, Amamiya's sitting this one out in her room. Yeah, she was sleeping when we left her. She looked like she was in a lot of pain, though. Alright, then let's cut right to the chase. Sumino, care to explain what's going on here? Everyone's eyes were focused squarely on me. This isn't even everyone. This was it. Now things had reached this point. I couldn't go on hiding the truth. Why is Eito here, but not like Shoma, the twins, Nozomi? What's going on? Alright, I'll tell you, but it's a long story. It all started when we learned about a creature called Retsnom. I told everyone everything Dotami and I had been doing together, about how Dotami had fused with Retsnom, and how if she could create a Ruby tier, the team from Second to Last Defense Academy could be revived. Of course, I also had to tell them about the strange and unpredictable changes Dotami was going through. When I was finally done, the first one to speak was Nozomi. Oh, she is here! Oh, they're all here! Never mind. They were just off screen for a moment. You're bringing them back? You can really do that? If you can do that, that'd be huge. But that's an if. That's if the legends about the Ruby tier are true, right? And even if they are, it still depends on whether Miss Amamiya can figure out how to actually make it. When you put it like that, the chances seem rather slim. But isn't it worth trying anyway? I mean, if it works, things will be so much better for all of us. Now, hold on a minute. I'm not really ready to buy into this legend stuff yet. I'm more interested in why you brought some weird monster into the school without telling us. I'm sorry. I didn't know if it was going to work, and I didn't want to worry you. But no matter how risky it was or how slim the chances were, I had to try it. If there was even the smallest chance of bringing the others back, I had to take it. You've really felt terrible about leaving them all behind all this time, haven't you? Yeah, I never stopped feeling guilty that I let them die. I'm sorry, you've been suffering too, and I said all those horrible things to you. It's okay, I'm the one who made the choice that led to their deaths. There's no getting away from that. It's not gonna do much good if Dotami keels over and we're left up a creek. Seriously, you could have at least told us you were gonna try this crazy shit. I know, I am really sorry. It's not your fault, Takumi. This just means everyone else hadn't proven themselves worthy of your trust. You trying to pin the blame on us now? Give it a rest, Eito. If you're going to try to sow some discord among us, that's so many buzzwords, I'd prefer you just keep quiet. As you wish. I already decided whose side I'm on a long time ago, after all. Huh? It's got nothing to do with you, Takumi. Anyway, I'll go back to my cage and let all of you talk this out in peace. Without another word, Eito left the gym, acting for all the world like he was... acting for all the world like he was the one in charge. Is it alright to let him leave like that? Should I go after him? Nah, let him go. He'd only try to make things worse anyway. Getting back on track, I don't think this is something we can pass judgment on right away. We need to see if Takumi's information pans out first. Right, I'm sorry to dump this all on you at once, but the Undying Flame Boy has been doing research too, so... The solution here is perfectly simple. We just have to activate the bomb inside Amamiya and kill her. Huh? Hey, were you listening just now? Oh, I was listening. You let yourself be swayed by an invader's trickery and allowed a dangerous parasitic life form to fuse with one of my soldiers. Where's your proof that this isn't a trap? How do you know Amamiya isn't under the invader's control? I can't take those kind of risks. First off, I'm killing her to see if it'll reset the changes. But this could be our chance to bring the others back. Okay, but we already know that from a different timeline, like the database of your DNA updates. So like by this point, the DNA of Red Storm is for sure in Dotami. So it's just going to come back with her. Oh, you've got to go on our musty old legends, and not even decent human legends, but the ones that come from them. Them? Never mind. The point is, Amamiya has become a liability. For the sake of humanity's future, she has to be eliminated. Shanae, are you serious? If you really think Dotami's dangerous, can't we just lock her up instead? No, that won't do. I've got to think of what we'll do if killing her doesn't fix the problem, too. Either way, she's going to boom right here, right now. Wait, can we talk about this? Absolutely not. Humanity's victory takes priority. No. The thing I was most afraid of is about to happen, and there's nothing I can do. This is the whole reason I kept quiet. This is exactly the kind of situation I wanted to avoid. I have to stop Shide. I can't let him do this. If I defy him, he'll probably blow me up as well. And he can change the settings on the Revive-O-Medic and refuse to bring me back like he did with Eito. He's always had the option to do that, but I can't just let him kill Dotami. Before I could do anything, though, somebody else stepped in and took action. Like, correct decision, wrong person. Fuck you, Eito. Ishide did not want this. Why the library have the future of literature? Yeah, this is on him. He's dumb. I guess he didn't expect us to be able to read it, but like even then, why bother taking that risk? Oh, fuck. For a moment, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Eito had brought out his class weapon and stabbed Shide with it. So long. And a moment later... Boom! A vicious explosion echoed through the gym as the bomb inside Eito was detonated. Oh yeah, he needs Shide's approval to revive him. Eito, why did you do this? Why? Why? Eito, what the fuck? Oh, does she not look like a monster to you anymore? Oh. Interesting side effect. Okay, Eito in his hat arc right now. Eito's disorder made him see people as hideous monsters, but not Dotami? This must have been back when she was going out at night so no one would see how much pain she was in. If Redstone fused with her so much at that point that she was no longer human, then maybe that meant Eito would just see her as just a normal person. It would have been the first time in his life he'd seen a person as they really were.
僕は彼女に一瞬で心を奪われたよ。
Crazy.
助けたいって
Crazy.
思ったんだ。
Ato sees one pretty person and is like, ah, time to kill myself for them.
学園内のあちこちを壊して回っていたのも。
ああ、司令やみんなの注意を犯人である僕に向けさせるためだよ。彼女が疑いをかけられていたのを放っておけなかったんだ。
んだよそれ。
かばい方が下手なのは認めるよ。他人をかばうなんて初めてだからね。
お前。
そろそろ静かにしてくれないか。僕はもう死ぬからさ。死ぬ間際くらい綺麗なものを思い出していたいんだ。それを僕は守れたんだって。
He dead? Yeah. The corpse recovery drone isn't coming. It won't now that Shire's gone. Guess he wasn't bluffing about that. So Ito is really dead now? He's never coming back? He just had to die in the coolest possible way too. He hated us right until the end, but he had guts. And in his own way, he did what he thought was right. As for Shine, he's broken beyond repair. We won't have to worry about killing Dotami now, but are we going to be okay without him? We'll work something out. I spent most of my last timeline without him. We can do it again. We'd better clean all this up. We still have to fix the Rationomatic too. Yeah. I will help in any way I can. Give me your orders and I will obey. We divided up and set about dealing with the aftermath of the conflict. Eva attended to Shire's remains while I took Ato's body and buried him in the schoolyard. Tsubasa, meanwhile, got back to work on repairing the Rationomatic. While we were working, nobody spoke all that much. Ato's last moments had left an impression on all of us. He'd been a traitor, but he'd given his life for a good cause. I don't think any of us knew how to feel about him anymore. Okay, pretty good development. Ato killed himself, and it didn't troll anybody else. The next morning, I went to Dotami's room and told her all about what had happened. Wow, Ato did that? I didn't think he had it in him. Yeah, he surprised all of us. And now, everyone knows about my arm and everything, even though my CG isn't upgraded. Yeah, I'm sorry, I had to tell them. But don't worry, I'm sure we can work something out. You could have told them this was all my idea. They would then nobody would get mad at you. You really are too honest for your own good, Takumi. You're giving me too much credit. It's a pity about Shide. I know he wasn't exactly nice, but I kind of like the little guy. Well, I guess this is my own fault for rushing off and saving you all on my own. I'm glad you did. If you hadn't been there, I'd have been done for. Nah, you'd have tapped into some kind of latent power and gotten through it. You didn't need me. That's not true. How did you know we were in trouble back then anyway? I had some kind of vision. More like redstone powers, I guess. Then I ran as fast as I could, whipped up the poison, and you know the rest. Huh, I guess I used up a little too much energy doing all that stuff at once. I can barely even move. It's like my battery's right down to 1%. Well, you can relax now. Everything's gonna be fine, so just get some rest. Sure, I think I'm gonna be sleeping for even longer this time, so don't freak out, okay? Dotami let out a gentle sigh and closed her eyes. I still had a lot of doubts about whether our plan would work and whether the ruby tier would really be ready in time. But what concerned me the most of all was whether Dotami herself would be okay. I better go find the others so we can discuss what to... Yep. What? Another attack? It's not Vecnus this time, right? Even if it is, I still have to fight. It's our turn to keep Dotami safe. I took off at a run and rushed in the direction of the war room. Is everyone here? The battle's about to start. What about Dotami? She can't even move. Says she used up too much power saving us before. So we gotta do this without her, Eito or Shide? That's just how it goes. We fight or we die, same as ever. Vecnus isn't gonna show up this time, right? I don't think I can handle fighting her again so soon. We won't know until we get out there, but whatever happens, I'm sure we can get through it. That's right. No matter how hard it gets, we have to do this. If we all work together, I know we can win. Let's do this, everyone. Defensive battle initiate. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
こっちうようよいるじゃねえか。
たくさん新構成をぶっ殺せますね。さあどんどんぶっ殺しましょう。
ひとまずベシネスもいないみたいだしね。
まだ後で出てくるかもしれないけどね。
だとしても気合だ。気合で負けてたら話になんねえぞ。
はい、気合です。
ほら、そっちのクソビビリ先輩も。
Mr. Wussy Baby. Oh yeah, thank you, Emma. Do 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 skipping battle. Yippee!
今ので全部ですね。片付いてよかったです。っていうか、あの声って本当に何なの？薄気味悪いんだけど。声を発そうと関係ありません。新構成はぶっ殺すだけです。
そうね。イバーの言う通りよ。敵の策略に惑わされてる場合じゃないわ。
そうだね。あの声は無視だよ。わからないことを考えても仕方ないし。
それよりみんな、また敵が集まってきてるよ。
行くっすよ、クソチビリ先輩。
ちびってねえよ。
Gaku lying through his teeth. Do 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 do. Yippee!
これで本当に終わりみたいだよ。
ベシネスはいなかったか。マジでよかった。
きっと雨宮さんの毒でまだ苦しんでるんじゃないかな。
けどやっぱり戦力が減ったのは痛手ね。先が思いやられるわ。
僕もずっとぼっちだったので、数の差に絶望する気持ちはよくわかります。
まあとりあえず今日はもう休むっさ。自分も妹ちゃんの腕枕で寝るんで。
しないよ。やめてよ、も
う。腕枕が必要な場合は私に命令してください。
Alright.
皆さんのためなら
Thank you, Eva. Very cool.
あ、じゃあ。
ダメだよ、マルコ。
ダメだね。
絶対に。
ダメよ、ダメなのよ。And so another defensive battle came to an end. We barely made it through this by the skin of our teeth. We might not be so lucky next time. All of our hopes were riding on Dotami and the Ruby tier now. The next morning, we heard that the ration-o-matic had been fixed and hurried to the cafeteria to try it out.
Oh.
Sweet, we can finally get some decent food around here. Thank you so much, Tsubasa. You must be exhausted doing all of this right after a battle. Nah, not really. Shide did most of the work. I just had to finish it off. I can't wait. I'm gonna get some burgers and fries and chicken nuggets and... Your palate is about as sophisticated as a third grader's. Shut up. Let me like what I like. Everyone was in much better mood now. There would never be a better time to say this. Hey guys, I wanted to apologize again for the stuff with Dotami and Retsnom. I had my reasons, but I realized it was wrong of me to keep this secret from you. For that, I'm truly sorry. I bowed my head. It's like you said, you had your reasons. You were doing it to bring back Moko and the others. I'm not about to blame you for that. I probably would have done the same. Putting aside the issue of whether or not this will work, your intentions were noble. I can't fault you there. The problem is that you carried out such a high-risk plan without informing us. I can see why he kept it a secret, though. Look what happened when Shide found out. Well, what's done is done. Let's put it behind us and move on. Thanks, and again, sorry. But are we sure Dodomi's okay? She's not secretly being taken over by the invaders like Shide said? I doubt it. Vecnus is just as surprised as us when she saw Dodomi's arm. What even is Retsnom? You and Dodomi haven't been able to work that out yet, right? Oh, sorry, that probably sounded really creepy and unsettling, didn't it? We haven't, but before I could go on... Yo, what's up, Shion? I'm sorry, FB. I'm sorry, question mark. Sorry to butt in. Oh, a ghost! No, I think this is... You're the one from the inside the defense room? The person we're all risking our lives for. So you're him, huh? I'm sorry to surprise you all like this, but I couldn't keep quiet for any longer. Something's happened to Shide, hasn't it? Please, I'd like to know what's going on. Right, I guess we owe you that much. I knew I'd have to tell the ghost boy at this point. Tell the ghost boy about this at some point. He had a right to know. And it looked like the time had come. I gave him a summary of what had gone down in the last couple of days. I see, so Shide's gone. I had a feeling he was. Sorry, none of us had any idea Eito was going to do that. You did what you had to do. I'm gonna miss him, though. The sadness in the ghost boy's face made it clear that Shide had been important to him. Just how important or in what way, we might never know. Anyway, you're all here today to talk about Retsnom, right? I was hoping I could join you. I've been continuing my research and I've uncovered some new information. You have? Do you know what Retsnom is now, or if it can really revive people? To be frank, I still don't know. Huh? It's strange. I feel like the more I read about it, the less sure of myself I am. Each document I examine seems to tell a different story. Some call Retsnom an angel sent from heaven, others liken it to a demon from hell. A demon? For some people, its abilities were easy to be praised, or were something to be praised and venerated, but they could just as easily be thought of as a curse. Some sources even disagree on whether it's a real creature or just a metaphor. So, the legends about it bringing people back from the dead? Some treat it like a miracle, others like an abomination. There's no way to tell which is true. I even read about the dead coming back as vicious monsters. Like zombies or something? For real? There is one thing I'm sure of, though. Lots of people fought and died over the right to possess Retsnom, which eventually led to it being sealed away. Okay, good. Thanks. Everyone, now that you've heard that, I want you all to think about this. Consider what Retsnom is and its present... What Retsnom is and its presence means... And what its presence means to you, I guess. That's a bit weird way of wording it. And if we decide we don't want it here no more, what's that mean for Dotomi? I haven't thought that far ahead yet, but we'll figure something out. Let's call it a day here. This is important. Give it some time and consideration that it deserves. With that, our morning meeting broke up. I went back to my room and thought over the situation some more. Thinking about it didn't make it any clearer. I already knew what I had to do. Dotomi was going through hell, and she was doing it for us. Whatever else happened, I wouldn't abandon her. After the morning announcement played, I went to see how Dotomi was doing. Her door was unlocked. I slipped in quietly. Looks like she's still sleeping. She hadn't touched the food I put out there yesterday. She must have slept through the entire day. I guess all I can do is keep checking on her now and then. Sorry, Dotomi. I'll be back later. I headed back out and left Dotomi to rest. Just as I was leaving Dotomi's room, I ran into Nozomi and Shoma. Good morning, Takumi. Looking in on Dotomi. If there's anything I can do to help with her, just let me know. You probably won't want me infecting her with my morbid incompetence, though. I'll let you know if I think of anything. I'm sure Dotomi will appreciate it, too. That said, she's still not comfortable being herself around others. If she's going to keep up her act, it'll probably be easier for everyone if I'm the only one who has contact with her. After what you told us yesterday, I spent the evening thinking it all through. And I'm still on board with your plan. I'll support you and Dotomi any way I can. It's my old team you're working so hard to bring back, after all. Well, we wouldn't need to do any of this if I hadn't gotten them killed in the first place. And there's still no guarantee that we'll actually pull it off. But if there's even a chance that we still can save them, I think we owe it to them to try. I think so too. I think what you two are doing is inspiring. If we tried to stop you or get rid of Red Storm now, I know we'd regret it later. It might not be especially profound, but that's how I feel. That's more than enough. Thanks, Shoma. What about the others, though? Are they still thinking about it? Seems that way. Hopefully they'll come around, given enough time. Everyone's bound to have different stances, especially with something this important. But I don't think anyone will blame you for wanting to help. I know, even if they did, I still see where they're coming from. So, what should we do now? Dodome's got Red Storm covered. She's working through it in her own way. As for the others, I don't think pressuring them into a decision will do any good. Then all we can do for now is wait. Yeah, the others will talk to us when they're ready. We just have to give them some time. I thanked Nozomi and Shoma again and went back to my room. I waited, but no one else came to see me that day. You know, I just thought of something I wanted to check. Hold on. Check it after the morning announcement. Now that I've met the requisites for Story Lock 1, how does it look? Okay, so it still looks locked, but we do have all the prerequisites, so it doesn't unlock until you go back, presumably. Everyone's still alive here. Yeah, okay. Everyone's still alive there. The next morning, I looked in on Dotami again. She still hadn't stirred. After that, I headed for the library, hoping to run into the ghost boy again. Ah, hello, Takumi. Hey, I thought you might be here, but you weren't expecting to see the rest of us, right? We were just discussing the whole Dotami Red Storm issue. Oh, I see. Sorry to interrupt. I'll let you talk in peace. No, it's fine. We've already come to a conclusion. We were just about to come find you and tell you what we decided. Oh, okay. Before that, there's still something we wanted to ask you. If things keep going the way they are now, what's going to happen to Dotami? That's a good question. What we were hoping for was for Dotami to become more like Red Storm until she was capable of creating a ruby tier. But what about after that? The old man never told us anything about that. From the look of it, you don't know either. In all the sources I've checked so far, there's no record of Red Storm fusing with another being before. But you knew this process would be dangerous. You knew that, but you did it anyway? Yeah, I guess I did. I'm not condemning your reasons for doing all this. I hope you know that. I'm trying to find a way to bring the other team back. Trying to find a way to bring the other team back is a good cause, and if it could really help us all in the long run. You're far too kind, sister dearest. As for me, I'm so mad that you hid the truth from us, even more so because this isn't the first time. I know, I really am sorry. Don't be mean, brother dearest. Takumi's already apologized. What else do you want? Even if we all agree bringing those guys back would be a good thing, not knowing how all of it's going to work out is kind of scary. I figured we should put it all on hold until we knew more, but then this guy showed up and said he'd help out with the research. That's right, I'll spend even more time in here from now on to find out everything I can about Red Storm. Are you sure that you're okay to do that? I'm the only one who can read this strange language after all. Thanks, that's going to be a huge help. There are too many unknowns when it comes to Red Storm right now. We wanted some way to reduce the risks if we're going to get on board. And the ghost boy promising to do more research pretty much fulfilled that condition. Who knows? He may even find more reliable revival method along the way. I'm happy to help in any way I can. We're all in this together. The only reason I stayed hidden so much up until now is because Shide told me to. But now that he's gone, well, thank you. We really appreciate it. You've probably guessed our decision by now. We're on board with your and Dotami's plan, but only provisionally. That's good enough for me. Thanks, all of you. It's him you should be thanking. We wouldn't have agreed to this if it wasn't for him. I didn't really do anything special, but I'm glad I was able to help a little. More than a little, you guys are the best team a guy could ask for. I'll come by to help out with your research now and then too. Let's get through this together. Together. I like that. Don't forget to show proper gratitude for my dear sister's magnanimous attitude. You really don't have to. No, I'm grateful to all of you. I'll say it as many times as I want. Thanking all three, no, 4 of them again, I left the library. I went back to my room to think and wait things out. Not everyone had come to a decision yet, but nobody else came to talk to me that day. Hideko and Gaku called me into the classroom on the 3rd floor. They were both looking pretty intense. Take a seat, Takumi. Okay, it's unusual to see you two teaming up. I know, right? That's just how weird things have gotten. As I'm sure you've realized, we want to talk to you about Dotami. You've probably guessed that what we're going to say as well. We're opposed to using Redstone. If it is causing some If it was something we could control better, I wouldn't have so much trouble with it. But that creature was sealed away for a reason, and if no one has ever survived to leave a detailed account of it, that's proof, if proof be needed, that Restom is not something to be trifled with. Plus, there's no way we can really bring back the dead. The Revivomatic's a special case. Even if this actually works, you might bring those guys back as freaky zombies or something. And it all just sounds way more trouble than it's worth. Heck, knowing Dotami, she's probably hoping that that's what'll happen. That's not true. She's not as bad as you think she is. Anyway, me and Hideko both agree. Messing around with Restom is a bad idea. I'm sure you're desperately trying to think of a way to persuade us to reconsider, but there's no need for that. What? The problem here isn't how we feel about Restom, but what we're going to do about it. It's already fused with Dotami, so we can't exactly tell you back off now. We're not about to insist on killing or exiling one of our own either. In other words, even if we are opposed to your plan, trying to protest at this point won't get us anywhere. We don't like it, but there's really nothing we can do about it. Does that mean you weren't acting purely out of your own self-interest? You were trying to protect the school. I'm not so petty that I deny you the credit you deserve for that. So basically, we don't support your plan, but we're not going to do anything to stop it either. Sorry again, and thanks. Just bear in mind, we're still against it. And if something does go wrong, all bets are off. Depending on how events unfold, our position could change at any time. Okay, I'll remember that. I promise I'll find a way to take responsibility for any kind of trouble this might cause. Sounds good. Just don't go tripping too many death flags. Were we the last holdouts, or is anyone else you need to talk to? Apart from Eva, there's just one person left. I'd have to wait for him to come to me. We couldn't move forward until everyone had their say. But then, as if on cue, the man himself stepped through the door. Takamaru? Yo, Takami, if you're done with these guys, mind if we dock next? Huh? Yeah, sure. Let's go somewhere else then. Follow me. Takamaru and I left the classroom and went into the schoolyard together. You said you wanted to talk? I guess it's about Restom. Takamaru kept his back to me as he replied. Yeah, it's about Restom, and about you and Dotami too. I've been doing a lot of thinking, and I still got no idea how to feel about all this. For, against, somewhere in between, I've come to all kinds of angles, and it's got me nowhere. There's only one way I know how to deal with a problem this bad. With that, Takamaru's finally turned to face me. We'll settle this with our fists. What? You want to fight me? Why? Weighing benefits against risks and all that crap ain't my style, so I'm gonna go with my gut. And how do guys figure out what their guts telling them? It's gotta be with a throwdown. Does it though? There's gotta be other ways. Shut it, man. This is a time for action, not words. Come at me. Ugh, fine. If that's what it takes, here I come. Abandoning all reason and going with our guts, instead, Takamaru and I began an impromptu fist fight in the middle of the schoolyard. Oh shit. I spilled my lemonade all over myself. Oh, fuck me. Well, we're due for break, so I guess that's a good time to pause while I fucking change my shirt. God damn it. Fuck. Not even intentional. But we are just due for break. That's crazy. Well, gamers, I guess I'll be back in a few minutes and we'll continue on this route. But for now, I will BRB. Alrighty, gamers, our return. Let us continue on here. Maybe we'll finish the route in the next hour. Maybe not. It's gonna be kind of close. You pack a real punch, you know that? Is it time to stop yet? I don't think I can stay on my feet much longer. Yeah, sure. I got a pretty good idea of how strong your determination is now. Don't lose sight of that, and don't even think about going soft on me. Right, I guess our fight's over then. Thank goodness. I thought we were going to have to keep up at this until one of us passed out. A man's got to stick to his guns, you know? You gotta be the one to solve your own problems. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy to help out, but ultimately it all comes down to you. So whatever happens with Dadami and Redsnom and all that stuff, it's gonna be your responsibility to deal with it. You better be prepared. I am. I have been from the very start. Alright, then what do you say we go grab a bite to eat? Now that the rationomatic's fixed, we can get anything we want. Nothing like a good meal after a fight to help you refuel. Fine, but nothing tough or chewy, okay? The inside of my mouth still hurts from when you gave me that right hook. Takamoto and I went to the cafeteria for our post-fight meal. There weren't a lot of textures or flavors we could handle in our current state, and in the end we settled for cold soba noodles. I finally heard everyone's opinions on our plan. Some support it, some oppose it, but are willing to let it go forward. Pretty much everyone criticized it in some way. It's really making me appreciate them all that much more. I went to bed that night filled with an odd mixture of affection for my friends and lingering pain from my fistfight. Another morning's here. I'll go look at Nondotomy and then... Huh? Pretty early for someone to be coming to see me. I wonder who it is. I ambled over to the door and opened it to see who was there. Surprise! Dotomy's back and better than ever. Dotomy, you're really better now? Just like that? Yeah, betcha. It's almost like I've gotten a huge power boost after recovering from a near-death injury. Guess I'm finally used to controlling my redstone body. Check it out, my arm's back to normal too. Oh? Dotomy held out her arm for inspection. Sure enough, it looked like a normal human arm again. I'm not even in pain anymore. Everything's coming up, Dotomy. Wow, that really is good news. You've been sleeping so long, I was started to worry. You were gonna try to wake me up with a kiss? Or maybe you wanted to go even further than that? Oh. Knock it off. This isn't the time to be kidding around. I can't just fool you, can I, Takumi? But let's keep things light, okay? I'm no good at teary, heartfelt reunions. So, everyone knows about Redsnom now, right? How did that work out? Alright, I guess I should bring you up to speed on everything. I took Dotomy through what had happened following her encounter with Vecnus. And then, for the first time in a while, the two of us headed over to the cafeteria together. Dotomy, you're awake.
Huh?
Thank goodness. Do you remember me? You can just call me Maggot if you want. You've gotten a bigger appetite than before, right? I better start making extra curry portions. You want something out of the Rashnomatic? I can get you someone to help out with it. It'll be faster if I do it. Take a seat, Dotomy. I'll handle everything. What's the matter, Dotomy? Go on, sit down. It's the first time in the cafeteria in a while. I just want to help. I'm a little surprised you're all being so cool with me. I kind of thought you were going to reject me for being a monster, and this did turn into a killing game where you all are trying to hunt me down. We wouldn't want that. I mean, you're doing all of this for us, right? Shut up. Of course not. I got a chance to fuse with some freaking unknown life form, and I took it. That's all. Sure, whatever you say. Here, take my seat. Yeah, let's eat together. Food always tastes better when you got company. You should try my chocolate chili mayonnaise jambalaya, Ms. Amamiya. I made plenty for everyone. Ugh, you're being so friendly. This mood is way too positive for me. Takumi, when you said you explained everything to everyone, what exactly did you tell them? Oh, you know, just the truth, including how you're actually a good person. A good person? There go my chances of making this story a grimdark tragedy. Once you're done eating, we have a busy day planned for you. You do? What do you be doing? We need to know more about your body. Like whether you can still use your infuser or whether the Revivomatic will work on you. There's a lot we need to test out. I will be helping. Okay, I guess we can do that. But you're all being so nice. Can't you try to alienate me even a little bit? Sorry, but that's not gonna happen. We've got nothing but gratitude for you. Even if you can't bring even if you can't bring back the others, it's wonderful that you were willing to go that far just to try. So, thank you, Dadami. You're a true friend. Too wholesome. Dadami was acting like being accepted was the worst thing in the world for her, but I could tell it was all for show. That was just the way she was. Still, she wasn't comfortable being herself in front of everyone. At least the others knew that what she was all about now. Things had worked out way better than I could have hoped. Yo, Takumi, quit spacing out here and help me get Dadami some food. You're the only one who knows how much she can eat and what she can't, or what she likes. Of course, I'll be right there. With everyone chatting and fussing over Dadami, this ended up being one of the liveliest mornings I've had in a long time. Dadami still ate a lot more than the normal person would, but she seemed to enjoy it more than she had before. When she was done, Hideko dragged her away to begin testing the limits of her new body. I wonder how things went with Dadami after this morning. Maybe I should check in with her one last time before bed. Uh-oh. She's got to be back in her room by now, right? I'll ring the bell just in case. After a few seconds, the door opened. Huh? Takumi, what's up?
Oh.
Nothing really. I just wanted to see how it went with Hideko today and if you're still doing all right. I told you I'm fine. You don't have to keep checking up on me. But since you're here, come on in. Might as well tell you what we figured out. At your posture. Oh, thank you.
Oh.
You said you figured something out? Yeah, for starters, I can't use my infuser anymore. Huh? I guess it's because my body is built different now or whatever. My hemonima just doesn't work like it used to. Turns out that little scuffle against Vecnus was the last time I'd ever put on my class armor. No more super soldier Dadami. Does that just make you want, does that make you just want to slit your wrists? Oh, but maybe without me, everyone will descend into a desperate free-for-all. Wouldn't that be the awesomest twist? Huh? What's the matter? Oh, it's nothing. We also tried a bunch of stuff to see what I can make now that my body's like this. Even without my class weapon, I still might be able to do some cool stuff, like with that time with Vecnus. Unfortunately, there was one thing I couldn't make no matter how hard I tried. That's a delayed action poison that'll kill the subject in 24 hours. I could have dosed everyone with that and used the antidote to incentivize them into killing each other. Dadami, are you sure you're okay? Of course I am. I'm the same old Dadami you know and love to hate. The stuff she's saying is pretty typical for her, but that in itself is strange. Well, if you're sure, it's fine. Go on. Basically, I won't be participating in battles for a while. I can still shoot out my poison gas in a pinch, but I don't want to pass out afterwards like I did last time. I mean, that'd be bad for everyone, right? Every day I spend unconscious is a day I could be using to make a ruby tier. And... okay, thanks for sharing all that. Well, I'm gonna whip up some sleeping pills and put myself to bed. Unpleasant dreams, Takumi. Dadami waved me away with an eerie smile on her face. I stepped out the door and back outside. That was weird. She certainly has been acting like the same old Dadami, or to be more accurate, the old Dadami. The over-the-top attitude, cracking morbid jokes to try to get people to hate her, that was the kind of thing she used to do. But she stopped, at least around me, ever since I found out that wasn't the real her. So why had she suddenly regressed and started putting on an act again? Or was that not an act? She didn't seem to notice that I thought there was anything odd about the way she was behaving. Dadami's no longer in pain, and she looks completely human now. But what's going on with her on the inside? Is that really Dadami? Monka? That morning, I got up and went straight to the cafeteria. Chocolate chip okonomiyaki, huh? It's so good. The way the sauce and the chocolate bind the seafood together is really something. I knew you'd understand its appeal someday, Miss Amamiya. What can I say? I started broadening my horizons. You're making them a little too broad, if you ask me. I feel like I could enjoy all kinds of stuff now. Like, blood, meat, bring me meat. Dadami, you did that joke already. It is nice to have someone to share our recipes with, but I'm still getting used to the sight of you eating real food. I know, right? I used to be all about that junk food and snacks and stuff, but now I'm more in the mood for blood, meat, bring me meat. Understood. I will grill some immediately. Better hurry, or I might grill and eat you instead. What's the matter, Takumi? You look worried. Well, does Dadami seem a little strange to you today? Huh? Strange? I mean, she eats real meals now, and she eats a lot more. But that's because Retsnom, right? Not like she can help it. Yeah, never mind. Forget I said anything. Maybe I am just overthinking all this. So what if she seems a little off to me? It's nothing worth getting worked up about. It's not, right? I figured a change of pace would help silence my doubts and decided to spend the rest of the day preparing for the next battle. Do 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 do. Another day's over. Well, nothing happened today. No obvious change in Dadami's condition either. I was like, what a pot? I really must have been worrying over nothing. I'm sure she's fine. Still trying to convince myself that nothing was wrong, I slowly drifted off to sleep. Okay, time to get up. Yeah, I still can't shake off this uneasy feeling. We're getting closer and closer to day 100, and the only real threat left is Vecnus. Dadami's integrating back into the group just fine, too. I should have nothing to worry about, so why? I need to use today to prepare myself for the next battle. That's really all I can do at this point. Do. Oh, shit, no, I didn't mean to exit the room. No, go back in. Fuck, go back. I would like to rest. Do. That's another day done. This is good, right? Everything's going like it should? Am I still worrying over nothing? I hope that's it, but I'm still not sure. The sooner Dadami can make the Ruby tier and bring the other team back, the better. When that happens, all my doubts will be put to rest, won't they? Somehow, I wasn't convinced. I still felt restless and didn't get much sleep that night. The announcement sounds cornier than ever now. When did that change? Okay. I feel like I barely slept at all. This can't be good for me. I better go get some breakfast. Maybe seeing everyone will cheer me up, too. I left my room and trudged my way to the cafeteria. Beautiful weather we're having, huh? This is the perfect time for someone to show up dead and spark off a killing game. You're still saying that stuff? I'm telling you, it's not gonna happen. More importantly, have you been testing your Retstom body? Do you know what kinds of things it can make now? Well, kinda. I think Retstom's capable of creating pretty much anything. Anything? Retstom it's kind of like a weird colony of cells that can rearrange themselves in any way they want. It can consume anything, but also recreate it. It's like the devil on my shoulder, whispering forbidden knowledge in my ear. Interesting way of putting it, but you basically know more now, right? If your understanding of how your body works is correct, perhaps the Ruby tier isn't a substance totally unknown to us after all. Huh? Why would you say that? The Revival-matic brings us back by stimulating our hemonima, or rather, our cryptoglobin. We're only beyond its help when we lose too much blood or when we're dead so long that our power fades away. But if Retstom can really make anything... You think that's what the Ruby tier is? Is that how Retstom revives people? By restoring lost or dead cryptoglobin? It's just a theory, but it's possible at least. What do you think, Ms. Amamiya? Do you feel like you can make cryptoglobin? I have no idea. I know I said Retstom can create anything, but it doesn't always work like I want. Maybe if I kill someone and absorb theirs, I'll get a hang of it. Who knows? Who wants to try? Also, welcome, Ryan. Hope you're having a good Monday. I'm having a pretty chill, low-key day today. I haven't really done much. Murder ain't no way to test a theory. Anyway, I'll keep practicing and seeing what I can come up with. That's a good idea. Your power is no good to anyone if you can't control it properly. I'm worrying over nothing. It's nothing. Back in my room, I kept telling myself that over and over, but somehow that lingering doubt never seemed to go away. I decided to focus on getting ready for the next battle for now. Anything to stop me from spending too much time in my own head. Do. Doing good, hung out with a friend I haven't seen for a while. Nice! That's fun. Good start to a week, too. Another day without anything bad happening, and just 20 more to go. We still have to settle things with Vecnus, but it's finally starting to feel like the end is in sight. I just hope we can make that ruby tier and revive the others sooner rather than later. I want to make it to day 100 with everyone alive and well. Wonka. Come to think of it, I haven't been to the library in a while. I should go see how he's doing. I pulled some clothes on and hurried over to the library. And yeah, I've done everything that can change my stats or literally anything in free time, so we just skip it now. Ah, Takumi, good morning. You're already here. More research, huh? Is there anything I can help you with? I'll do anything. Just say the word. Alright, can you open that book over there for me? Sure, no problem. At the Ghost Boy's direction, I began opening books he thought may contain information about Retstom. This one doesn't seem to have anything that we can use. How about that last one? That one open on the desk there. No, there's nothing about revivals or Retstom in that one either. With this many books, it could take us a while to find what we need. Try not to get discouraged. Let's just do what we can. Of course, I'll keep working on it in my free time too. Thanks, that'll be great. For now though, I guess we should put these books away and open up some new ones for you. Are you sure you can spare the time? Aren't there other things you need to do? Not really. Now that everyone knows about Dotami, I've got a lot more time on my hands. Even so, you should be careful not to overdo things. I could say the same for you. Creating this avatar on top of building up the Undying Flames? You sure you're not multitasking too much? You've given me the chance to help you in a new way. I don't want to waste it. Sometimes I forget. This guy just wants to be our friend. Maybe now that things with Retstom are settling down, I should spend more time with him when I get the chance. I spent the rest of the morning in the library, working through old books and documents with the Ghost Boy. "19 days to go until the end. We're getting closer. I came back in time to save Katawa and my other friends too. In a sense, I failed in that goal as soon as I let the team from the second campus die. I haven't learned anything new about Retstom, and there have been no changes with Dotami in a while. I'm starting to doubt that she'll figure out how to make the ruby tier in time for day 100. I'm not giving up though. Even if we have to wait until we're back on the satellite, I will find a way to bring the others back. Dotami and I will do it together." Okay, guess I should get up. It's been a pretty long time since our last defensive battle. There aren't any commanders left besides Vecnus, and she got put out of action by Dotami's poison attack. I wonder if she's recovered yet. Maybe the damage was so bad it'll stop her from fighting permanently. No, that'd be too much to hope for. I'd just better make the most of the peaceful days while I still can. I would like to pass the day. Day 82's over and done. It feels like the days have been going by faster lately. Maybe it's because we're so close to the end now. Even now, though, I still feel uneasy, almost like things aren't going to end as smoothly as we think. I should probably stop fretting over worst-case scenarios and just go to bed. That morning, I didn't hang around and went straight. I didn't hang around and went straight to the cafeteria. Oh, what is she doing? Whoa, you did it. Something's coming out of your hand. It's so red. It doesn't look like blood, so maybe? Let me see. Lick. Ooh, it's tomato juice. Damn, you didn't hesitate to taste it, huh? You tried to make cryptoglobin and got tomato juice instead. How does that process even work? I don't know either. Maybe if you drink this juice, your cryptoglobin will get stronger. Wow, I never knew tomato juice was so powerful. Then again, there's a lot an ignorant little porphyrin like me doesn't know porphyrin. A sponge. Sponge. Okay. This is pretty tasty. You want some, Takumi? I think I'll pass. Aw, but I used to lap up my bodily fluids all the time. Lap up bodily fluids? Not like that. Anyway, how is everything going, Tatami? If there's anything I can do to help, just let me know. Nah, I'm good. I really gotta do this myself. It's all I care wait, it's all about getting a handle on how my body works at this point. Don't worry about me. Just try to forget I even exist. Okay, but don't overdo it, alright? It's frustrating not being able to help out, but I guess Tatami's right. It's up to her now. I left Tatami in the cafeteria and went to the library instead. I figured the ghost boy and I might be able to get some work done and help everyone that way. Actually, it was more because I was trying to escape that jittery feeling I got whenever I saw Tatami these days. Of course, I was too ashamed to admit that to anybody. Day 84. The end isn't too far off now. Even if we can't revive the others by day 100, we can still take their bodies with us and do it on the artificial satellite, right? I hope we can wrap up everything before we leave, though. The longer this goes, the more uneasy I feel. But I can't get distracted from our main goal here. I should use today to make sure we're ready for the next battle. I am zooming. So there's probably only 10 endings with the story locks then, because we're on 88 out of 100 and we haven't gotten any other decisions, and I don't think we're going to get any besides the last day decision. Another day's over with no battles, crazy incidents, or significant progress. I can't get hung up over these petty doubts. It's time to move forward. The end is in sight now. Whatever happens from here on, we just have to face it together. You always do? I already forgot what I said, but I'm going to assume this is a joke at my slight, so fuck you. Zoom. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, fuck you. I'm not always zooming, alright? What should I do with myself today? Tatami seemed to be fine on her own, so maybe I'll go to the library again. Finding out more about Retstom might lead us to getting the ruby tier sooner, after all. I got myself ready and headed out, ready for another day at the library. I am nothing but nice to you. Yeah? As I stepped out of my room, I met Nozomi coming the other way. She was carrying a huge stack of books. Oh, good morning, Takumi. Morning, Nozomi. What's with all the books? This is my way of helping Tatami. I thought maybe the things she can make are limited to things she already knows about, so it's probably better to expand her base knowledge, right? I guess. I don't think I've ever seen her sit down to study, though. She can do it when she puts her mind to it. I'll be there to help her keep her motivated. I guess you'll want to concentrate on biology and how blood works and stuff like that then. Right, so she can figure out cryptoglobin more easily. Maybe I should go back and get more medical texts. Are you going to the library? Want me to come with you? I was on my way there anyway. Of course, maybe you can help me pick out some books for her. I can, but I don't know too much about medical stuff myself. Back home, I only ever studied when Katawa was there to encourage me. Not to mention this version of her even remembers any of that. Would you like to go to look together? Yeah, sure. I'd like that. We headed to the library, and after I helped Nozomi, I spent the rest of the day with the ghost boy. We worked hard, but still failed to turn up any useful information. Okay. Morning again. I wonder if Tatami's made any progress. It's been a while since I've heard from her, so maybe I'll go see how she's doing. I decided to visit Tatami in her room and stepped out my door. Oh, hey Takumi. Morning. I didn't need to go as far as Tatami's room. She was right there when I got outside. Even with this Retstom's body, I'm still not a morning person. The thought of facing another day is just way too depressing. But hey, what if I pulled off some freaky transformation and attacked everyone? Just imagine all that carnage and betrayal. You should record it for posterity, Takumi. We can sell it later and make a ton of dough. Except there'd be no one left alive to sell it to. That kind of suck, huh? Tatami, it's just you and me here, you know. Oh yeah, I guess. What can I say? I felt like sleeping in today. So why are you talking like that? I thought we agreed you didn't have to put on an act around me. An act? Come on, don't you remember? I have no idea what you're talking about, Takumi. Anywho, I'm gonna get some breakfast. See you in the cafeteria. Yeah, I'll see you there. I did go to the cafeteria eventually. I ate a quick breakfast alone in the corner and went straight back to my room afterwards. Dalsha should be showing up tomorrow if he shows up this route. There's a lot going on here. I need to get my thoughts in order. I can't let our training and team building fall to the wayside though. Not when Vecnus is still out there. We need to be ready for her when she comes for us. Do 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 do. The nighttime announcement played, and I got into bed. There were still plenty of questions and concerns bubbling up inside my head, but I knew there was nothing I could do about them for now. Even without meaning to, I switched off and fell asleep. Dink donk, Dalsha, where are you? Dalsha Dokoda. Is the girl who's calling herself Dotami really Dotami? I mean, it should be obvious. Who else could she be? But the Dotami I knew was a sensitive, compassionate person. She only acted the part of a crazy no-boundaries airhead to keep the others at a distance. She hardly ever let it show, but she cared about all of us very deeply. So why is she so different now? Who is this new Dotami? I believed her up until now, but I'm starting to wonder. Yep, there he is. The alarm? Is it Vecnus? Only one way to find out. I better get over to the war room. Okay, everyone's here. Good luck out there, everyone. I'll be right here watching over you. You all get to go out wild and kill to your heart's content. I'm toast jelly. If you want to do it so bad, why don't you switch with me? Sorry, can't use Himanima anymore. I don't even know if that's a death flag or a survival flag. Guess we'll have fun finding out. So do we gotta fight Vecnus this time, or is it just another no commander deal? Who knows? If she does show up, that could mean big trouble for all of us. Don't worry about it. You guys got this. And if it does look like you're gonna die, I'll record the whole thing. You can never have enough snuff. Please don't joke about that stuff now. Whatever happens, we just have to give it our all. I'm sure we can find a way to win. Yeah, we'll make it through somehow. If we fail here, it'll all be over, and the other things will be gone, and the others will be gone forever. I won't let everything we've done be for nothing. Let's do this, everybody. Defensive battle initiate. Okay. Do do do. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do do do.
ビビって出てこられなくなったか？
雨宮さんの毒ガスがまだ効いてるんじゃない？
それか僕のことが気持ち悪すぎて戦うのすら嫌なのかもしれませんね。
では戦いましょう。危なくなったら私を盾にしてくださいね。
Skip this battle, please.
今ので全部みたいっすね。じゃ帰って苦辛甘酸っぱいものでも食べますか。
甘いだけじゃダメなの？
皆さん待ってください。あちらです。
Eh? Oh my god, it's Dalsha, the boy.
あの部隊長、なんか見たことある。
はい、最初に戦った部隊長とよく似ています。
つうか、ビジネス以外にもう部隊長はいないんじゃなかったのか？
スミノ、また騙したのかよ。
違う、俺もあんな奴は知らない。あんな部隊長は初めてだ。
とにかくいる以上は戦うしかないわ。みんな迎え撃つわよ。
全力でぶっ殺します。
And then he fucking leaves in classic Dalsha fashion. Yippee! I see. I think I've got the gist of what you're all about. You fear death, you fight to survive, and nothing more. Hey man, what's your problem? We ain't done with you yet. This is no battle, and I have no desire to indulge those throwing tantrums like children. So you're just leaving? For now, I cannot ignore your presence here forever. We will settle this another time. Until then, strengthen your resolve. Be prepared to kill, not just for your own survival, but for a cause you believe in. Is this the first time Eva's been alive to fight Dalsha? Nope, not even close to the first time. If you cannot do that, you stand no chance against a real warrior. With that, Dalsha, the final commander, calmly turned his back on us and walked away. He passed through the wall of undying flames without even slowing down. We made our way back to the war room where Dadami was waiting for us. Oh, who would have thought that there was still a commander out there, and a crazy strong one like that too. We're really screwed now, huh? Might as well kill each other before he comes back. Knock it off, Dadami. This is no time for jokes. It's no use complaining now. You know what a weirdo she is. The commander said he'd be back. We need to start making plans for the next time. If our next battle is anything like this one, I don't think we can win. Yeah, it was like our attacks didn't even affect him at all. Can't we at least take the rest of today off? I want to allow my dear sister to fall asleep with her head resting in my lap. Knock it off. I don't want that. I guess you're right. Let's rest up and talk more about this later. Our 12th defensive battle had come to an end. The school was still standing and we were still alive, but the mood was far from triumphant. Morning already? I can't keep putting this off. I need to talk things out with Dadami, not just for my sake, but for hers too. Guess my first stop today is her room then. Feeling determined, or maybe just desperate, I stepped out of the door and headed for Dadami's room. Better ring the bell first. The door didn't open, but I heard Dadami's voice coming from the other side. Who dares disturb my slumber? Dadami, are you awake? Do you have time to talk? Oh, it's you, Takami. Morning. Is there a reason you're not opening the door? Are you okay in there? I'm basically fine, but if you saw me right now, you probably wouldn't like it. What is that supposed to mean? Did something happen to you? The door is not locked. You can look if you want to. I don't mind. Oh? Okay, well, here I go. Alright, gag. I opened the door to Dadami's room and was immediately confronted with a sight that almost made my heart stop. Oh. Not a gag. Oh, that was longer. In the middle of Dadami's room was something I could only describe as a giant lump of flesh. It filled the room completely, and it had an odd texture that almost seemed familiar. I couldn't see Dadami's face. Her voice just seemed to emanate from the grotesque mass on the floor. She sounded the same as ever, which somehow made it all the more unsettling. Kick it? What the fuck?
ちまた元気になるから心配しないで。おやすみ。
Dotami fell silent as if she slipped into a deep sleep. Nothing to worry about, huh? Of course I'm gonna worry. I haven't stopped worrying since she took my place and fused with Retstom. Dotami. The door was closed now, but I could still imagine that blob-like mass behind it. Dotami no longer looked remotely human, or her personality had started to drift back to the Dotami I knew. The question I'd asked myself before seemed more pertinent than ever now. Was that really Dotami in there? And whoever she really was, could I keep trusting her? For now, I'd better go tell the others about this. I'm missing some very important context here. Yeah, we just absorbed an alien to try to revive people. That's the gist of it, basically. After everyone had a chance to see Dotami for themselves, we decided to meet up in the cafeteria to discuss things further. That certainly was a dramatic transformation. She really is turning into some kind of monster, huh? This is so crazy. I tried talking to her, but she didn't respond. Not a single word. You think she's sleeping, maybe? She said she'd be fine in a little while, but who knows how long that actually is. It's unfortunate that it had to happen now. I wanted to discuss our strategy for the next battle with her. You mean against that Dalsha guy? Yes, I thought perhaps Dotami could make some kind of poison that would be able to pierce his defenses. He's like a super upgraded version of me. It really brings home how completely useless I am in the grand scheme of things. Well, it can't be helped. We'll have to just get by without her help. Actually, I already got Dotami to make us some more of the poison she used on Vecnus. I've got some sealed up in a protective capsule. You do? That's amazing. I got the idea right after the last battle. I thought it'd be good to have some on hand just in case of emergency. Nice of her to whip it up for us before she turned into that. Dotami. I was thinking of using it to make some kind of poison gas trap. A trap? They were really more Kura's thing, but I'll give it a shot in her place. I see. Okay, let's go with that. The rest of us will train as much as we can in the meantime. Somehow I don't think it'll do us any good. We still have to try. We've come so far, we can't give up now. That's right. We have to try. We have to do everything we can while we still can. The meeting ended and we all set out to work preparing our... Oh my god. We all set out to work preparing ourselves for the next battle in our own ways. Do 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 do. The evening announcement played, reminding me that it was getting late. I didn't want to stress my body out too much, so I got into bed and went to sleep. Early that morning, Takamoto suddenly called me out to the schoolyard. Good morning, Takami.
Oh.
You're late, Takami. Sorry. What are we doing here, though? Yeah, why'd you get me out of bed? And it's so early, and it's all the guys here. Ain't it obvious? We're gonna train for the next battle. Training? Right now? Even when we fight with Hima Anima, it all comes down to stamina in the end. And we never know when that old dude's gonna come back, so we gotta beef ourselves up while we still can. Alright, I'm in. Ugh, no thanks. And again, why is it only the guys here? What are you, stupid or something? We gotta be stronger so we can protect the girls. That's why you only invited the boys? Speaking of which, where's Ima? I tried to drag him along too, but he switched himself out with the teddy bear while I wasn't looking. He'd have made a great magician. If Ima's not doing it, your whole boys protect the girls premise falls apart, right? Let's call the whole thing off. There ain't no time to chicken out, Gaku. Ugh. I don't know if it'll help us get through the next battle even a little easier. It's worth a try. You're on his side? And you've got to be kidding me. No more whining. Let's get started. All right, I'm ready to train until I puke. No guts, no glory. Why me? And so I ended up spending a day of intense physical training with my male teammates. It wasn't easy, but it did help me clear my mind. The whole thing had left me feeling weirdly refreshed and fulfilled afterwards. I hadn't spoken with Dotami since her most recent transformation, so I decided to go to her room to go check in on her. I don't know if she can answer, but I'll ring the bell anyway. Hello, Dadami. No response. Maybe she's still asleep. No point in forcing her to get up. In fact, I'm not even sure how to wake her up the way she is now. I guess I'll go do some more research in the library. I haven't helped him out in a couple of days now. I don't think my body could handle Takamato's training regimen every single day either. We'd probably be in a less desperate position if the others from Second to Last Defense Academy were here with us. I know second-guessing my decisions won't do us any good, but sometimes I can't help but wondering what it might have been. What might have been. I shook my head in an effort to clear my thoughts and headed for the library. Hello, Takumi. Did you come to help out again? Yeah, I feel bad leaving you to do it all alone. Have you made any progress? Not great, but I don't want to complain when there's still more I can do. Don't push yourself too hard. Your safety is still our main concern here. I know. I just want to feel like I'm a real part of this team, right up to the end. Thank you. I really am grateful for everything you've done for us. You don't have to go all formal on me. Anyway, we don't have a lot of time left. We should try to get through the rest of these books. Sure thing. Just tell me what to do. What happened was second to last? This is from the decision at the very start of the line. After, I had it. Which school will you save? So initially we saved Second to Last Defense Academy, and that resulted in Dotami dying. For all of this line, she's been dead. And now we decided we instead went to save Last Defense Academy, but we took Nozomi with us before we started going back. So everyone from Second to Last Defense Academy died except Nozomi. We spent the rest of the day doing as much research as we could. But just like before, we didn't find any new information about the revival, Retsnam, or the Ruby Tier. So welcome, commentator. Hope you're having a good Monday. Day 92. Just 8 days until our final day here. It's looking more and more like we won't get the Ruby Tier in time. But even if that happens, I won't give up on reviving everyone. And to do that, the rest of us need to survive. Now more than ever, we really can't afford to lose. Alright, I'm all fired up now. I jumped out of bed. I needed to work off some of this nervous energy, and I just knew the place to do it. Alright, guys, let's really put some spirit in today. No guts, no glory. No, I'm up for that, but... Why is Eva here, too? I was ordered to detain Mr. Tsukumo. I can't believe I let you catch me. You're persistent, I'll give you that. You need to start taking this seriously, man. Delsha said we ought to strengthen our resolve before we fight him again, remember? He could tell we weren't putting our hearts into it. We need more spirit, more determination, more guts. Still fat, but it's all good. Fat fuck Friday is behind us, but it's also ahead of us. Right, I'll train hard to be the gutsiest piece of human garbage I can be. Ugh, there's no fighting this, is there? Fine, I'll do it. I suppose I'll participate too. If this helps me protect my dear sister, I'll gladly suffer through it. That's more like it. If we're gonna train, you gotta do it with everything you got. Okay, let's do this. I spent another day in the schoolyard with the other guys, training both our bodies and our spirit. It started before the morning announcement, probably as soon as the sun rose. I leapt out of bed, awakened by the sudden blaring of the alarm. It's Delsha. He's finally here. This is it. Time for our showdown. I immediately flew out of my room and ran as fast as I could to the war room. Good, everyone's here. It's time to settle this. I'm very happy to get another chance to kill invaders. Is it Delsha? Is he back? Yeah, we saw him up on the monitor just now. What we say, we show him how strong our resolve is now. Get resolve? How did your trap turn out, Nozomi? Stick with hub pop. I managed to figure it out, but I was only able to make one, so we'll only get one chance at this. Here's the device. You put it on the ground like a regular landmine. When an enemy comes within range, it will trip the sensors and activate automatically. I'm going to find a place to set this. Once it's in place, I'll need you to lure Delsha over to it. And when it goes off, he'll inhale the poison. If that weakens him, we might be able to finally land some hits on him. But considering how strong he is, it's going to be tough beating him, even if this works. If things get really bad, I'll sacrifice myself to get him into the right position, unless you think he'll literally be repulsed by me and go the other way instead. Is Dotami still the same as before? Has she started talking again yet? No, still no change. We still have to fight. It's the only way for us, not to mention all of humanity, to survive. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it anymore. Eito doko Eito, how are you alive? Eva's still brainwashed, but still has some emotion. She's still brainwashed. I wouldn't say she has emotion, really. Huh? That voice. You literally got blown up and your settings were set to not revive you. Oomphy, what the fuck? The commander told you to strengthen your resolve, didn't he? What's needed here isn't the will to survive, but the determination to kill your opponent. You need to be ruthless enough to strike down anyone who stands in your way. Okay, so, like, Red Snom can just, like, shapeshift? Question mark? I guess? Eito, how can you be here? I thought you couldn't be brought back anymore. That's right. Someone you thought couldn't be revived is suddenly alive again, and there's only one explanation for that. Oh, or you got revived. You mean the ruby tear? The ruby tear that Red Snom makes? Dotami actually figured it out? I'm here again thanks to Dotami. That much is true. But I don't have time to explain. I'll go into the details after we win the battle. Doubt? It's Eito? Doubt? For now, I'll suggest we get out on the battlefield and fight. Yeah, I guess you're right, but better tell us everything when this is over. Incredible doubt? Excessive doubt. Only doubt, actually. Welcome to Tim. We're grabbing on Monday. In increasing doubt with every second that goes by. I'd like to skip the battle though. Yep. Okay. It panned over to Nozomi for some reason before that, but sure. I think it's done that before actually. I think it weirded me out the last time it happened too. Disney. I miss Eva being not brainwashed from the Kill Eito side. Life was good there. Also, like giving us an applause for our scummy tactics. Do 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 do.
わしは引かぬぞ。戦士として戦場で死ねるのなら本望。それがわしの誇りだ。
Yippee! Is Dotami about to pull up to do some crazy shit though?
さあ、これが君が望んだものだよ。戦場での死。それを今から君に
Her
与えてあげる。
romance route is too rushed. Yeah. has a crazy ending though. Kind of insane that they just straight up went that far. Kind of based a little bit, but also kind of crazy. I don't know how to feel about it, but you know, it's memorable for sure.
勝手に哀れまれるだなんて不愉快だな。もう決着はついたんだ。さっさと死ね。
Eito, stop stealing kills! Stop this! Stop! The Himo anima is so unbalanced because of you, fuckhead. Stop stealing kills.
終わったよ。
Fuck ass. Now he's at 7, man. And the next closest is 4. Multiple people tied at 4. Everyone's at 3 or 4, except fucking Eito, who's at goddamn 7. Maybe you should kill. I wish I could. Ah, another successful battle for the books. What a relief. Why'd you go and finish him off on your own? Are you even the real Eito? Vectis did not appear. Yeah, she's either still dealing with the poison or just like she doesn't show up just for the vibes. Would you mind not spewing that putrid spittle when you speak in that nails on chalkboard voice of yours? Yeah, he's the real Eito, all right. Of course I am. Anyone can see that. So, Miss Amamiya really did create a ruby tear to use it and used it on you to bring you back, Mr. Alotsuki? So it seems. Only one, though. She's still in her giant fleshy form right now. She said she'll need more time to make enough tears for the others. The first one she made all went to reviving me. We're still going to have to wait, huh? But this proves that the ruby tear really works, right? It means we can bring the others back too. I'll finally be able to see them again. I will, won't I? We could definitely use the extra manpower. Our final battle with Vectis can't be far away now. I gotta hand it to you, Eito. You came back right when we needed you. I never thought I'd see the day when you'd be complimenting me, Takemaru. We finally have hope, and it's all thanks to Dadami. Takemi, what's wrong? Huh? Nothing. Oh, you're right. This is great. We'll bring everyone back and win this war together. Things are really looking up for us now. With the battle over, we all heaved one big collective sigh of relief. Exhausted from a long, hard fight, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. But not me. There was something I needed to check on first. And once I'd done that, I needed to have a conversation with the person responsible for all of this. I have to go to Dadami's room. She's not going to brush me off this time. Dadami, I'm coming in. Oh? Hey, Takemi, it's been a while. You've gone back to your human form, huh? Technically, it's more like I can switch back to this whenever I want to now. That's a huge step forward. You're incredible, Dadami. You're here too, Eito? Good, that makes things easier. So, what's so urgent you had to sneak into my room in the dead of night? If you want more ruby tears, it's gonna take a while. I've got the hang of how to make them now, but actually doing it is harder than you might think. Or did you just want to talk to your darling daughter me again after that much? Or maybe you want to do more than talk. I don't mind it if it's you, Takemi. I'll do anything you want. Is that a no? Do you want to know more about how I brought Eito back then? Brought Eito back? Of course you did. I'm right here, aren't I? In that case, why is your body still in your grave in the schoolyard? Oh, get fucking owned. After the battle, I went to check on your body. Even with the damage and decomposition, I could still tell it was you. If you really used the ruby tear on him, Eito would have come back to life and got out of his grave. Eito Aotsuki is here in front of me, but his body is still in the ground. How exactly is that possible? What's going on here? Didn't it ever seem weird to you, Takemi? Red Storm can both eat and create anything it wants, but if something that powerful really existed, don't you think that the planet would be overrun with them? Power? Are you trying to tell me that it can't do that? Red Storm never had that kind of ability? No, that part is true. I brought Eito back, didn't I? The reason there are no Red Storm left is because they all killed themselves. They killed themselves? Red Storm devours everything, even the memories of things it eats. At its core, it doesn't have a will or consciousness of its own. It just consumes anything it can and constructs an identity around their memories. If it eats a bird, it flies in the air. If it eats a dog, it runs on the ground. And if it eats a person, it walks and talks like a person. But sooner or later, it learns the truth and takes its own life. Its prey memories always end the same way, with a dark shadow bearing down on them. When a Red Storm realizes that's what really is, it's overcome with despair and chooses death. You mean... Redstone absorbs everything into itself, even memories. So who needs Ruby here? By eating just a tiny bit of Ato's body, I got all of his memories into the bargain. Then I used my redstone powers to transform part of my body, put those memories into it. And here I am, alive again. No way. A new body with all the same memories copied into it. Did that really count as bringing someone back to life? And did that perfect copy still count as the same person? We could still revive the original bodies with the ruby tier, but it's so much faster to make the new ones. And we're on a time crunch here, right? You want to bring the others back as soon as possible? Maybe, but actually, I'm glad you came when you did. I wanted to ask your advice about this. I figured, what if I absorb you all right now? What? What do you mean? Once I absorb you, I can use my redstone powers to recreate you right after. You'll still have all the same memories and personalities. You won't even notice any difference. But you'll all be stronger than before, and I'll have a backup of your memories in case of emergencies. If you ever get into a situation where the revive-o-matic won't work on you, I can bring you back instead. Do you have any idea how crazy that sounds? I could actually create multiple copies of you, but even I think that'd be going too far. You'd probably end up killing each other over who was real and who was the copy. Don't worry, Takumi. Getting absorbed doesn't hurt at all. You won't feel a thing. We can bring back the other team and make sure everyone survives to the end. Isn't that what you've been working on toward this? Isn't this what you've been working toward all this time? You won't find a better way than this. I don't think. Could she remove the discrete part of Ato? Probably not. It's probably just a direct copy. She did more than a body in his memory. She made Crypto Goblin with his new body too. Yeah. This is so sus. Also, like, if Ato knows that he's just a part of the redstone, why isn't he killing himself, right? Like you said, Dadami reached out her hand toward me. Perfect copies inside and out. Everyone alive again. It really did sound like a great deal. But was it okay for us to do it this way? Wasn't it cheating somehow? I didn't know. I had to make a decision, but I had no idea what was right or wrong anymore. Okay, before we make this decision, we are due for break. So we're going to take break here now. I'm going to get up and stretch, run some ads, and we will come back to finish off these 2 endings, presumably. Unless there's another branch after this, but probably not. But for now, I will be RB. Alrighty, gamers, our turn. Sorry with the longer break. I decided to eat some salmon. I was a bit hungry. But now I'm satiated. Let's fucking make a decision. Maybe I should think about it another way. Is who I'm talking to really Dotami? The same Dotami I know and trust? I decide my destiny. I also got me some kvass for the knowers. Accept Dotami's offer? Fuck no. Sounds like nightmare fuel. Tell me something. Who are you? Huh? What are you talking about, Takami? I'm Dotami Amemiya, obviously. Is my makeup so bad today that you don't recognize me? Wow, that's depressing as all hell. Give it a rest, Dotami. I know you're not the same person I knew and trusted to do the right thing. You can keep using her name if you want, but it's not going to make me trust you anymore. You're being awfully ungrateful, aren't you? You're the reason this happened to Dotami in the first place. I know, but I just can't do it. I can't let you do this. I won't join you. That's not how it is, huh? Or that's how it is, huh? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I turned around and left to go back to my own room. I was half expecting one of them to attack me while my back was turned, but they didn't lash out and didn't try to stop me. They just let me walk away. Monko. The next morning, we all got together in the cafeteria, minus Dotami and Eito. I told everyone about what had happened last night. So that's how Eito came back and why Dotami's been changing so much. And now she wants to absorb all of us, too. Quite the predicament. I'll refrain from saying, I told you so. I'm sorry it had to come to this. So, we won't be able to revive the others after all. I'm not saying we should let Dotami absorb us, but we've come this far. Couldn't we get her to bring Nozomi's friends back at least? Don't be an idiot. If we're talking about absorbance corpses and making new bodies with all the same memories, they wouldn't be the same people, just copies. No matter how much she misses them, Nozomi's not going to want her friends back if they're not real. Without another word, Nozomi turned and ran out of the cafeteria. Nozomi, we should probably give her some space. It's not our place to tell her how to feel. I feel bad for ever bringing it up. I'm sorry. Someone as insensitive as me shouldn't be allowed to live. So, what are we going to do now? About Retstorm, I mean. We basically need a plan to kill it, right? But brother dearest. Sorry, sister dearest, but so long as that monster is in the school, I can't guarantee your safety. It's our enemy, plain and simple. You're right. The only thing we can do now is kill it. Kill Dotami, but she's our friend. That thing isn't Dotami anymore. It's just a Retstorm wearing her skin. And sooner or later, it will try to absorb us. It's in its nature. We need a way to stop it. I agree, but it's not going to be easy. We're dealing with a monster that can consume and create anything it wants. Fighting it head-on will only guarantee our destruction. I'm assuming you have some kind of plan. Yeah, it's not much, but it's all I've been able to think of. Nozomi's grief, Dotami's becoming a monster, and this whole situation, it's because of me. I have to take responsibility and end this. Just leave it all to me. I spent the rest of the day getting everything ready for my plan and waiting for night to fall. Once it was good and dark, I figured it was time to go to Dotami's room. It's an old philosophical dilemma. If it's a perfect copy, is it the same person? Yeah, like teleportation device which destroys and copy a person in another location. I think it depends on the context of the specifics of the hypothetical. Here, it's obviously not, but I think you can make some hypotheticals where it's a bit of like a, I can see it either way. I have to go to Dotami's room. Why do I keep saying it like room? I have to end this. Room. The fuck is that from?
Oi.
Dotami, I know you're in there, right? I'm coming in. Ian? Holy dude, what am I doing? What accent am I transferring into? Huh? What's up, Takami? I thought you didn't want to be friends with friends anymore. You must have decided to join me after all, huh? Not great at making big decisions, are you? But I guess that's nothing new. I'm glad. It was hard watching you discard Dotami after everything she's done for you. I'm sorry, Dotami. Aw, that's fine. I forgive, but I can't stay and talk anymore. Huh? I came here to stop you. I won't let you absorb me or the others. And how do you propose to do that? You don't seriously believe you can defeat us on your own, do you? The way we are now, even the whole team couldn't take us down. Well, I'm not alone. Oh, she on bomb. Okay. I brought a friend. Are you sure about this, Takumi? I am. This is how we'll take responsibility and keep everyone safe. The Undying Flame Boy, what are you doing here? We're following the plan then? Yes, do it. The next moment. What are we cooking? Besides Takumi's arm, what are we cooking?
匠何してんの
Is he killing himself?
生きているものは何でも燃やす。俺も
Could Shion not just, like, teleport into this room, fucking explode, call it a day?
この炎からは逃れられないだろう。そのために自分の腕を燃やすなんて無茶苦茶だ。君は死ぬ気だろう。
Takumi, what are we cooking?
他の誰かにやらせるわけにはいかない。これは
Do what?
俺と雨宮
What? I don't understand.
行くぞ。雨宮。俺もお前もここで死ぬんだ。
I threw myself at Datumi. The undying flames spread to envelop both of us, eating away at every cell in our bodies. Now that the end was here, I felt strangely calm. I should have died that day when I decided to revive Redstorm inside me anyway. Since then, I've been on borrowed time. I should have been the one to have my body consumed from the inside until the creature replaced me completely. Datumi wanted to spare me of that fate, so she'd take my place. That was the only reason I've survived until now. So I wasn't afraid to die. No, what I felt most in my final moments was a deep sense of gratitude towards Datumi and regret that things couldn't have turned out differently. How are we surviving this? Or Huh? I'm alive? The last thing I remember is me and Datumi burning to death in the undying flames. Takumi, you're finally awake. I don't know the Skyrim quote. Takumi, you're all right. Yeah, but why? Why am I still here? That's what we want to tell you. That's what we wanted you to tell us. Back on day 94, there was a huge fire on the floor. On the roof, me reading, and then we went to go check it out. We found Tatami and Eito burned to death, and half of you. What do you mean half of us? Caught trying to cross the border, right? Okay, I'll slowly learn it one day. Half of me? The undying flames had already burned away most of your body. What was left was just you lying there on the roof. It was quite grotesque.
Huh?
So, are you saying there was still enough of me for the revival-matic to bring me back? If I had a nickel for every time Takumi was bisected in this route, I would have 2 nickels? No, wait. If that was it, I'd have been revived right away, and the announcement just now said it's day 100. Yeah, maybe it's because you were killed by the undying flames, but the revival-matic didn't work on you anymore. Huh? We tried calling the undying flames boy, but he also stopped appearing. Yeah, he used up all his power to help me, but then why am I alive right now? We found this on the ground beside you. Huh? No way. Is this what I think it is? We thought so too, so we put it into your body and it sank into it. And after that, after a few days, the revival-matic was able to bring you back to the rest of the way. In other words, this is a ruby tier. A ruby tier? Did Datumi make this? But why? I rejected Datumi and tried to kill her. After all, why would she do this for me? After all that, rather. Wait, never mind that. Is it really day 100? What about the final battle and the invaders and Vectus? It's alright, calm down. You don't have to worry about any of that. What? It wasn't exactly a total victory, but we got the enemy back off at least.
Yeah.
Mostly it was thanks to the revived team up from the other academy. Oh! Revived? I repeated the word in a dull, flat tone, but then the door opened and I understood what they told, like, the entirety of OG crew plus Eva plus Nozomi walked into this room and it was like, Takumi, you're finally awake. All right, you motherfuckers, listen. You need to stand out there, all right? Just, like, listen in. Just when we mention you, then you come in, all right? Don't come in any sooner, all right? Ooh.
本当に目を覚ましたのね。あはー。お主がスミノ殿か。お主は拙者らの命の恩人でござる。
あんたが私たちを復活させたんでしょ。愚民にしてはよくやったじゃない。褒めて使わすわ。
やれやれ、まさか死んで起きたらラスボス直前なんて言われるとは思わなかったよ。
は
Moko, Kyoshika, Kurara, Yugamu, so then... That's right, we took the tier back to second to last Defense Academy and used it on them too. Oh, so it's multi-use, sorry, I thought it was one tier per person, and the Revive-O-Matic did the rest. Thank you so much, Takumi. We never would have been able to bring them back if it hadn't been for you. I didn't really do anything special. Hey, this is no time to be modest. You took the ruby tier from Dotami, didn't you? Did we? And you're the one who found out how to revive us in the first place, right? I'm so grateful for everything you've done. No, I really didn't. It's just a dream. The words stuck in my throat, and before I could go on, another announcement started playing over the PA system. Doubt? Incredible doubt? Doubting so hard right now? It seems that the time has come. I'm sure you must still have a lot of questions. But you're gonna have to save them for now. We can all talk once we're safely out of here. We should go. We've checked the schoolyard and the skate pod is already there. It'll be no laughing matter if we miss it. Come on, Takumi. Right. Without any further discussion, everyone filed out of the room. Are you okay, Takumi? You seem off. What exactly happened between you and Dotami that day? I really don't know. I only know that I should have died, but somehow I'd survived. Dotami must have torn me off at the last minute so the flames wouldn't consume me. Thanks to her, part of me had been left intact. Even with only charred torso, there's still a chance of me being brought back. Dotami must have realized that the possibility made the ruby tier to help make a reality. While in the others, they all die when Takumi's not there, then it's a lose-lose for Takumi. But that wasn't all. This wasn't only about her wanting me to survive. Deep down, I think she wanted to end the way it did. She said all that to make sure I'd be the one to finish her. Huh? She was suicidal all along. None of the legends said what would happen to Retsom's host, and we still were none the wiser about it now. Dotami had no idea just how dangerous she might become. Maybe that's why she thought it was better for her to die before it was too late. But then what about the way she'd been acting? Before Dotami had been pretending to be morbid and insensitive in front of everyone else, she'd only felt comfortable being herself around me. Then she stopped showing her more serious, more caring side, almost as if she was doubling down on the act. But what if that was just an act too? Had she been playing the part of the inhuman creature in Retstom so I could kill her without remorse? I have no idea, and now I guess I never will. In her final moments, in spite of how much her body had changed, there was still a trace of the real Dotami in there? Or was I just grasping at straws trying to make sense of all this? I didn't have a definitive answer, or any way of getting one. How could I possibly know how Dotami had felt, or why she did the things she did? I found myself reminded of something she told me once. Oh.
誰にも分かってもらったことないよ。誰の気持ちも分かんないしね。人の気持ちなんて一生誰にも分かんないんだよ。
I guess what's really important is how I choose to remember her. Are you sure you're alright, Takumi? You've been mumbling to yourself for a while now. Yeah, it's nothing. Come on, we'd better get going. What was Dotami at the very end? Was she still a person, or had she really become a monster? If the only thing I can do now is to believe in her, then I already have my answer right there. I'll never forget you, Dotami. I'll keep you in my heart for as long as I live, I promise. Surprisingly wholesome? Did not expect, I did not see the wholesome swing coming. Ending 50, Retstom route, how Dotami felt. Okay. Sayano Uta. So truing. I wish Eito didn't have Sayano Uta disease, because he's really fucking annoying. Oh. I think when she was asleep for a long time and wake up with her arm regenerated, it was like the old Atomy, is when Retsunum substituted her completely. Oh, when her arm went away. Yeah, that's a good guess. I guess they're keeping it maybe intentionally vague. And I mean, I feel like that's the point. Only one death is a pretty good number. Yeah, honestly. All things considered, that went way better than I thought it would. To be honest, after rejecting it, like, I really thought this was going to go quite terrible. Like, dying a shit ton. Terrible. But, okay, well. I kind of like that ending, actually. I think that might be actually one of the better endings, surprisingly. Alright, I'm gonna trust you. If you can really bring everyone back and guarantee that we'll all survive, then I'll accept you just the way you are. That is what we've been fighting for, after all. It's the reason I allowed you to become like this. I won't abandon you now that the end is in sight. I'm here for you, Dadami. Thank you. Now, take my hand.
Oh.
Yes. Rotsam roots appears to be one of the favorite roots in the fandom. It is pretty good. There's like a minimum level of bullshit, and it's pretty consistent throughout. It also gives like good characterization to Dotami, who is pretty much a joke character in every other route, assuming she's alive, you know? I took one last breath and reached for Dotami's hand, or rather Redstom's tentacle. When we touched, it felt like my entire sense of self was being drawn into something greater. That was where my consciousness and my existence as I knew it came to an end. Puppy laugh? Where it's... Okay, great. Everyone's here. This will be your final battle. Get through this, and humanity will have won the war. You're a robot? How does... Redstom can just do robots too? Okay. I think because there's few characters like that, yeah. And the characters that do exist are usually kind of not amazing. Or they're just very inconsistent one way or another. Okay. The enemy will be stronger than ever, so give it your all. Did I read this? Whatever. Final battle, get through this, and humanity won the war. Yippee. Were we not, those dastards shall become rust on the Holy Jumonji sword's blade. How did we replicate the Holy Jumonji sword? Somebody must have ripped the F section out of my dictionary, because I don't know the meaning of the word failure. Just who do you think you're talking to? This battle will be a cinch for Kurara Osuzuki scion of the proud Osuzuki clan. This is it then, the final showdown, and hopefully the last time I'll have to kill unwillingly. Our long, long fight is coming to an end. It almost feels anticlimactic. It can't be the end soon enough, if you ask me. I'm tired of being forced to fight for humanity's filthy abomination or ambitions. I hope I'll also be free of that duty soon. Even a piece of trash like me has people waiting for him. I can't wait to see Leo again. We've made it this far. Now we just have to finish it. Oh man, the girls are going to be so all over me when this is over. And I'm going to retire to a farm in the middle of nowhere to live out peace with my dear sister. Don't get ahead of yourselves, everyone. We haven't won yet. We're totally gonna, though. I'm so fired up, nothing's gonna stop me. It has been an honor to fight alongside all of you. Now let's kill invaders together one last time. Don't hype it up too much. It makes me nervous. Once Vecnus shows up, I'll take the lead. I've got another poison gas trap primed and ready. Let's win this and go home together. You bet we will. There's no need to replicate the sword? I guess, yeah, if they picked it up off the body, sure. I see, so this is the choice you made, Takumi. It is. That's what I remember anyway. Alright then, I'll support you to the very end. When all is said and done, I'm still your friend. You ready, Takumi? Yeah, let's do this, everyone. For the last time, defensive battle initiate. Okay, finally I can fucking read it. Oh god, it's sure if we're chasing you through the boreal winter. Please, wait. Fuck, I haven't read this in so long. Please run quickly and find cover. He has bad intentions. I'm washed on reading that emote, damn.
まだベシネスの姿は見えないみたいだね。雑魚に戦わせといて様子見とか大魔王ムーブだね。匠、さっさ
If
と
some
引っ
makes
張り
inorganic
出そう。
material today is easy, I guess. I don't know if like the physical body, the personality. I guess fuck it. It's all just, you know, circuits at the end of it that can be replicated as Shudge. I'm not gonna question it.
しゃあオラやったわよ。どいつもこいつも図が高いのよ。図が。
この調子で一気にラスボスを倒すでござる。朝日に弱いんでござったな。
冗談言ってる場合じゃなくて、ほら向こうから来たみたいだよ。
あそこ。
We all looked to where Moko was pointing. The Supreme Commander was calmly walking towards us as if she owned the place. Classic line. Then she stopped right in front of us all and stood on guard. Also, hello, base. I just finished my first route. Congratulations. You can actually tell me what it is. I think I've seen every route that you can possibly have seen so far. As far as I'm aware. Today's props a quantum computer. Yeah. Battles for the lulz. Redstone can just kill the invaders. Exactly. No way to simulate humanity in a sense machine and on that frame. I don't know. Oh, it was the common route. Finally unlocked the branching path. Oh, you mean route 0. Okay, yeah. Okay, gotcha. I hope you enjoyed it. Are you pro or anti-Ato? Very important question. Incredibly important question. This will define a lot of things about the discussion of this game. I did. I already killed him. So fucking based. Incredibly based.
君たちがどういう決断を下そうと僕は君たちに協力すると決めたんだ。だから僕の力を使ってくれ。そのための力を貯めていたんだ。
So fucking based.
私に殺されると私は思っているんだ。貴様らは私に殺されるべきなんだ。
Oh shit. The Ghost Boy's Undying Flames attacks come first. Will weaken Vecnus with the energy he's stored up. Did a little spit take, but luckily it was barely anything. It's like a little dribble. Don't have to change shirts for the second time this stream. I was weighing everything since I want to do both sides eventually, but I just felt right after the events of Route 0. So fucking based. Incredibly based. Well, enjoy the Kill-Ato side. It's been so long since I've been over there.
やったわね、のぞみちゃん。随分と弱ったみたいよ。
今が勝機。ガンガン行くでござる。
ああ、最後の一押しだ。みんな全力で行くぞ。
I like how we didn't even name him in this route. We're just calling him Ghost Boy. We're not giving him a name. He doesn't need a fucking name. Yippee! $851K.
Yes.
Give it up, Vecnus. We've won. How could I be defeated? I'm superior. Is this the power of that bizarre arm? What kind of insane power did you get your hands on? Sorry, but you don't need to know that. Oh, Dotami's just taking it.
たも一つになるんだよ。
やめろ、入ってくるな、私の中に入ってくるな。
Smash? No! It's fucking purple tentacle monster!
安心して、平気だから。
Damn, that's crazy, Munch. Yes, tentacle monster? No, tentacle monster. Good morning, Takumi. Huh? When did I fall asleep? You must have been really tired. You've been working so hard. You've experienced so much death and despair, but you've overcome it all and to end up here. I know how hard it's been for you. I am you now, after all. Yeah, of course. But you don't have to carry that burden anymore. I'm going to take everything and everyone into myself. Once I do that, there will be no more war, no more fighting. We can all live in peace together, free from fear and death. Is that your new goal? Yeah, all the people on the artificial satellite, all the living beings I can find. I'll absorb them all, along with their memories. We'll all become one. No one will have to ever die. No more grief or painful goodbyes. And you won't have to suffer anymore either. That does sound good, but are you sure you can handle it? Don't worry, I'm not about to kill myself. I've wanted to die a ton of times throughout my life, but never gone through it with it. I guess that's part of why I was so compatible with Retsnom. I really was the perfect host for it. Huh? I guess it's settled then.
そうだよ。だから安心して。ダルミが匠を幸せにするからね。みんなを幸せにするからね。苦しんでばっかだったみんなが苦しまなくていい世界を。
My favorite CGs. It's pretty good, actually. Yeah.
ありがとな、雨宮。
Rare wholesome Dotami CG.
じゃあ行こうか。みんなが脱出ポットってやつで待ってるよ。ちゃんとみんな揃ってる。あとはダルミと匠だけ。
ああ、やっとみんなで帰れるな。
You keep saying Retsnom, but I like Retsnom. It's harder to say Retsnom than Retsnom. We're going to leave it all behind. All the fighting, then the pain and the sorrow. No more life or death decisions. No more death.
幸せな結末でしょ。匠、お疲れ様。これからは何があってもずっと一緒
I
だよ。
think Box of Blessings is the better everyone lives ending with a caveat, though.
守ってあげるからね。大好きだよ。ずっと一緒に幸せでいようね。
Alrighty. Ending 49, Retsnom route. We are one. The caveat being your sanity. The K8. Ending 90. Only Dotami did in the Box of Blessings route. Didn't she get revived in the Box of Blessings route at the end when we actually opened up the right box, though? Isn't that how that worked? Oh, it doesn't show you, but one of them got, like, prime numbers. Don't they all get revived here, technically? Kyoshika, you see a CG with Kyoshika and Dotami. Why does Dotami gotta be weird? Because it's Dotami. But I guess it didn't update their statuses. Okay, well, I am pretty certain we have hit every ending we can without touching the story lock. Now only the locked route? I believe so. Let me check from the top. There should not be a line up here at all. Yup. And then the spaces should be filled all the way down, except this is the mystery route, right? Yeah, this is the mystery route, so that's empty. This is just the separation of the two routes, I believe. Yeah, this is just a big, like, point where nothing is really supposed to exist. What is this space? Oh, there is an ending on this line, yep, okay. Actually, is there an ending here then? Oh, there is. Yeah, there's an ending here. Never mind. That's filled. This has an ending. Yeah, all that's filled. This empty space is filled with that's filled. Okay, hold on. That's filled. What was this? The atmosphere? No, coming of it. Yeah, that was. Wait, no. No. Over here, there's nothing, I suppose. Because it's the Storylock 2 area. Yeah. And then the rest of this is all just romance rooms. Yeah. The missing spaces for the lock. Yeah. So. Do you guys remember what was happening here? Because I sure as shit don't. We refused to kiss Hiroko, and then she said, we're fucked. We're time travelers. We're fucked. And I don't remember why. Ooh, I'm gonna reread this because I don't remember what this is. What are we doing out here? I want us to see the satellite. Hiroko looked up into the night sky where the pale shimmering artificial satellite hung in the void of space.
あんなに近くに見えるのに手を伸ばせば届きそうなのにだけど触れることさえできない。
On the roof when you tried to kiss her, you both fell. No, that's the romance route. That's the other branch. We tried to kiss Hiroko, and she died, and that was the romance route where we both forgot everything. That's a different timeline. You've probably figured this out already, but I'm a time traveler, just like you. But that's what was happening there? Well, yeah, on that other side, but we didn't fall off the roof this time, is the thing. So we didn't lose our memories. I hesitated for a moment, then nodded. But this isn't a one-time only thing. I've lived through these 100 days countless times. Every time, things play out a little differently, and create all kinds of new problems. I've experienced all of those variations and the branching timelines that result from the different choices we make. That's why I've been able to tell when the next attack is coming, among other things. And all of this doesn't just apply to me. There's someone else. And that's you, Takumi. Huh? You've also experienced our 100 days here countless times before. What is she talking about? I was so confused, I blurted out the first thing that came into my head. That can't be right. This is only my second time here. No, it's not. You've been through this just as much as me, over and over in an endless loop. Even now, this is only the most recent in a long series of 100-day cycles. You just can't remember the others. No, it can't be. After you make the calico cat figure for her, okay.
ただのタイムリープじゃなくてタイムループ、つまりあなたも私と同じタイムルーパーってこと。
And this time we don't get story locked. All clear. Okay. Well, we are in uncharted territory.
タイムリープじゃないのよ。私たちがこれまでに経験してきたのはただのタイムリープじゃなくてタイムループ、つまりあなたも私と同じタイムルーパーってこと。
Takumi understands, Hiroko, don't worry. The moment I heard those words, my head seemed to fill with a blindingly bright light, and then... Whoa, we remember the Kurara fucking switch? Oh, shit! Aww. We kiff her. Or she kiff us, I guess. The next thing I knew, I was back in my room, lying on my bed. Hiroko was there with me. Takumi does not understand he's stupid. Does that mean he have the parasite? Potentially? Potentially not. We don't know the exact mechanics of how consistently the parasite can travel through time. Because it doesn't always go with us. This is for certain. Or at least it just never comes up, basically, in the other routes, which implies that it didn't successfully transfer or it would have started killing people. Like, there are routes where nobody fucking dies, like Romance Route. And so there's a pretty good chance he's just not infected in that route. So I would say there might only be a canon order in that perhaps, if there was a canon order to endings, which I don't think there's a concrete one, I think the most logical way to explain it is you start from here at Decide Ato's fate. Canonically, all of this happens first, and you get stuck here. But canonically, all of this happens on this side. And, I don't think we're infected. Were we infected in the one route where the parasite came up back here in 36? Because it was Nozomi. Were we also infected? I don't think we were we? I don't fucking remember. Scene with Hideko kissing Takumi is when he had the parasite. Yes. But I think, assuming I'm remembering this right, which I'm not 100% sure. In the zombie route, you are not infected. Okay, yeah. So, I think if there was a canon order to this, again, on non-specific, like, just general vibes, not specific this ending, it would be the entire kill Atos, the don't kill Atos side happens first, except, and then we get stuck in the story lock. And then we come back here right after everything else, which is us then doing the kill Atos side. We get infected on day 3. From a timeline we don't have access to, because, like, we went back to day 3 here in the kill Atos side, and we were infected, and so every single death, mysterious death in this route is caused by us as the parasite. Specifically, mostly in Slasher, but, like, generally. So at some point, one of these, like, we were infected in that GA route, but I don't know about the time paradox of we were not infected, but then things happened because we were infected, like, because we went back in time bullshit. I hate the parasite more than the explanation of Bloodmatic avoiding quantum causality. Damn. Hideko, remember the box of calamity in the Slasher route? For her box of calamity in Spare Atos first. Yeah. So I do think most of the Spare Atos side happens first, before the kill Atos side, which is interesting, but I suppose, you know, different strokes for different folks. She had a point. I hauled myself up and got to my feet. I wonder, so we got that, like, huge series of flashbacks. I wonder if it only shows you CGs from routes you've actually played. Like, you know, I did everything before coming here, right? So I knew, like, I've seen every single one of those CGs before. But I wonder if you just got there, you got the minimum endings to unlock Story Lock 1. Would it change it? I would assume not. And then you'd be like, oh shit, spoilers. But, like, it's also flashing by so fast, it's not really spoilers. But I do wonder. I would assume it's probably not dynamic, if I were to just guess, but it would be interesting if it was, just as a nice detail. Didn't it show stuff from Story Locks? It showed stuff from, yes, the Story Lock 3. Which you could just get to... No. Did it just show stuff from Story Locks? No. It showed, like, the box of Calamity route, at the very least I saw. It was all of the routes. It was all of the routes. Shit that was, not required, I'm pretty sure. Like, the Ghost Eva? Actually, wait, was Ghost Eva a part of that? Oh, I guess she was. Again, it's hard to tell because it was flashing by so fast, but I swear I saw... Maybe not, because some of the stuff was, like, Dead Gaku, as well, but, like, that happens really early on. I'm going to assume you can't get here without doing all the other routes. No. The only requirements are, endings 34, 36, 72, 76, and reaching Story Lock 3. Those are the only requirements. So there's a lot you can skip out to still get through this lock. And so now, I don't think it would change because obviously it's just simpler. Where the fuck is it? I do think the timeline needs some working on. It's a little messy. Condition, reach story lock 2. Yeah, so we don't know what the conditions for story lock 2 are, but we've definitely met them. Yeah, Box of Calamity is one of the prereqs because that's where all the endings 32 and 34 and 36 are. Sunlight was streaming in through the window. I must have been lying there all night. I remembered about the other times I've lived through these 100 days, and about what happened in those other, I guess we should call them timelines? But not all of them, right? Yeah, it's all a little fragmented. How many did you remember? 10, 20, more than that? No, not even that many. You're still just a beginner. A beginner? Come with me. Hey, where are you going this time? You wanted to hear the whole truth, didn't you? It's not something I can talk about here. Kiriko left the room. I still feeling a little clueless. I followed her. We should be safe in here. First, I want to hear what you know. Which TLs did you remember, and how many do you... How much do you remember about them? TLs? That's the abbreviation for timeline I've been using in my head. We can use the full version if you want. I'm not really sure how to explain which one I remembered, though. Any key points or characteristics will do. Okay, but honestly, I don't feel good about this. Too many of the timelines I remember ended in tragedy. So many of our friends died in those alternate realities. They were murdered, killed in ways so gruesome and cruel that I didn't even want to say them out loud. It hurt just to think about them. I started to think I'd have been better off in never remembering it at all. On the other hand, I warned you. Once you know the truth, there's no going back. But you said you could handle it. You promised not to let it destroy you. I did say that. Now I had to stand by it. In spite of the pain it caused me, I began to speak. Okay, here goes. Slowly, hesitantly, I told Hideko what I remembered about the other timelines. The GA parasites. The series of murders caused by them. The exorcism rituals I held with Gaku. Why that specifically? Getting into the escape pod with Hideko and Tsubasa and setting off for the satellite. There was another timeline with a serial killer in it too. Except that time, it turned out to be Yugamu. Wait, Yugamu? Yugamu was the killer? I felt a sudden jolt of pain in my head. My memories must have been getting mixed up. Are you alright? Yeah, I think so. I squeezed Hideko's hand to reassure her and carried on. I told her about another timeline where zombies started appearing. We tried using Yugamu as bait at first. But even after that, our friends kept dying and coming back as zombies. In the end, I got caught by them too, and... Wait a minute. Did I become a zombie in that timeline as well? Yeah, you were killed on day 58. You remember that so specifically. I think I remember that the zombie Ato attacked me from behind. But after that, there's nothing. I guess you wouldn't remember being a zombie, huh? Of course not, but by that point, I wasn't me anymore. We'll talk more about that timeline later. Tell me about the others. I nodded. There's not much to tell. There's just one more I can remember. That one all started with Gaku being killed. Then Kako's body was found. She'd been poisoned. After some investigation, we found out that it was Shoma who killed Kako. But then he was found dead too, killed by Eva. You know about Eva, right? You don't have to check in with me like that. Assume I know everything besides what happened while I was zombified. Okay, well, Eva activated her self-destruct device and died too. But that still wasn't the end of it. The killings continued. Next to go was Tsubasa, then Moko. And then Kurara was found strangled in the secret room in the school's basement. That's all I know. Shoma and Eva both mentioned a mastermind called X, but we never figured out who that was. It was probably them who killed Gaku, Tsubasa, Moko, and Kurara, though. Hideko pushed up her glasses and directed a piercing gaze at me. Is that really everything? Yeah, of course. She stared into space for a while, her expression unreadable. She was clearly thinking hard about what? Wait, but about what? I had no idea. Finally, she spoke. I take back what I said before. You're not a salmon roe. Your mind has a tempered steel shell that can shrug off any attack. What does that mean? Don't worry about it. You'll understand soon enough. Why do we keep moving around? To throw off anyone who might be trying to eavesdrop on us. Is someone really doing that? Probably not, but it pays to be careful. So, going from place to place is safer than staying put and going through the whole story? Hideko nodded. I suppose it's my turn. Ask me anything, apart from my credit card information. Okay, well, first of all, I want to know about your memories. When did you start remembering other timelines? Do you remember what happened on day 3? That's when you decided to keep it a secret that you'd come from the future. And you made up the story about reading Eito's diary to explain how you knew what he was up to. Reveal your secret. Yup, okay. My memories returned right after that, although I don't remember everything either. So far, I've only managed to recall 146 timelines. 146? Yes, I've been through at least 146 loops, and most of them made it to day 100. Doing the math, that's about 14,600 days divided by 365. That makes 40. I've been living at this school in this loop for at least 40 years. 40 years? 46,000 days? It was hard to even wrap my head around that length of time. It was making it was making my brain freeze up. I just stood there completely dumbfounded. And that's only the bare minimum. Accounting for loops I haven't remembered yet, the real number is probably even bigger. This is only speculation, but I think something similar is going on with you. Huh? There's a good chance you've lived through these 100 days just as much as I have. At least 146 loops or 40 years. It's all happened, you've just forgotten about it. We changed locations again. I was still dazed and confused, so Hideko picked up the conversation without... Wait. So, I was still dazed and confused, so Hideko picked up the conversation without any prompting. Across these 146 loops, lots of different things have happened, obviously. But apart from a few exceptions, the enemy attacks occur on the same days. That's why I insisted we go to Second to Last Defense Academy on day 6. Day 7 would have been too late. That's when Mufudum attacked the school. Likewise, on day 8, there would have been an attack on both academies. If that had happened, somebody would be sure to die. Getting the entire Special Defense Unit together by day 6 was the only way to prevent that. Did you tell Shirei and Nico about all of this? Yes, including the part about me being a time looper. It's all starting to add up now. That's how those two suddenly knew the attacks would happen. Why didn't you tell me about this loop? Or about the loop? You told Shirei and Nico, but not me? I did tell you. I've told you, and there are others, and there's others so many times, so many timelines, but things always played out in the worst possible ways when I did. All of you died, and I was the only one left standing. It happened like that dozens of times. We say that only half the runs went to day 100, and that's, I mean, she said most of them made it to day 100, so I'm not, it's whatever. For some reason, telling people the truth only takes us down a dark, chaotic path. It's like we're cursed, never able to escape our fate or change it for the better. I don't want to watch all of you die anymore. I'm counting ours. Yeah, that we remember, obviously. Hideko's implying that we've probably been through more, but yeah, at least 12.3 years, I suppose. So I went quiet about it, although if I didn't tell anyone... But you're telling me about it now. Is that okay? You're the one who kept asking. You just wouldn't let it go. I guess that's true. Hideko drew in a deep breath and exhaled. She repeated that process a couple of times until she regained her usual composure. It's all right. That's not the only reason I decided to tell you. I have a feeling that this timeline might be different. I've got no concrete grounds on thinking that, but... Hideko reached into her pocket. She brought out the calico cat figure I'd given her yesterday and squeezed it tenderly. Never mind. Don't worry about it. She put the cat back in her pocket and said no more. This explains a lot, but I still don't understand how we got stuck in this time loop in the first place. Before we get into that, let me tell you some more about the loop itself. Can we get a kiss from the mean axe lady again? She's not mean. She's just, blunt. But she does no-tell things. Because endings end in tragedy, yeah. I mean, that's just also her personality in general. Even in the first timeline, she was kind of just like, alright, we're just doing this shit. You know, before she fucking died. It begins on our second day here. More specifically, the night of day 2, right before Ato destroys today. When the loop resets, that's always the point in time that we return to. And when does it reset? It depends. There are 2 possibilities. Okay, so now we're explaining why we specifically go back to those points. Either when we die or at 10 a.m. on day 100. Day 100, 10 a.m.? Yes, right around the time the school launches its final attack. Can we get a kiss from the blunt and cold axe lady again? Maybe. For whatever reason, even if we make it to the end, we still can't escape this place. When it gets to 10 o'clock, we will be forced back to day 2 to do it all over again. You said you remembered a timeline where we managed to get into the escape pod, yes? But do you remember anything from after that? I remember taking off for the satellite and watching the final attack through the window. Isn't the time when you did the first reset? No. It's close, but not quite exactly from the looks of it. Because we actively chose to go back the first time. It's not like it just happened. But maybe it would have happened automatically regardless, but we actively used Himo Anima to do it at that first time. But there's nothing after that. You see, you don't have any memories of us actually reaching the artificial satellite. Neither do I. Before we can get there, our consciousnesses are pulled back. And we start again from day 2. Hideko nodded. But is this really all true? Somehow I have a distant memory of days beyond day 100. I know I said things turn back to loop into day 100 at 10 a.m. Yeah, because there's memory, like, you know, the Impregnate Eva ending. That's past day 100 for sure. I'm saying your first time might be the cause of the loop, but potentially. But that's no more than an educated guess. It could end up being slightly earlier or later, or in some situations much later. But even so, it doesn't change the fact that we'll be brought back to the evening of day 2 at some point. Okay, yeah, so it's not as finite as the dying. Think about it. Like, dying permanently, rather. If you continue to exist in a timeline after day 100 into old age, how could you possibly retain those memories from after day 100 in the here and now? Wait, what? If you continue to exist in another timeline after day 100 into old age, how could you possibly retain those memories from after day 100 in the here and now? What do you mean? I don't see the problem? You're right. If we weren't caught in this loop, I wouldn't be able to remember any of that time. Because the loop is only stuff we've done in the 100 days, so anything that happens outside of it is we only experience it that one time, but then we forget it? What? If you continue to exist in a timeline after day 100 into old age, how could you possibly retain those memories from after day 100 in the here and now? You're right, if we weren't caught in this loop, I wouldn't be able to remember any of that time. Okay. Sure. That's why not all the endings are canon for what we remember, I guess. Sure, that's fine. I must have gone back to day 2 even in those longer timelines, and that's why I can only vaguely remember them. But going beyond day 100 is an extremely rare, anomalous event. It's probably safe to say, in general, the loop turns back on itself on day 100 at 10 a.m. Yeah, they forget, yeah. That's the only thing that really makes sense. When I arrived back in the past, I didn't have any memories from other timelines. Was it the same for you, Hideko? Why 10 a.m.? It's just how it is, you know? Why is 12 a.m. midnight? Why did we decide the day starts at 12 a.m.? You know, we just did that, right? I told you already, didn't I? My memory started returning on day 3. Probably after dying in these routes they go back. Not maybe not. It depends. There are some routes where we live and we still go back. And I don't think the implication is that we die, and I think it's just like eventually we go back, either maybe spontaneously or some shit. Like, it could be death as well, but it could also just not be. Again, as part of, like, the anomaly, I feel. We forget everything that the moment we return to the start of the loop. In some cases, like right now, we suddenly remember them again. I have no idea what causes it, or if there's any kind of rule governing the process. That is weird. Especially since I still remember my first timeline when I go back to day 2. That's probably because of your cryptoglobin. What do you mean? The first timeline we experienced, I'll just call it the first cycle to make things easier. During that cycle, you absorb Dato's powers, but not just his.
青月くんに殺された時、僕の遺血はすべて彼の中に取り込まれた。
Curious what happens when Takumi loops, his body vanishes.
青月くんを経由して
Basically, actually, yeah. I mean, that's how it worked the first time. On the 100th day of the first cycle, you had that ghost boy's power inside of you. That made you strong enough to retain your memories when you traveled back in time. Because Egyptians use math on base 12 and they cut the days into 2 sections. No, yeah, but like, why are we defining necessarily like this specific position in the sky is the start of the loop, right? You can make it relative to anything. That's what I mean. Like in the grand scheme of things, we're only choosing something because it feels significant to us, but it's not like a set fact in the universe that the day starts at this position in the sky of the sun. We've just decided that as a society. Wait a minute, so the time loop and cryptoglobin are related somehow? It only stands to reason. Think about it. What's your specialist skill? Special redo. The power to try things again. See? It all adds up. But what about you? Your special discipline skill is totally different from mine. You know how some people are really good at multiple subjects, like history and math? It seems it's the same principle. So you've got the power to... I'm just better than you, Takumi, is the fucking explanation after this many hours. I'm just better than you, Takumi. Oh. So special skills are lore relevant? I mean, yeah. It's just at this time, right before this singular sentence, we were the only ones we were aware of with that specialist skill. So welcome in, narrator. Hope you're having a good Monday. If I had to guess, only his consciousness loops back to day 0, or loops after his loop 0. So even if he lives to return to the point, to the return point, the version of him that'll go back to day 2 won't have any memories formed afterwards. Even if he lives to the return point, that version of him will go back to day 2 and won't have any memories formed after. Yeah. And it loops back exactly at 10 a.m. Loops at that exact time. Yeah. It really is just Hiriko's built different. What, do we spread our specialist skill like a fucking disease? Did Kako also time travel and eventually get these powers? Yeah, in Route 0, his body does disappear. Again, we don't see what happens every other time, so technically it could be up in the air, but I would assume his body disappears unless stated otherwise, because that's what they showed and they didn't bother trying to clarify it another way. Question mark? So you've got the power to redo things as well? I do. Then why haven't I ever seen you do it before? Technically, I've never seen you redo something either. The effects of the skill that alter the flow of time are only visible to their user. Neither of us can tell when the other uses the skill or what changes when they do. Does that mean there are defensive battles we've only won thanks to your redoing stuff? I've lived through this loop 146 times. Don't underestimate what I can do. Okay, I think I get the time that the time loop is somehow caused by our specialist skills, but there's still something I don't understand. At the end of the first cycle, I wanted to change things more than anything. That's how I was able to go back to the night of day 2. But why does it keep happening in the other timelines? Why does dying or making it go... Okay, actually, this is a good question to leave it off on because we're due for break, and I think this is probably going to be a lot of continued exposition. So we're going to pause here as a little reprieve from the giant lore drop, and we'll come back in a few minutes to continue on here with Hiriko. But for now, I shall brib. Ugh, I am back, gamers. It's back to lore dump time. Yippee! I wonder how long. Oh shit, lore dump is gonna take. Hidiko's probably got so much shit to say. Even after all she said already. Okay, yeah, back to this important question. Why does dying or making it to 10 a.m. on day 100 pull us back to that same point? I don't know, but I have a theory. Oh, is Stream Elements down? RIP Stream Elements. It's because that initial jump back in time was the trigger. Think of spinning tops. They'd never stop spinning if it wasn't for friction. The same. Oh, there it is. But that didn't. Did that drop? I don't think I saw them drop. Did they not drop? The same goes for other things like pendulums or springs going downstairs. In a situation where there was no resistance, all it would take is one little push and they'd keep moving forever. Forever? That's right. Does that mean we're going to be stuck in this loop forever? There must be a way to break out of it. There has to be. What is it? Do you think I'd have to put up with that idiotic face of yours for over 14,000 days if I knew? So we don't know how to escape. Not right now, at least, but... But what? This is a first for me. Sorry, what are we doing? Tone shift fucking whiplash? Huh? The timeline we're currently in is different from the others I remember. We've made it to day 11 without a single member of our team dying. In all 146 loops, that's never happened before. This timeline must be special somehow. That sounds true? That sounds true. Is that true, though? Like, no one died in the romance route. So, maybe for Hiroko? We're just experiencing different shit from Hiroko. Unless we're counting Shide as well, question mark? Is that necessarily a good thing, though? If neither of us have experienced a timeline like this before, we won't be able to predict what's going to happen. That's true, aside from when the enemy attacks occur, that is. But this could be our chance to finally escape the loop. All the other timelines have ended in tragedy one way or another, but this one could be different. The fact that we don't know what's coming means there's still untapped possibilities. Or she doesn't remember the meme roots, yeah. Hiruko's eyes were sparkling. I'd never seen her this excited. Do you remember what I told you on the night of the third day? About not killing Eito and keeping your time travel secret from the others? I said that they were probably the right choices. Because those choices are what created this timeline where we finally have a chance to change things? Exactly. So then, my coming from the future in the time loop, if we want to preserve this timeline's integrity, it's best that we don't tell the others. There's a good chance things will develop the way they did in the other timelines if we do. There was still plenty I didn't understand about this time loop thing, but I had a pretty good grasp on the basics. Yep, on the basics. I felt like Hiroko had told me everything she knew about anyway, but there were other questions I needed an answer to. What was it? What was it that Shide handed Hiroko that day in the war room? What was with that old lab in the ruins? What was that parallel leaping? Why was Eito still alive when I saw his dead body before? Why did Hiroko try to strangle me that time in the infirmary? Who was in the drone that she put into the revival-matic? And perhaps strangest of all, why was she crying when I saw her on the roof at the end of day 9? But just as I was about to ask her, that should do it for today. Huh? You need time to process all this information. We can pick up this conversation again tomorrow. No, I'm fine, really. But Hiroko wouldn't listen. She turned around and headed back toward the school, refusing to say anything more. Oh man, why is she always like this? Red and Yellow, hello. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hope your stream was good. What were you up to? It just says a media warning. Big spoiler warning. We're in a portion of the game that you have to meet certain requirements to get to, so we are pretty deep into the story of this game. If you are at all interested in a game made by the creators of Danganronpa / Euroscape, mystery visual novel thing, I would heed caution if you're interested, because we are deep into the story. The Room. I totally forgot about the Room game. How was it though? Did you have a good time with it? Man, one day I'll actually play still I remember thinking, oh, after Fallout, I'll probably have some time to play oh wait, isn't the Room like a puzzle game? Wait. Am I mixing up? Is there a Room a horror game and a Room the puzzle game? Am I mixing? I think I'm mixing something up. I think the Room the game is a puzzle game, right? Is there a adaptation of the film though, or something similar to it in a game form as well though? Regardless, I hope you had a good time with it. We could totally play the movie on the game category. I would get banned for sure. I would get banned. The Room based on the bad movie. Yeah. Hell yeah. Still, well, I say still, like I should have at some point, but I've not seen The Room. I've not seen a lot of movies though. So this makes sense. But also, if anybody from the raids got to get some post-stream rest in, food, water, whatever you need to take care of yourself, of course, prioritize that first. We're just reading visual novel shit and getting through big lore dump. So if you got to go, absolutely no worries. But very much appreciate the raid again. The goal. I'm pretty sure the only way you can stream movies / TV shows legally on Twitch is if they're, you know, public domain, and or if you do like the special streams where you can like connect your account with your Amazon Prime account, and then only people who have an Amazon Prime account connected to their Twitch can watch the stream with you. I'm pretty sure that's the only way. That's, you know, legal. That Twitch will not fucking send you to the afterlife for doing. It's great if you like cringe. It depends. It depends on, there's many types of cringe. I don't think I've ever watched a show or TV show for cringe, but I also just don't watch that much that kind of media in general. I used to watch a lot more shows a couple of years ago, aka anime, but not so much now. Smite the streamer. Don't smite me, please no. I like not getting smited. I've been smited in non-stream ways too much. In-game ways and non-game ways. I would like to not get smited anymore. Please and thank you. Ah! Ow. Does that count? That's not smiting, no. With not much else, wow. Fantastic start. With not much else to do, I went back to my room. Thinking about all those mysteries wouldn't do me a lot of good now. Not to mention, we'll still have plenty of battles to fight from here on. I need to keep building up my bonds with the rest of the team so we'll be ready for those challenges. Maybe I'll take a look around and see how everyone's doing. Oh, really? I mean... Oh, right. We put him in the strange room, right? And we put Ato in the strange room instead of in the courtyard, where that's where shit goes wrong every time. Anyways, we don't have anything to do here, so we'll just sleep for the day. I wonder, actually, I should check this sooner. Oh, well. Big story moments going on right now, by the way. Yeah, we don't have a root name. That makes sense. He used the rubber balloons to escape the cage. Is that what he did here? So soon? Is this when we found the rubber balloons in his cage? Oh god, it's been fucking that long. Yes, holy shit. Man, fucking hate that guy. Hideko said we'd talk more tomorrow. She's finally started telling me stuff, so I don't think she's about to go back on her promise now. I had no choice but to trust her. I crawled into bed and let myself drift off, wondering what revelations tomorrow would bring. What the fuck? Oh. Oh. This is no serious allowed. No serious allowed stream. Hideko called on me after breakfast. She told me to meet her in the entrance hall. And it looks like she's already here. Are we exploring outside today? Don't you want to hear the rest of my story? Yeah, of course. Then don't ask questions and follow me. Don't forget your fire extinguisher. Hideko walked away at a brisk pace. I grabbed an extinguisher and hurried after her. Rats, rats, we are the rats, 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 we are the rats. So when are we going? Where are we going? Why are you always so dense? I know what you want to ask me. We're going to the one place where I can properly explain things. You mean that old lab? Better than giving you a lobotomy. That was a joke. Yeah, I didn't think she was being serious. It was just so weird to hear Hideko joke about anything. Now, stop wasting time with your nonsense and let's get going. Nonsense? I didn't even say anything. But Hideko was already on the move, too far away to hear any protest at my voice. Sheesh. I muttered my complaints to the air instead and followed after her. Lobotomy, Rube? Please no. On the way to the lab, I filled Hideko in on what had happened in the timeline with the zombie outbreak. Like she told me yesterday, she didn't have any memories of the second half of that timeline. Or more accurately, anything that happened after she was zombified. Rats, we are the rats, celebrating yet another birthday bash. Michael, it's your birthday today. Cake and ice cream is on its way. Michael, you're a good boy this year. Open up your gifts while we all cheer. Michael is a good boy this year. Open up your gifts while we all cheer. Rats, rats, we are the rats, celebrating yet another. It's just like I thought. Those zombies were created by the GA parasites. It all began with the Alpha 1 and Alpha 2 specimens Darumi and Gaku brought back. Alpha 2 was already in its male spawning phase. It laid its eggs in the bodies of our dead friends, including me. Then, those eggs hatched into male GA and burrowed into the corpse's brains, temporarily reanimating them. That also explains one of the biggest mysteries around here. It does? Which one? You're better off not knowing. But Hideko. But I know you'll only keep pestering me about it, so I'll tell you later.
I have no idea what the fuck is going on. Okay,
I truly do have no idea what the fuck is going on. So true, past me. When we arrived at the lab, Hideko dispelled her class armor. I did the same. Fitting, because that was from a stream of another visual novel mystery game we played. Why did we change back into our regular clothes? You can't put on a leap suit while wearing class armor. I don't think we'll actually need the suits this time, but it's just a force of habit. What do you mean this time? Why don't they work if you got class armor on? Leap suits have the ability to repel Himonima. They're not affected by attacks from class weapons. If you tried to put one on in class armor, the two surfaces would refuse to touch each other like magnets with the same polarities. And doing a parallel leap with one of those suits is a bad idea, right? Or without one of those suits is a bad idea, right? You shouldn't need to ask me that. You've already experienced leap damage firsthand. Leap what? Leap damage is what happens if you parallel leap without a leap suit. You've mentioned this leaping stuff a couple of times now. What does it mean? That's what I brought you here to explain. Are you familiar with the concept of parallel universes? Oh boy, we're hitting the Uchikoshi so hard right now. Yeah, Ito told me about them in the first cycle. They're basically alternate realities, right? Are you saying the different timelines we've experienced are the same thing? Exactly. If it helps, you can think of parallel universes as worlds of other timelines. So parallel leaping is, just like the name implies, it's the process of traveling or leaping to a parallel universe. Leaping kind of implies we're going pretty far. Can people call trips through time leaps sometimes? Or people call trips through time leaps sometimes, right? Is it anything like that? No, the direction is completely different. A time leap means going forward or backward in time. A parallel leap is more like a horizontal movement, or like changing trains to ride a different line. We can't use parallel leaps to go back to the past or forward to the future. Instead, we move to the same place in the same point in time, but on a different timeline. Take a look at this diagram. Let's say we leap from timeline A at 1:01 a.m. We'd arrive in timeline B at the same time, 1:01 a.m. Essentially, our coordinates in time don't change, only the world that we inhabit. There's another difference too. A time leap would be like your journey back after the first cycle, only your consciousness was affected. She had a diagram ready. Yeah, she did have a day to prepare. It's not like, wait, okay. Time leap would be like your journey back to the first cycle, after the first cycle, only your consciousness was affected. It's not like you got into the time machine and physically went back into time, into a time machine and physically went back in time. But that's not the case with parallel leaps. Continue. When we leap, our bodies are traveling to those alternate realities. And the thing that makes it possible is this, the PLM. So when we go forwards or backwards in time, the body physically travels. But when we just go from from today at this time to another timeline of today at this time. Our body does not travel. It's only our mind. Okay. Inverse, no. When we leap, our bodies are traveling to those alternate realities. Leaping is, she's not saying parallel leaping, she's saying leaping. But that's not the case with parallel leaps. Okay, wait, okay. When we go from that to that, our bodies are physically traveling versus... Wait, then what happened the first time? Why did our body disappear the first time? Is it because we used the specialist skill specifically? That's why we disappeared? So going forward backwards is just mind. Going parallel is mind and body. She said that time travel is just consciousness and leaps or teleports. There's no bodies in the first time travel. There are no two bodies in the first time travel. Huh? Time travel is just consciousness and leaps are teleports. Yeah, but like we still physically saw the body leave the first initial 100-day timeline. Like we were physically not there when the spaceship came back. And then we went back and there we inhabited the body of Takumi there, and we merged our consciousnesses so that there wasn't actually two Takumis. I said that the Root Zero didn't really demonstrate that he physically went to the past. I mean, I rewatched the cutscene. He literally does like a hemo anima blood explosion on himself. He is no longer there. He is shown to have disappeared, and then like the escape pod comes back down with like a tape saying, "Takumi, Takumi, come back, come back. We gotta tell you something," and he can't pick up because he's not there. I think the first loop Takumi 1 absorbs Takumi 2. Well, I think the absorption is more of like on a the metaphysical level. He did explode. He disappeared and he is on a white room before being morbed with himself. Well, yeah, they had like the time thing where like the two consciousness. That's why I don't think that's physically him being there. Again, I think that's that was a metaphysical reaction. That was consciousness of Takumi from the future merging with Takumi of the past, who did not know fucking anything, and giving his conscious memories of the future to Takumi of the past. And that was not a physical thing that happened in the world. It was just a, consciousness absorption. But disappear doesn't mean he went to the past. I mean, his body wasn't fucking there. I'm not gonna be like, well, his body's actually there because they didn't show me the entire world and prove to me that Takumi Sumino really does not exist. This is just a devil's proof from Umineko. We're back to Umineko. It's all Umineko. You can't provide me proof that it didn't happen, which means it has to have, you can't prove it. It's like unfair. that's the whole metric of it. Like, just because we weren't shown that doesn't mean, that's exactly what they're going for. I will say the Bloodverse is filled with... was full of Takumi's bodies? Full of Takumi bodies? I don't know. I don't think so. I think... because you can only go forward and back, the only way you can end up in a world with multiple Takumis is if multiple Takumis use the PLM machine to parallel leap into the same exact reality. I believe under this concept, we can use this machine and run into the other version of ourselves and then essentially replace them. Okay. Anyways, we'll see. And the thing that makes this possible is the PLM. You've probably guessed from the PL part, but it stands for Parallel Leap Machine.
Huh?
Wait a minute. You mean that night just after midnight on day 5? We leapt to another timeline? You only just figured that out? You really are slow sometimes. Talking me stupid? Yep. Where did we go, though? Which timeline was it? In answer to my question, Hideko took out a handheld device and showed me the screen. What is the shit? Oh, no. No, she's got her, like, own phone filled with the fucking flowchart. I can't. Oh my god. Hideko in the back of her mind, Takumi, you dumb fucking idiot. What do you mean you haven't been writing down all of your memories and putting them into a flowchart so that you can go parallel leap and leave them in a specific place you can go pick it up and learn things about your past that you couldn't have remembered through the time leap because you went to the timeline where you forgot about it and you wrote it all down though, but and you went to, I mean, when you back there, you remembered enough that you had to go to the time leap machine in this building, by the way. You just have to know it exists, by the way. A map of the different timelines based on the machine's data. On the data? What do you mean the data? Oh, so I'm sorry, there's a canonical list of timelines? I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that there's a canonical set number of timelines. I mean, surely there's infinite and the machine can't catalog them all. Maybe it only catalogs timelines that have been used, like timelines that the machine has itself been used in, and then the machine can morb the timeline data to all of the other timelines to update the database. Like, the timeline we went to that night was Hunt Mystery. I'm sorry, they're named? I'm sorry, they're named? Like, on the fucking computer? Why does the computer have names for them? Why does the pooter have names for them? I'm fucking sorry? What the fuck do you mean? The pooter has names for them. The mystery hunt route. We went here on day 5. Oh my fucking god. Leave the school? We didn't leave the school. I think only the timelines which was used in I think it only has the timelines which was used in any universe where the machine exists and is being used. Presumably it exists in every universe. It might not be being used in every universe. That's what I'm assuming. Like, it has to be used for it to be added to the machine fully, like, multi-universe, like, catalog. But how? Hunt what? It's a timeline that splits into 2 on day 25. One of them, you don't remember yet, we're forced to participate in a killing game called the Invader Hunt. I call that branch the Hunt timeline, our first timeline, by the way. But the other branch you should remember. It's the one where Gaku was killed on day 5 and Kako's body was found on day 27. You investigated the matter and figured out that it was Shoma who killed Kako. It's like a multiverse law. To be fair, the chapters are titled with computer format, like chapter 512. Well, yeah, I just didn't think that they were being serious about it. I just thought it was for the vibes. How does the computer decide what to name the routes, you know? Like, who makes the names? She's the one who named the timelines, not the machine. I really, really, really desperately hope so. If they came with the names, I would fucking be losing it. She did say she made the name Hunt. I call that branch the Hunt timeline. But yeah, she could say she calls it the Hunt timeline because the machine said it, or vice versa. But like, I'm hoping, I would like to cope and believe that she made up all the names, because otherwise I'm not accepting the ChatGPT line. I refuse. I refuse. Simple as that. But then Shomek was killed. This time, you pinned Eva as the culprit. But then she self-destructed, and things only got worse from there. So... Yes, this is where the mystery route is. Sorry, I need to reorient myself on the timeline. It's very hard to find my bearings on this. So yes, mystery route is... Wait, no. Wait, yes? Yes. Who killed Shom? Yeah, who killed? Yup. And then this leads to... Yes. Who killed Shoma? Yep. Man, that was that late? I don't remember it being that late. Holy shit. And then Eva kills Shoma, and then we don't shut her up, and then, yep. Okay, so she's giving us a recap, so when we go back there, we're not like, what the fuck's going on? So, you should remember, Gaku was killed on day 5 because we decided not to leave the school. Kaku's body was found on day 27, killed by Shoma. Shoma then got killed by Eva. Way fucking later on. They both claimed that they were told to do so by mysterious person X. And then Moko and Tsubasa died, and then Kurara died. And then we got left off about seeing the imposter Amogus leaving the body of Kurara and disguising as her. Height? I'm gonna be very confused if the character that's under the Kurara mask is a different height than Kurara. Or not very similar. Which means it's probably not Eito, but I wish it was Eito. You were beset by a whole host of mysteries, but you still did your best to solve them. That's why I call this branch the mystery timeline. Okay. Okay, so yes, she did not do this. The hunt and mystery timelines, huh? That's right. And this time, this is the line that both of them split off from. So I combined the names together, making this the hunt mystery timeline. And that's the one we went to? Yes, on day 5, just after midnight. But why did you want to go there anyway? I had 2 objectives. One was to prevent Gaku's death. The other was to do something about Omega. Wait, Omega? Who's that? Just for a moment, Hideko hesitated. Omega is the one who killed Gaku. Just say if you know or don't know who this is, Oomphy. So... Leave the school? No. Day 5. Gaku dies between 1 and... So yes, Gaku is not dead at this point. She's trying to save Gaku from being killed. We wake up, we see a body in the Revivomatic. I guess that's Gaku, then? In the Revivomatic, probably? Question mark? You mean X? Isn't that what the mastermind behind the murders in that timeline was called? No, X and Omega are different people. Omega had his brain infected with GA data. Okay, so Omega is us. We killed Gaku. Yup, this is true. This is a true thing that happened. Yup, this corroborates. Just making sure Hideko and I are on the same page. We killed Gaku. There was no physical parasite there, but it was just the same as if it had been taken over by one. That's what drove him to murder Gaku. Even if I hadn't dealt with him, he still would have tried to kill again. That's why I went to that timeline, to remove the GA data from Omega's brain. We're in the Revivomatic? She's resetting her brain data? She said she was doing this over and over again to try to get rid of the GA parasite in the first time. You know, when we got tied down and went and we crashed out. And so she tried it again. How are we, why were we like seeing from like, why were we having like a out of body experience? Or that wasn't us? Or that was... No, that was the Takumi... Sorry, that's the Takumi from that timeline she was curing, because the body persists when you do a parallel leap, yes. So in the pod was Takumi Evil Edition. And we were watching Hideko try to cure Takumi Evil Edition. Okay. Those were my goals that night. Honestly, I still didn't get it. I waited for her to carry on. On day 4, you saw me and Shide talking, yes? The thing he gave me that day was a cerebral glitch repair program. We're just making up technology. Or rather, a thumb drive with the program loaded onto it. I couldn't have erased the GA data without that. Should I even have something like that? That's a matter for another day. Why didn't we use it on Ato? Why didn't we use this on Ato? Surely we should have used this on Ato at some point. To fix his fucking brain disease. That's a matter for another day. The important thing is that he handed it over. Once I had that program, I jumped to the Hunt Mystery Timeline at midnight on day 5, just like you saw. Hideko went on to tell me what happened after that. You only went back with an hour of time before Gaku got killed, potentially? That's crazy. Hideko went on to tell me what happened after that during the time I lost track of her. First of all, she went back to the school and rang Omega's doorbell. She hid on the... Why are we pretending like we don't know who Omega is? Omega is evil us. Can we just skip the Omega? She hid on the dorm roof and waited for the murderer to come out. She then dropped down and knocked him out with a strike to the back of the neck. That explains why we pass out a lot also in that route. Maybe fucking Hideko's jumping from different timelines, repeatedly trying to take us out and bring us to the machine and then failing. I think it fixed to a normative point. Ato's normative is crazy already. No, it's not. It is not. He only sees people like that because he has brain disease. And his entire like being is focused around it. She's considered Takumi's feelings. Damn. Now's not the time for feelings. Hideko, it's time for facts. With Omega unconscious, all that was left was to take him to the infirmary and run the repair program on him. But then the GA data in his brain took over. He got up, grabbed Hideko's arm, and threw her against the wall. I was still down in the morgue at the time, freaking out over seeing Ato's body. Of course, now I realize that was the Ato from that timeline, not the one I knew. In that timeline, I must have decided to kill him on the night of day 2 and absorb his cryptoglobin. So it was only natural that his corpse would be there. What do you mean absorb his cryptoglobin? You did not, or else he would be a blackened mummy? Okay. So it was only natural that his corpse would be there. But the brainwash did not work on Ato. I think this is a derived technology. Yes, but also, it's not like the machine was like guaranteed to work. It just didn't work on him because he was strong-willed. But if you're physically changing the code of something, that's completely different. The brainwashing is probably, it's not like literally going in and changing his DNA. It's just trying to rewire his neurons, and it failed versus like versus like literally changing your DNA, like the glitch repair, whatever the fucky glitch repair, cerebral glitch repair program. I'm at least assuming that's like more at the DNA level, because otherwise that you can't, the brain will just repeatedly create the same defunct DNA. But cerebral glitch program changed it. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, the thing with like DNA is that to make it change, like if you have like DNA replicates itself by default and then keeps, you know, certain like triggers on and off, and that's how that all the cells in your body are made. Versus the brainwash is probably more akin to just like electrocution torture, but you know, more anime, I would guess. But the point being, like, for such a thing to exist, like if you want to change the cerebral part of the brain, you're not going to change how the brain wires that differently without touching the DNA, because it's just going to execute whatever the DNA says. However, I don't think they're making that distinction, but I think it should be made if they wanted this GA data to be removed from Takumi. Because basically, like, the GA is taken over his body. Well, it comes down to the concept of what the fuck does it mean that the GA controls his consciousness. Because if it's just a parasite, again, it should not be able to time leap, but it can. So, like, it's clearly not following the standard rules. But, like, at some point they mentioned, like, their DNA's merged. The GA and his. So, like, there is some DNA transfer. And in which case, the only way to fix that would to be remove the extra DNA. Brainwash machine can plant suggestions like the root Shide makes Takumi approve of Shide's order. I think that's more advanced. They're both advanced, but I think literally taking out DNA that has become accepted by the body would be more complicated in the form of the GAs, because if they can stay in the body so well that they transfer through time, it's got to be pretty difficult versus just suggestions, I feel. Like, again, if it was just time traveling made it so the GA went away because it has to physically be there, then obviously, yeah. But since it doesn't need to physically be there, there is some component of the GA that has become a part of Takumi's natural DNA. But GA data is only data. I don't think the Takumi with the data is a more cognitive thing. Well, data, the way data is like made in the brain is through whatever the DNA is replicating, is the point. Like, you're not a computer. We are not computers. We have based computers off of systems our brain use, but we are not computers. Like, a computer cannot self-replicate. And if you implant something in the body and it is not accepted by the body, it will not be allowed to self-replicate. It will literally, that's like infection control. So, like, if this thing is able to implant itself in Takumi's body, the way that works, if it's a parasite, and it's going that well to the neurological level, it is physically changing how cells are because you're constantly making new cells, right? So it's changing the way new cells are created in the body, which means it's a part of the DNA code. Essentially. Didn't the revive thing save a copy of your mind at the start of each day? Exactly. Also, that was an issue because we couldn't go back to a Takumi that was pre-GA. We were having issues with that, or something like that. I agree, but I think Uchikoshi is using brain like a computer. No, yeah, he is, and I see he's doing it, but I personally don't like the it's a little too fast and loose for me. I had issues with VLR as well, although my contempt for VLR is much deeper than anything this game has done. VLR is a thing for me, for sure. But I don't like the framing of time travel is your DNA. I'm not personally a fan of that. And it feels like an oversimplification, which is when things start to get confusing. Is my main issue with it, I think. But again, we've introduced so many high-level mechanics to the how the time travel and schema anima works that, like, there's kind of points where there's just exceptions to the rule because they need to exist, not necessarily because I think they're part of a greater system that has been fully flushed out around our corners, which I understand. Making these kind of stories is very difficult. And that's why I usually give these kind of stories a little bit more grace than some other stuff, because it's quite literally impossible to cover all bases if you're creating a world where, in theory, infinite timelines can exist. And you have to carefully write around that without shoving yourself into a corner. There is the fact that the character does not know how the time travel works. Yeah, also, there is that aspect as well to work with. But yeah, like if realistically with most time travel stories, the obvious issue anyone will run into is just, if there's time travel and multiple universes, why don't other people from other universes also find time travel and just fuck with everything, right? And I think that's a little unfair to the genre, but stuff like this, which is a more on a micro scale of how we have decided to frame the time traveling, and we're using we're just using computer programs to do everything, I think is not working in the game's favor. But I'm still following, but I'm not exactly happy with it. I guess is the best way to say it. I will keep the pseudo parasite just a memory thing affecting Takumi because I will sleep better at night. Yeah, that's the thing with these stories is realistically there's always a what ifism, and it's really just about how much what ifism you're able to accept is just a part of consuming a story. It's just a suspension of disbelief thing, I guess. That's really what it all comes down to is what levels of suspension of disbelief are you willing to provide for a story, and that depends on what the story provides you. Maybe they do, but the multiverse is infinite, we just not see the timelines. Yeah, exactly. So in theory, you should never, by the concept of a time travel story, you should never be able to do anything properly in a time travel story because there's going to be so many parallel universes that all have time travel that are all fucking with each other besides, just like Takumi and co. But again, I think that's unfair to to time travel stories as a concept. That's not why people write them. But I do think there's still some scrutiny in to give to any time travel story about how they explain how their time travel works. I don't know. Maybe it's just a bit. Maybe I'm just being a little bit harsh coming from 999. Well, and Zeroscape in general, but the process of time traveling in Zeroscape is much more condensed and simplified, and it kind of helps the story there because it doesn't start bringing, like, this game is doing something that happened a lot less in Zeroscape, I think, which is just we're starting to make up more and more terms for highly specific things to solve a problem. Versus 999, there was a lot of bullshit and, like, you know, things that came out of left field, but none of it was, like, you know, hyper specific for one specific issue. It was just, oh yeah, you just didn't know this at the time because you haven't been to the right place yet in the timelines. Yeah, it all being morphogenetic field makes it way simpler. It's just like, yep, this is just a superpower some people have. They just do this. They just hop timelines. It's just how it works. That's it. Versus this game, we got that, but then we also got to be changing brain code, and then we also got to be dealing with, like, parallel leaping, and there's a machine that does that, but not all people can parallel leap because they don't know the rules of it. Like, it's very overcomplicated compared to Zeroscape, which I think makes it much harder to, like, the more you explain something, the more scrutiny I feel like you're opening yourself up to. You keep a simple story simple, and people know it's a simple story, and so they will treat it with simple rules. They will not overthink it. But if you present complex story with overly complex rules, people can shoot back with a lot of complex arguments back about the logic of the story. It's a difficult thing to balance, especially if you're trying to write something hyper-specific like this. I mean, again, I don't think it's necessarily like a game shattering flaw, but it is something that is pin. When we got the Dolmenic whatever blah 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 brainwashing machine, I was like, we're entering dangerous territory here. And we're definitely at points teetering on, like, all right, well, we're just making shit up as we go to fill out the very specific issue they found in writing. I bet they didn't want to fix through a more natural way, which is fine. Again, this shit's hard to make. This game's fucking 6 million words. Like, I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot to keep in check, especially when multiple people are writing it. I understand. I do think the multiple writer issues has also probably not helped keep things as concise as Zeroscape's time travel mechanic. I'm trying to think about. I don't remember how it works in I, the Somnium Files. I didn't play I, the Somnium Files myself, but I watched a friend, like, play it from start to finish, both games. I don't remember how it works, besides it's somehow related to the syncing, but I don't remember exactly. But things were more complicated in I, the Somnium Files, but not even remotely close to this level of just, like, terminology. I can't remember. It's been so long since I watched those playthroughs. Fuck. I think this is probably just, like, this is Uchikoshi base, and then a lot of stuff got put on top of it, and it had to accommodate a lot of different angles of the world, and not all of them were looking in the same direction necessarily. I'm still enjoying it, though, but it's probably going to lose me again in the future. I'm expecting this at this point. All of these games have lost me, to be fair. Like, all of the Uchikoshi games, at some point, I've been like, I'm sorry, what are we doing? It's par for the course. I still like his work, but it is par for the course at some point, for me to just be like, all right, what the fuck are we doing? What the fuck? Okay, what the fuck was this conversation about? So, Hiriko was healing us from the GA data with the, you know, the fucking the fucking data that I almost said Monokuma. Holy shit, that shit I gave her. We went to the morgue after waking up, and we saw Eito, but that was Eito's physical body from that timeline because we chose to kill Eito. We were in the kill Eito side of the roots. Yes. Right, I was like, why is his body, we absorbed his cryptoglobin, shouldn't he be a mummy? That was it. But then Shide reconstructed the corpse. Okay. I just remember Ice 9. Honestly, same. But I just remember really enjoying the first and the third game and really hating the second. It's all visceral reactions. I have like bits and pieces. I will say though, I do remember a bit more of Zero Escape because I've more recently watched like a hypercut of the all three games, so I got like a recent refresh on them. I was not trying to do it for the purposes of playing this game, but I was feeling a little bit nostalgic for some older streams I watched of it. So I went back and watched them. So I'm a bit more refreshed on that than I the Somnium Files. Like, if you try to ask me what happens in I the Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative, I just know at the end of it, I was like, what the fuck was the point of all of that? It's still a fun game, and it's still entertaining to go through, but I do just have a vague memory of the second game having much less impact with its ending compared to the first. Just being like, all right, what are we doing? Okay. Anyway, that was when I heard the noise. Turns out it was the sound of Hideko crashing into the wall upstairs. When I went out to the corridor, I heard another noise. It must have been the infirmary door opening. That was when Omega got away from me. He must have realized there was someone else around and ran. Of course, I didn't actually see any of this. That blow against the wall knocked me out. And then the next time you came to was when I was holding you? That's right. Then I kicked you in the stomach and tried to break that little matchstick you call a neck. Couldn't you try to sound a little more sorry about that? I already apologized. Yeah, but you never told me why you did it. What do you mean? Haven't you figured it out yet? I had a bad feeling about this. A chill ran down my spine and I broke out into goosebumps. After you blacked out and I got a proper look at you, I've noticed something. We still had there was a purple rash on your face. That's one of the symptoms of leap damage. That's when I realized I'd made a mistake. So I released you and went to look for Omega instead. I knew where he'd be, the classroom on the first floor. From the way things played out before, he was bound to show up there eventually. I got there as fast as I could, but... I'm trying to understand this image. So that's Hideko's head. What is this clothing in front of her? That's not our shirt. Is that her shirt? That's her shirt. No, but it doesn't have the black. I'm just confused by what I'm looking at here. Oh, wait, what? His shirt was buttoned. This is the timeline when Takumi got decapitated by Moko. What? I'm sorry, what? I've been playing this game for almost 250 hours. I don't remember that. So much shit has happened though, but like, I don't remember that. What? Bad ending of the mystery route? Oh, for when Nozomi and Moko are the only people alive, right? Oh my god, this timeline's a fucking disaster to navigate. Yeah, who killed everybody? Yeah. When it's between, pick no. Yes. Okay. I remember this now. Jesus Christ, this game is too big. Okay, Hideko, no need to draw this out. We've been talking about it. Story lock 2, what's happening? What? Okay. Okay. Is our jacket buttoned up? Is that what this is? The jacket buttons are way bigger in this picture. That's all I was like, whose clothing is this? Okay. I see.
嘘だ
Usoda, it's a lie. That's Kaede's lie.
殺したなんてそんなこと
He's using a raincoat in this image? Okay, I was about to... Oh, you can like see the semi... Yeah. Transparency of it. In that route, the GA used a raincoat. Okay, yeah. God, there's so much shit that's happened. It's so hard to keep track of everything. Holy shit, man. The mystery's so hard to solve because you can't retain all the facts in a reasonable fashion.
あのラボで倒れたのか
そうよ。私がここまで運んできたの。これでチャラね。例の考察未遂の件。
別に気にしてなんかいないよ。仕方がなかったんだと思う。
Do you remember this thing that happened 100 hours ago? No, not me either. That was more like 150 hours ago too. Like, holy shit. I sat up and got out of bed. I remembered about the other timelines I've experienced. Those were like sub 100 hours, I'm pretty sure. All those, and we're at 2 like 40 something. You said that already. Back on day 2, yeah, but now I remember more of them now. What did you remember exactly? Well... I hesitated. These weren't memories I particularly wanted to dredge up again. It wasn't the Hunt mystery this time, was it? You remembered the serial killer timeline, didn't you? The serial killer timeline. It didn't take a genius to figure out which one she meant. Except the killer wasn't Yugamu, it was me. In that timeline, I killed Eva, then Moko, then Takemaru, and Kurara, and Shoma. And Dotami, and Dima and Kako, all of them, everyone, all of my friends, and in the end, even Nozomi. I started shivering uncontrollably. I felt off balance, like I might collapse any minute. Are you alright? I wasn't alright, not even a little, but I pushed my hand on my chest and forced myself to take some deep breaths. You were probably repressing those memories until now, as a self-defense mechanism. You sealed them away in a corner of your mind without even being aware of it. That's why I likened your mind to a steel shell before. But I guess you really are as fragile as a salmon roe after all. I wasn't paying attention to what Hideko was saying. The only thing I could hear clearly was my own raging heartbeat. This might sound like an empty platitude, but I assure you, I say this as someone with 40 years worth of experience. Don't beat yourself up over this. It's not your fault. You aren't the same person who did those horrible things. The one who killed Gakko on day 5 was the Hunt mystery Takumi. Likewise, the Takumi in the serial killer timeline was someone completely different from who you are now. And even with those other versions of you, it really was the GA data in their brains that made them act that way. They weren't in control of themselves. You don't have to bear the responsibility for their crimes. My breathing finally started to slow down. I wiped away the cold sweat that had formed on my forehead. What is this GA data anyway? And how did it get into my brain? Okay, are we gonna go over this? I don't know either. Until last night when you told me about the zombie outbreak. In the zombie timeline, you were infected on day 100. The Alpha 1 GA queen laid an egg inside of you. That egg then hatched into another queen, which burrowed its way into your brain and fused with you on a cellular level. Okay, but right after that, the final attack began and... So it is cellular. Okay, yeah, that obviously makes sense. That's how the parasite would work. He fell apart easily? No, yeah, I mean, to be fair, I feel like most people would in this situation. That is, pretty tough news to break to anybody, I think. Huh, okay. Hideko, any more details, please? I would like more details. Your consciousness didn't just disappear at the end of that timeline. It was brought back to the start of the loop on day 2. Along with all your memories. Our memories persisted across timelines, so they must exist in our brains as some kind of cognitive data. And in this case, that data included the presence of the GA. The parasite itself didn't travel back in time with you. But it had merged with you so completely that it was already part of your consciousness when you came back. Oh, whoops. Take action. Slasher route. Wait. Oh, I need to think. We are reaching a time paradox thing. Wait, are we reaching a time paradox thing? Hold on. There has to be a canonical order. Okay, hold on. This fucking part of my hand is not helping. Okay. Pause. Ah! I pinched my fucking hand. Ow. Yeah, zombie has to be the first route. Yeah. I just need to try to remember in a second here once I finish with my fucking hand. The series of events that went down there besides, I just, Dadame and Gaku picked up the fucking parasites like the dumbasses they are. So to the Cosmos, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, I did not break skin though by pinching my finger. We're so fucking back. Okay. Ow. Okay, so where the fuck is the zombie route? It's so hard to navigate. Oh, fuck, I closed the menu by accident. Okay, hold on. Let's go to the end. And one zombie route. Wait, are they all considered slasher? Oh, wait, they are all considered slasher. Bite Kurara's neck. Ah, yes. Okay, we're here. Slasher route. Kill the zombie Nozomi. Slasher route. Dodge the attack, jump out the window. Right. Slasher route, kick the attacker, comedy route. Yep, okay. Jump out the window. Led to spend time with Hideko, spend time with Nozomi, kill the zombie. Okay, so this wasn't that one. This was just when people were fucking dying one by one, right? Go after Nozomi. Yeah, this was that. That was just like the slasher route. This is zombie slasher route. Just finished a few routes of this game. Started playing the Nonary games. It's fun to dive into. I hope you have a good time with the Nonary games. I do like this series overall, even though that I have some big words about one of those games, but I won't get into ranting about it. But it is fun. I do wish there's more games like it that had like escape room stuff. In the slasher route, Gaku and Dadame did give the did take the GAs as well, but they don't escape because they sleep in the gym. Yeah. So, okay, we got here. This is zombies. I'm just trying to check something about this. So this is zombies. Kill the zombie Nozomi? No. Yep. We go back here. We end up here. We're back on this line. We go here. Take action. Kick the... we go back here. Yes. Okay. Yes. Because I couldn't remember. what the decision that came from the slasher route was in terms of the leave the school or not. So yes, Gaku did not die. Yes, yes, yes. And then we got infected. Then we went back and we killed Gaku, and that leads to all this shit. Okay. Oh shit, we're due for break. Okay, we'll try to finish up this conversation for now, and then we'll take break. But isn't that going to be a problem? Doesn't that mean my brain still has the data in it even now? Don't worry about it. It won't take over you again. Huh? The version of you that's here now has already been treated. Treated? This is a timeline from after you successfully had the GA data removed. There are timelines like that? After? So this is canonically after all of Kill Ato, basically. Almost, minus the mystery route that we haven't finished. Trust me, a lot can happen over the course of 146 loops. I mean to tell you yesterday, but Omega, the you in the Hunt mystery timeline, has been treated now too. Huh? You remember I said I walked in on Omega killing Gaku in the first floor classroom? Before he could escape again, I ran up to him and injected him with an anesthetic I got from the infirmary. A few seconds later, he was out cold. I hoisted him on my back and carried him upstairs. Back in the infirmary, I put him into one of the recovery drones and got to work. But I still had the repair program Shide gave me. I installed it onto the Revival-Matic and used it to erase the GA data from Omega. You saw me doing that, didn't you? Oh, right, I did. You asked me who was in the machine before. Well, it was you, the Hunt mystery version of you. At any rate, the treatment was a success. The GA data was completely removed from Omega's brain source. You're trusting the machine? I think the flowchart confuses things. They do not diverge, but Takumi does. The zombie route flips in time and does the same thing, which goes... Yeah, basically, like, they're just showing you what the key events are according to, like, you know, the metaverse of it. But there is a canonical order to things, which doesn't seem like there is initially. Also, the flowchart is kind of annoying to navigate, I must say. I do hope they make a patch to it in the future that makes it a little less annoying to follow a line. You have to scroll past so much shit, and you might accidentally scroll past something you wanted to look at. Descriptions about what happens on each individual day would be nice, but I know that's like a lot to put in. Just so you can refresh yourself on what happened. Like, okay, they mentioned this day in this timeline. What the fuck's going on here this day? Like, because it's been so fucking long since I was there. But I understand why that's not necessarily in the game. Trust the machine. Yep, we'll just trust the machine. The Takumis in both the Hunt and Mystery timelines that branch off from there will be fine too. We won't have to worry about them hurting or killing anyone now. That's good, but what did you do with that me after you finished treating him? I took him back to his room and put him in bed, not unlike what I did to you last night. Then I went back to the infirmary and slapped you around until you came to. I'm assuming you remember that. Yeah, I also remember you saying I couldn't save him. Now you've told me all these... now that you told me all this, I can see you meant... Wait. Oh, yeah, I see you meant Gaku. Yes. Hiruko's expression clouded over. She gave a little nod, her brows knitted together in sorrow and frustration. Hey, come on, don't be like that. This is all my fault anyway. I was the one who killed that version of Gaku, and everyone else in the serial killer timeline too. How many times are you going to make me repeat myself? That wasn't your fault. It was nice of Hiruko to say that, but it didn't do any good. I still felt like I was caught in a dark, sludgy whirlpool that was dragging me down, threatening to swallow me whole. What am I going to do with you? Remember your promise. Don't let the truth destroy you. I had a feeling you'd react like this. That's why I was keeping it from you. I just knew you'd end up feeling like you were responsible for the whole thing. I wanted these thoughts to go away. I wanted them to all stop. Do 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 do. So we're gonna go back here. And initially here, we are infected at this point already, but I guess specifically, we were infected, but then we're going to go to another version of that timeline where we get cured. So there's like a mystery timeline redacted Boogaloo, which is this, where we got cured. Although at that point, I don't know why this is considered a different branch. If we get cured on day 5? We're gonna continue forward. I wanted these thoughts to go away. I wanted it all to stop. It took everything I had to croak out my next words. I'm sorry, but I'd like to be alone for a while. Hideko sighed again, shaking her head in bewilderment, but she left all the same. A cold silence fell over the room. I could have sworn I heard a heavy rumbling gurgling up from somewhere deep beneath the ground. It sounded like the agonized groans of everyone who died because of me. I dropped to the floor, covered my ears, and closed my eyes. Okay. Alrighty. Now we're gonna pause here for break before continuing on. Nobody died. Nobody's died yet. Maybe this is the true route, and then like story lock, there's like a story lock 1 that we just did. Then there's a story lock 2 further on, and that we can't go further. Then we have to go to story lock 3, and then we go to the end of story lock 3 all the way to day 100. And then we come back, and there's a story lock. Story lock 3 opens up story lock 2, and we can continue, and this is the true route, quote unquote, maybe? Where nobody dies? That's my initial guess, or it goes, we did 1, we're gonna run into 2, but we're gonna have all the requisites for 2. Then we're gonna keep going until we hit story lock 4, and then we have to go to story lock 3 to fix it. And then once we fix story lock 3, we come back and we are able to do story lock 4 and continue all the way down here. So I suspect no one will die on this route. If I were to guess, like the way these writers have generally presented their games, the true canon ending in this scenario has nobody die. So I have a feeling nobody will die, but we'll have to jump back and forth from here. Would the previous loops count as existing after the loop ended? Yesn't. Paradoxes. Anyways, we will be taking break, so I will be back in a few minutes before we continue. BRB. Alrighty, gamers, I return. Also, this motherfucker went to bed again. God damn it, Snake. Good night, Snake. Even though you don't fucking hear me. Fuck you, Snake. Remember to never look under the bed. They don't like to be observed. So, funny thing about that. That, like, not unlocked a memory. It just reminded me of something I haven't thought of in a long time. Which was, when I was a kid, I don't know if anyone else remembers this show. I think it was called America's Funniest Home Videos. And I mean, it was kind of just that. It was just like a show where like a host would show you a bunch of, you know, haha funny videos that people filmed at home. Basically just like super primitive version of sending memes to your friends because you like them, but home video edition. And I distinctly remember watching that show, and I don't remember what was happening that led to this, but basically they were making a joke about like, you know, monsters under your bed. And they showed like a graphic and like a little short animation or whatever of like some glow, like like the underside of a bed, and then some glowing eyes and a little bit of a face appearing under the bed, and that scared the ever living shit out of me as a child. Freaked me the fuck out to the point where for probably the next 10 years of my life I would do I'd turn off the lights and fucking sprint / do as few steps as possible to get into my bed so that the monster under my bed wouldn't get me. I didn't even think it was real. I was just it was just like a fearful response. Like at some point I was doing it and I'm like, I know that's obviously not true, but like I still do it. I eventually was able to stop myself from doing it because I'm like, this is fucking stupid. Like I know it's not real. But it had a grip hold on me for a long time. Similarly, with that though, that's not the only bedtime behavior of mine that was influenced by a random event like that. For a long time, I still actually do this pretty much, although I do it for different reasons now. At some point, you know, I would just sleep on like with a blanket, like covering my shoulders down. I wouldn't cover my head. And then some point while I was falling asleep, you know how sometimes when you're falling asleep, you get that sensation that you're falling and that like really startles you. I've had that happen to me before, but that's not what happened to me. I was like falling asleep and then I had like, you know, I can presume it's a hallucination. Just like a similar like fake effect that your body is feeling. I like hallucinated a fucking scream in my ear and I was shooketh awake. I was so scared. And since that point, I have slept with blankets covering my ear. I don't even cover my full head because I like being able to breathe, but I'm specifically like tuck the blanket behind my ear because of that. I stopped doing it eventually though because of that. I kept doing it. Like eventually I stopped believing in that and being like, yeah, that's stupid. But I did keep doing it because occasionally there would be like, you know, random bugs that get into my room, just flying shit, mosquitoes, whatnot. And it's annoyed me. It's happened multiple times when they try to land on my ear and then you can just hear the intense buzzing noise and I fucking hate it and it's gross feeling because obviously it's so close that you can hear it, which means it's on you, which means there's a bug on my skin, which means bad. So I still sleep with my ear covered specifically on my head to prevent that. No longer because I heard a fucking like scream hallucinatory thing when I was like maybe 10 or some shit. But that was all such a random stream of consciousness, but it really came back flowing to me. Also, welcome where I'm at. I hope you're having a good Monday / Tuesday. Welcome in. I can cause this, but yeah, no, I don't like, you know, obviously, those are not supposed to be things that normally happen, but I think that is like one of the, I think probably the only definitive time in my life I can be like, yeah, I've just straight up hallucinated. Because I don't believe in ghosts, so that's my only explanation to it. But it was still spooky in the moment, even if you can rationalize it. Still fucking terrifying in the moment. Oh. My head was completely empty. I didn't want to do anything, or think about anything, or even breathe, really. Oh, Jesus. I just sat there in the corner of my room. I hugged my knees and curled up tight, wishing I could disappear while time continued to flow around me. I could hear voices outside, my friends chatting and laughing. The sound cut into me like a knife. In another timeline, I'd been the one to steal that laughter from them forever. I can make myself feel like I'm falling spinning when I go to sleep. That's insane. I've never been able to get it on command. Easier the more tired I am for some reason. Huh, strange. The brain and sleep are very weird, but so like I can buy it. But that is very strange. At some point, my room started to get dark. The sun must be going down. Outside, darkness seemed to trickle in until it filled the space completely. Lying there in the same position for so long, I'd lost all sensation, all awareness of my body. It didn't even feel like my body anymore. It was like my soul had come loose, and I was staring down at my physical form from above. My visitor came in a little after that. I didn't even realize you started reading the game dialogue. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? What? Oh, How long are you going to stay like this? Everyone's worried about you. They think you're sick. Well, I told them you were anyway. I couldn't exactly tell them you were feeling guilty about things another version of you did in an alternate timeline. What do you want, Hideko? I'm not here because I want to be. The others just sent me to ask you something. Ask me what? Tomorrow's day 15. That means there's another attack coming. They want to know if you'll be joining the battle. Or are you going to abandon them? Are you going to betray them? Do you just not care if they all get killed? They've already been killed. I've killed them myself. All of them, one after another. All of them dead because of me. So I just can't. I can't do this anymore. I don't care. I just let whatever happen. I really can't do anything. Hideko continued to stare at me, but there was a different look in her eyes now. There was no pity there, only contempt. When she spoke, her voice sounded hoarse, like she was holding back some strong emotion. I'm disappointed in you. What you told me on day 10 means nothing. You told me we can make it to the future we deserve together. What happened to all of that, reaching day 100 with a smile? Hearing that is what convinced me to tell you everything. I felt like this timeline could be different. It was the first time in 146 loops anyone's ever said anything like that to me. I really thought there was something special about this timeline, about you. I thought you might be the one to finally break us out of this never-ending hell. And now you're giving up? Just like that? How could you? She clenched her fists. The look in her eyes had changed again. Now she was glaring at me with pure, undisguised animosity. You weakling, you sniveling coward. You think you can give up and mope around for the rest of your life? Who do you think you are, Osamu Dazai? The irreparable damage that Bungo Stray Dogs has done to Japanese literature history is truly unspeakable, undescribable. Oh, the perception of it, at least, especially in the West. Oh my god. When you said it the first time I was hallucinating with the bugs, it just made sense. Yeah. Oh, with the bugs. I mean, I feel like that's probably the most normal, weird bedtime thing I have, because that's just an actual thing that's happened multiple times, and it is just straight annoying. I need to watch Bungo Stray Dogs Season 5. No, you're worse than that. You're like a mech pilot going crazy from being synced with its navigation system, or a poser emo band fangirl bandaging her wrists just to fit in. The you that killed everyone was a completely different person in a different timeline. And he wasn't even in control when he did. Get a hold of yourself. Don't you realize how much danger you're putting everyone in by wallowing like this? If anything is going to get them killed, it's your own negativity and self-loathing. You're sure as hell not going to protect anyone the way you are now. If you're going to allow the others to protect you while doing nothing in return, you might as well be signing their death warrants yourself. You're going to get everyone killed, and you're going to do it of your own free will this time. That's a complete betrayal of everything you believe in. What happened to all of us reaching day 100 with a smile? What happened to creating a future where we could all be happy? I've tried everything I can think of, and nothing's worked. I can't do this alone. I need your help. You, Takumi Sumino, you're the only one who can save us. For a moment, neither of us said anything. Hirako's shoulders were shaking, and she was breathing heavily. Her quick shallow panting was the only thing breaking her silence. But eventually, even that sound became quieter. I guess that's it. I can't count on you for anything. Not in this loop, or in the next, or in the one after that. Never again. Hirako turned and left the room. While she was talking, something had started to well up inside me. Now a wild, raging energy was surging through me. I couldn't let it end like this. I didn't know what I was going to do, but this feeling inside me was getting stronger, and it had to go somewhere. Before I knew what I was doing, I got to my feet and rushed out the door. Hirako, wait! She turned around. She looked so sad and so tired, but I looked her dead in the eye and let everything I was feeling come pouring out. I did mean what I said back then, and I feel the same. I want to create a future where we can all be happy, not just for day 100, but day 101, day 102, and all the days after. Right now, I want that more than ever. These memories, this knowledge of the other timelines, they've just shown me how important that is. So I'll fight, not just against the invaders or my own weakness, but an enemy even greater than that too. I'll fight the cruel destiny that's been pushed onto us. A light breeze blew across the roof, roughing Hirako's hair. She tucked in a stray lock behind her ear and spoke, looking just a little more hopeful than before. What are our chances of pulling that off? Isn't it obvious? I have absolutely no idea. Sorry, I thought he was gonna be like 100%. You're filled with determination. Yep. Undertale moment. What? The future is an open book. That's how it's always been. And I want to create a totally new future. There's no telling what might happen. But even so, I'll still fight. I'll fight with everything I have. I'll fight to protect you and the others and create a future where no one has to die. You and I are getting out of this loop. They don't know their memories are fake? I raised my arm and extended it toward the satellite. Hirako did the same. It was still hundreds of thousands of miles away, solemnly shimmering in the night sky, but somehow... Ishoni.
できるかしら?
さっきも言ったけど確証はない。でもそのためなら何でもするつもりだ。
何でも?
Even kiss me for real, says Takumi.
言ったわね。
言ったけど。
Hirako let her hand drop to her side. All right, in that case, starting tomorrow, you're going to be my servant. What? You said you'd do anything. Naturally, that includes being my slave, doesn't it? Hold on, that's not exactly what I meant. I'll be counting on you to get me out of this loop. Yeah, of course, but the servant thing is... Silence. I'm tired and I'm going to bed. I need to rest up for the battle tomorrow. Well, good night. She gave me a wicked grin before going back to her room. As I watched her go, I noticed a newfound spring in her step. I, on the other hand, suddenly felt uneasy. I doubted I'd sleep well tonight. Dommy mommy until the end. Yep. Can't escape the Dommy mommy allegations. Early the next morning, I woke up Hirako and convinced her to join me in the courtyard. What are we doing here at this hour? The enemy is going to attack during the morning announcement. But before that, I need to ask you something. What is it? It's about Vecnus, the Supreme Commander. In the last 2 battles, you basically told everyone to ignore her. You had us focus on the regular commanders instead. And you want to know why? It's simple enough. It's because she isn't as much of a threat in this timeline. Why not? In most, though not all, other timelines, she starts absorbing cryptoglobin like we do. It's a decision she comes to while listening in on our communications in her hoodie guise on day 7. She also finds out about you coming from the future from intercepting a conversation between you and Shirei. That's when she put it all together. The reason both sides suddenly got stronger is because of you absorbing so much cryptoglobin during the first cycle. Knowing that, she decides to do the same, breaking her religion's greatest taboo. But none of that has happened in this timeline, because you didn't mention time travel in the battle on day 7. Not that you would, having decided to keep it a secret from everyone. Now, Vecnus doesn't know that you've come from the future, or just how much power we can be gained from taking it from others. Do you understand what that means? Yeah, she's still following the teachings and not absorbing cryptoglobin. Not in this timeline, anyway. It did make sense. That must be why she didn't drain Pakron after we defeated her. But that doesn't mean she's not a threat at all, right? Of course not. Ideally, I'd like to put an end to her in today's battle. How are we going to do that? We have the new weapon Shirei and Nigo created. It's what we usually use on day 15. Oh, right, but isn't it also usually unfinished? Yeah, the bomb. I know the bomb. Kyoshika cannon. What do you think I've been doing while you've been moping around these last few days? I've been out gathering materials. I know the ruins so well by now, it barely took me any time at all. The bomb is 100% complete. That includes the detonator. Nobody will have to die setting it off. That was good news, but I felt pretty guilty about it. Hideko had been out there working so hard, and I hadn't done a single thing to help. Wow, sorry. Don't worry about it. You can lick my boots clean to apologize. This bomb is also a lot more powerful than the past versions. I gave Shirei and Nigo some pointers to improve it. So we're going to hit Vecnus with that today? That's right. We're going to make is this the Vicky Sois? This is a thing? Is a soup made of cooked and pureed leeks, potatoes, onions, and cream. It is served chilled with garnishes of chopped chives. How do I pronounce this? Sorry, I thought we were making a Vecnus x mayonnaise pun, but no, this is just an actual thing. Give me the pronunciation, please. Vichyssoise. I hate the French. Holy shit. Vichyssoise out of her. Hideko's eyes glinted viciously behind her glasses. Then we heard the morning announcement over the PA system. Oh, we're just going straight into it. Okay. Heard. Right on schedule. Okay, here it goes. When we got to the war room, everyone else was already there. You're late. Where have you guys been? I bet they were off making babies somewhere. What? Such indecency. Do you think that nothing of those two? Wait. Do you two think of nothing else, rather? Holy shit. We weren't doing anything like that. Didn't Shirei and Nigo tell us the invaders would attack early in the day? My dear brother and I were waiting here for almost an hour before the alarm went off. Hey, well, hey, they're here now. That's what counts. Do we have a read on the enemy? Shirei nodded and pointed to the monitor with his stick. Shanshin. Apparently, the others already knew about the commanders we'd been facing. Hideko had probably told Shirei and Nigo so that they could brief the rest of them. Oh my god. Neither of us replied. It'd take way too long to start clearing up that misunderstanding now. Come on, let's get out here and start killing. How's the Revivomatic looking, though? Don't you worry about a thing. It's all fixed up and ready to go. If you die, you'll be brought back good as new, including all your memories, of course. Did Ato destroy it in the process? Is that what happened? I don't remember. It's been so long. So, go ahead and die all you want. Just try to leave someone alive to defend the school. Yeah, let's do this. Special Defense Unit, move out. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Boo-doo-doo. 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 Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Boo-doo. Boo-doo. I wonder if I have to do this battle now that it's a story lock stuff. Nope. Lovely.
まだ部隊長が現れてないっすからね。
現れてるよ。 見て、あそこ。
Okay, yep. They're here. They're very straight. They are not queer.
私は名乗らなくても分かってるっつうの。
こっちの情報収集能力をなめないでほしいね。
Everyone seemed pretty confident, but I suddenly remembered how this went the first time around. I sidled up to Hiriko and tried to talk to her without attracting attention.
面影の薬ってこのタイムラインでも作ってないよな。
1周目の時にシャンシンを倒したっていう薬のことね。ええ、作ってないわ。部隊長の DNA を採取してないから。
最初の部隊長ムブブムを倒した時に言ってくれればよかったのに。
それはこっちのセリフよ。
What?
1周目のシャンシン戦の記憶なんて私の中にはないんだから。
Truing, she was right, of course. Hiriko was already dead at that point, killed by Eito. I hadn't thought of taking DNA from Muvram, that was on me, but I never expected we'd have to face Shanshin as early as day 15. So this is gonna go poorly.
そういや言ってたな。あいつらは合体するってよ。
くそ、合体するなんて、合体するなんて、正直羨ましいぜ。
Oh,
何が羨
Gaku.
ましいの？桐藤さん、聞かなくていいから。
とにかく大丈夫だ。薬がなくても俺たちは勝てる。
薬？
Uh-oh.
いいから行くぞ。
He almost slipped up, alright. It's fine. Nobody gives a shit to question him. Do 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 do. Yummy.
すまねえ。おめえを守れなかった。家族を守るって約束したのによ。俺は嘘つきだ。
あなたは勇敢に戦ったわ。みんなの未来のために。
けどよ、あいつを一人残したままで。
あの子なら大丈夫。私たちがいなくてもきっと強く生きてくれる。だってあなたの子だもの。
子供の話とかしないでほしいわ。下ネタが言いにくいじゃない。
いずれにせよ、これは勝ったということでござるよな。
ええ、そうね。でもシレイの話によると確かもう一人。
The words were barely out of Moko's mouth when the other one showed herself. There she was, the Supreme Commander, Vecnus.
不甲斐ない。バラガルーゾ、シャンシン。貴様らの力はその程度だったか。それともあえて敗北を喫したのか。この私に狩り場を提供するために。
Okay, so she still knows about it. As she spoke, a change started to come over Vecnus's body. What? Okay, so she's just transformed. Sorry, I thought we were doing something way crazier.
めっちゃキモいっすね。
よし、殺してあげよう。やるしかなさそうだね。
待って、あいつと戦う必要なんてないわ。シレ、2号、準備はできてる？
もちろん発射可能な状態だよ。
みんなは校舎に避難して。
いよいよ使う時が来たってわけか。例の新型兵器を。
新型兵器？
Where is this plan gonna fall apart? Everyone looked confused. Obviously, Shide, Nigo, and Hiriko hadn't felt it necessary to tell them about the bomb.
とにかく説明は後でするから。みんな、ここは一時撤退だ。
The others responded to my order and ran back towards the school. Hiriko and I brought up the rear. Once we were all inside, I turned back and saw Vectus walking slowly across the battlefield toward us. It was now or never.
退避完了。いつでも OK だ。
了解。それじゃあ行くよ。
新型兵器発射。
Monka. Okay, so. Oh, okay, we're not even talking about it. And the battle, okay. Nice work, troops. You did great out there. The credit for the final blow has to go to us and Miss Shizuhara, of course. That's right. We couldn't have done it if you hadn't gotten those materials for us, Shizuhara. We are truly grateful. Seriously though, Hiriko, you could have told us we had something like that up our sleeve. Yeah, this was no time to butter up your lips. The expression is button your lip. If we'd known, we could have helped you get the materials you needed. Why'd you keep it a secret all this time? Let's just say I had my reasons. So, Vectus actually bit the big one? She's really gone now? She's got to be. An explosion that strong would have blown her to smithereens. It's true she disappeared without a trace when the dust cleared, but since there's no body, there's a chance she might have survived somehow. Come to think of it, that did happen in some other timelines. Even after getting caught in the Undying Flames bomb's blast, Vectus came back to fight another day. I glanced over at Hiriko. She was resting a finger on her glasses, a distant look in her eyes, like her thoughts were somewhere else. No use in thinking about what-ifs now. I say we enjoy this victory high while it lasts. I'm down for that. We gotta take our wins where we can. Then it's time for the usual? I think so. 1, 2... So, will we be having a party this time? We don't have the budget for that. This is a military academy, not some hedonistic tech startup. Alas. And so, our post-battle meeting ended without any further discussion. Tired but satisfied that we'd done a good job, we went back to our rooms to rest. When does it start falling apart? That night, a little while after dinner, I made my way to Hiriko's room. What? My shoes are already clean. I'm not here to lick your boots, Hiriko. What do you want then? My sofa and desk chair aren't broken. I didn't come so you could sit on me either. I wanted to ask you something. You said you'd been counting on me to get us out of this loop. Let's get into the details. What exactly am I going to have to do? Good question. First of all, we'll need to figure out an actual method of leaving the loop. Can we consider that our objective for now? If you want, but it's not going to be easy. You can't just try anything that comes to mind and hope it will work. Believe me, I'm speaking from experience. What should we do then? Don't get ahead of yourself. There's something else we have to deal with first. Something else? Tomorrow night, we're leaping to this timeline. Hiriko took out her device and showed me the timeline diagram again. This one? I call it the Killer Zombie branch. It's upstream from the serial killer and zombie branches, hence the Killer Zombie. We're doing this tomorrow. Slasher, comedy. Jump out the window, dodge the attack. Zombie. Just raw dog slasher. And we're doing it tomorrow, right before the attack. So we're going to go stop this attack from happening, I guess? Okay.
Huh?
You mean... Yes, the timeline where you became a serial killer. Tomorrow, we're going there. And we're changing history. Pretty big, pretty big. What's gonna go wrong, though? Stretchies. After breakfast, I headed back to my room to think about my next... think out our next... no, my next move. Hideko said we'd go change history tonight. That still gives her... still gives me most of the day to do stuff. Maybe I'll head back to my room, then go hang out with someone for a while. Don't need free time when we're gaming. Day turned to night. Taking care not to be spotted, Hideko and I snuck out of the school. We made our way along the road that led to the old lab. Along the way, Hideko began speaking. I discovered the parallel leap machine on my 37th loop. I decided to investigate every corner of this old town and happened upon it by chance. Over the next few loops, I'd go back when my memories returned and try to learn more about it. By the 49th loop, I more or less knew what it could do and how to operate it. So we still don't know who made it or why it's here. Why were you so determined to figure that out, though? You probably won't believe me. Don't laugh, all right? Okay. I heard a voice while I was sleeping. It said that machine will be your salvation. Seriously? You said you wouldn't laugh. Sorry, it's just you must have been hearing things, right? No, who's the voice? She ignored me and carried on walking. I followed after her at a safe distance, feeling like I just poked a hornet's nest. Did the voice have a specific sound? It said, it's okay. I still can't help wondering what that machine is doing here in the first place. Someone here must have been researching parallel universes. Somebody. Who? Researchers, probably. What researchers? How am I supposed to know? Let's just be grateful we have access to such a useful resource. Come on. Like the last time, Hideko and I dispelled our class armor once we got inside the lab. Okay. Remember me and Dadumi were going to look for who will you save? No. Save which school? At some point, me and Dadumi were going out. I think it might have actually been this day. Me and Dadumi were going out and we were looking for stuff about the ritual, and we saw two suit people show up, and they just looked at us like, what the fuck, and then left. So is that us? Hold on, I want to actually check this. When did that happen? Was it on day 16? I'm looking. I need to know. Do 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 do. I need to know this. Holy shit, I need to find the date. Oh, I just saw it. No, it was day 20. It was day 20 when we saw two suit guys outside. Okay. In the Dadumi route. Like the last time, Hideko and I dispelled our class armor once we got inside the lab. We can't wear leap suits and class armor at the same time, right? We went over this before. The leap suits repel our hemonima. I know, but why do they have that function? Leaping is achieved by using cryptoglobin, or rather, using its energy waves. The infinite parallel universes out there exist in a space filled with cryptoglobin energy. It surges in constant waves and unpredictable patterns. To leap, we have to harness those waves. It's almost like surfing. We ride the waves in that space to get to our destination. Doing that without protection puts a lot of strain on our body. Yeah, I know. I've experienced it myself.
あなたが経験したのは軽い方よ。重度の PL 障害は脳にも作用を及ぼすの。その結果、記憶や理性を失ってしまうこともあって。
俺ってこう見えて意外とタフだから。
タフ。
真面目に聞いて。もしあなたが生身の状態であと 1,2 回パラリリープしたら、あなたは全身の遺血を全て吐き出し失うことになる。
Okay.
そうなったらもう蘇生はできない。あなたは確実に死ぬことになるわ。
Yeah, that's pretty severe. My point is, to avoid leap damage, you have to avoid touching that cryptoglobin energy directly. So that's why the leap suits had cover our whole body and push it away from us. That's right. Thanks for clearing that up. I have another question, though. You said we're going to change history tonight. What exactly is that going to involve? The same thing as when I went to the Hunt Mystery Timeline on day 5, erasing GA data from that Takumi's brain. I've got everything we need right here on this thumb drive. That's the thing Shide gave you, right? The cerebral glitch repair program? Why does it have like a water in it? Yes, the only difference is that this time we'll be treating the killer zombie version of you. Let's call him Takumi 2 to make things easier. Takumi the second to make things easier. At this rate, Takumi 2 is going to become a killer. We're going to treat him before he can commit his first murder. But that's not all. We've got... yeah, okay. Mystery Takumi, yep. We've got something else we need to do in that timeline. What's that? In the version of history I know, Takumi actually kills someone tonight.
Huh?
Who's that? Hideko 2. In other words, me. What? We have to prevent that murder before we move on to treat him. Did that actually happen? Me forgetting? I do remember Hideko dying really early another time and just being like, God damn it. Hideko, just fucking live, please. Not dead? Confusion? We're going here, right? Kick the attack. Oh no, this is comedy route. Wait. Wait, yes. Wait, what? Hideko, what are we talking about? Am I on the wrong timeline? Lying? Lying? Confusion? What? We have to prevent that murder before we can move on to treat him. Hold on a minute. I don't remember any timeline like that. I don't know what to tell you. I'm the one who got killed. I remember it very clearly. Okay, it's not in there. I was like looking. I'm like, am I crazy? Tonight, around 11 p.m., I'll be killed by Takumi too in the biolab. You probably just haven't recovered those memories yet. Is that why? I guess I did repress a lot of memories of that time. Hey, Hideko, what time is it now? She tapped her glasses near the temple near her temple before replying. 9:18 p.m. How do you know? My glasses have a clock function built into them. The lenses can function as a transparent heads-up display to show me the time whenever I touch them just here. Okay, she has smart glasses, sure. It'll be a problem if you can't keep track of the time. Here, you can have this. Your device? I have another one of my own. Just switch it on and it'll display the time. Take it. Hideko passed me the little machine. I slipped it into my pocket. You said 9:18 p.m. 9:19 now. Then we better hurry. Leaping takes you to the same point in time, right? We can't go forward or back. That's true, but we can't go yet. Why? Remember what I told you about riding the waves to alternate timelines? They're from a space filled with cryptoglobin energy, so let's call them blood space waves. Anyway, we can only leap when they're at their highest intensity. That's why I likened it to surfing. Sometimes you have to wait for a big enough wave to come along. But when is that going to be? Take a look at the device I gave you. I took the thing out of my pocket and turned it on. It displayed some kind of diagram of the waves along with 2 times. Between 10:20 p.m. and 1:15 a.m. tonight? Yes, we'll only be able to leap during that time. But you said Takumi 2 kills Hideko 2 at 11 p.m. So even if we leap as soon as the window opens, we'll only have 40 minutes. That's right, 40 minutes to get it all done. But it does take over half an hour to just get back to the school from here. Would you prefer to call a taxi? I know it won't be easy, but we still have to try. While we waited for the blood space waves, Hideko showed me how to use the machine. Wow, it's a lot more simple than I thought. Everything sounds simple when it's explained to you. I had to put a lot of work into figuring this all out. It was 10:19 p.m., just 1 minute until we could jump. We'd already changed into our leap suits and adjusted the machine settings. Let's go over everything one last time. What timeline are we leaping to? Killer Zombie. And what's our objective? To remove the GA data from Takumi 2's brain and prevent Hideko 2's murder. Good, it's time. Let's get started. I hit the red button on the control console and we both stepped onto the platform. Okay, let's do this. Okay. And I'm pretty sure I checked this last time, but this does not actually put us on a different part of the map. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Did we do it? Did we leap? Don't just stand there. We need to get going. Hideko was already on her way outside. I grabbed a fire extinguisher and hurried after her. Shouldn't we just take off the leap suits first? I can't remember which loop it was, but I tried doing this in my regular clothes once. It didn't end well. There's 2 Hidekos. This one's a fake. It must be a shape-shifting commander. They captured me and shut me up in a cage in the courtyard from then to day 100. If you want the same thing to happen to you, I won't stop you. Now pick up the pace. You know we don't have a lot of time. Hideko took off running. I did the same, but we started our journey back to the school. We still had a ways to go, so I decided to ask about something. Hey, can you tell me more about what happened between Hideko 2 and Takumi 2? It all started around this time, actually. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to take a walk around the school. That's when Takumi 2 attacked me. The GA data in his brain must have finally taken over. He chased me into the biolab. He was far stronger than he had any right to be. A GA can draw out superhuman reserves of strength from its host, after all. He slammed my head onto the operating table, and while I was still dazed from that, well, you get the idea. I never had a chance to fight back. We'd almost reached the academy. I could see the wall of fire up ahead. Suddenly, Hideko stopped and picked something up off the ground. Is that the power saw? We'll be needing this. What for? Takumi 2 locked the biolab door behind him when he attacked me. We'll have to break it down to get to him. This is my fastest way of doing it. I started to get a bad feeling about this. Hold on, I've seen that power saw kill our friends in this timeline. By taking that into the school, you're putting them all in danger. That won't happen. We're going to cure Takumi 2 after all. But what if we mess it up? We won't. How can you be so sure? Enough talk. You're my servant, aren't you? You said you'd do anything to help, didn't you? I guess, but... Then don't talk back. Just do as you're told. Hideko took off towards the wall, power saw in hand. I followed a few steps behind, trying to keep down the panic rising in my chest. Before long, we arrived at the school. I checked the time. It was displayed in the corner of the little window in front of my helmet. 10:56 p.m.? We've only got 4 minutes. We have to hurry. We barreled through the entrance hall and into the hallway. Hideko kept going through the halls and up the stairs. It was all I could do to keep up with her. Soon enough, we reached the second floor. I found myself outside the door to the biolab. Hideko had gotten there before me, of course. I saw the 2 of them run in here just now. Hideko 2 went in first, then Takumi chased after her. He was carrying a kitchen knife, just like I remember in that case. I was right. The door's locked. Damn it. I pulled on the door myself just in case, but it wouldn't budge. Then I heard a noise from inside the room. That was probably Hideko 2 getting thrown around. It's already 10:59 p.m. This is bad. We're almost out of time. Stand back. I barely had time to react before Hideko revved up her power saw and charged forward. There was a terrible splintering sound as the door yielded to the relentless rotating metal blades. Come on. Following Hiruko's lead, I stepped into the biolab, but I was not ready for what was waiting for me inside. But we can just revive her. It took me a moment to process what had happened. Hiruko had gone in first, but now? She was crumpled up in a corner. A blow from Takumi 2 must have sent her flying. From the sound of that groan, she was going to be out of action for a little while, and on the other side of that operating table was Hiruko 2. She was also on the floor and looked pretty out of it, too. Both of the Hirukos were down for the count. Obviously, only one person could be responsible for this. Takumi 2. This timeline's version of me. So we're the visitor. We are the visitor. I would have to go see what what happens that night. Of, like, how it's presented. Like, we wake up in the lab. Hiruko is on the ground. Visitor, yeah. So we temporarily this Takumi temporarily gets back to normal, being a normal Takumi. Wakes up on the ground after we incapacitate him, and now we have the power saw in hand, and it looks like we're about to attack Hiruko, and then this Takumi attacks us and tackles us out the window. I don't remember there being a second person in the room, though. Maybe we just didn't notice Lamau. Correction, I guess a fourth person in the room, Lamau. Our eyes met, and I froze up. I wasn't used to looking at my own body from the outside. It was such a surreal experience. I just stood there, forgetting even to breathe. But it wasn't long until time started to flow again, and I was dragged back into reality. Takumi 2 raised his kitchen knife and dashed towards me. Hiruko said the leap suits repel humanima, but that wasn't a class weapon he was holding. It was more than capable of tearing through the suit and hurting me. He swung wildly, but I did my best to dodge his blows. Obviously, I wasn't about to let myself get killed, especially not by my own doppelganger. But I couldn't keep dodging forever. He was sure to hit me sooner than later. I needed a weapon, something I could use to fight back. The power saw! Right as that thought crossed my mind, my foot brushed against something. I glanced down. It was the power saw. Hiruko must have dropped it when she got knocked over, and it was still running. I ducked down, grabbed it, and swung it to the side. The blade connected with the other Mii's knife and sent it flying. That didn't stop him, though. He grabbed at my arm, trying to take the power saw from me. Ugh. I wasn't about to go down without a fight. I wrenched it away and kicked him in the stomach. He slammed against the wall and fell into the ground, his face contorted in pain. I must have hit him pretty hard. He wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. I took advantage of the lull in the fight to go and check on Hiruko, too. She didn't seem to have any visible injuries, but I had to make sure she was okay. With all that strafing around I'd been doing, not to mention the run over here, I wasn't exactly feeling at my best. I fought through the fatigue and lumbered over to this timeline's Hiruko, but just as I was about to reach her... Something slammed into me hard from behind. I staggered a few steps behind, suddenly off balance. Takumi 2 saw his opportunity and took it. As the two of us grappled, we found ourselves near the window. And then... Yep, this happens. Next thing I knew, I was in the air, with Takumi 2 still clinging to me. He must have tackled me with so much force that it sent us right through the window. Shards of glass were all around us, sparkling into the night. For one weird disconnect moment, it actually looked kind of beautiful. But then the laws of physics kicked in and we were falling, rocketing towards the ground faster than either of us could deal with. My leap suit must have provided some protection because falling from the second floor didn't hurt nearly as much as it should have. I saw the power saw lying up to my side. I grabbed it and got to my feet, looking around for Takumi 2. He was standing nearby, maybe 30 feet away. It looked like he'd just gotten to his feet. He was still swaying unsteadily. Well, I'd prevented Hiruko 2's murder. Just one thing left to do in this timeline. We had to treat Takumi 2. I couldn't let him get away now. I tightened my grip on the power saw and ran toward him. My doubles saw me coming and ran. I stayed on his tail eventually, cornered him right in front of the wall of fire. And then we did something different than kick or dodge. I raised my power saw and revved it. In the light of the undying flames, the blade glinted ominously. I wasn't going to kill Takumi 2, obviously. I didn't even want to hurt him. He may be from an alternate reality, but he was still me after all. So what was I going to do? Just threaten him? If he thought I was out to kill him, maybe he'd come quietly. I decided to go with that and hefted the power saw again. Wait, something about this doesn't seem right. Haven't I seen this happen before? I couldn't have been distracted for more than 2 seconds, but that was all he needed. Okay, and then if he dodges the... We're getting kicked right now. We have to be getting kicked right now. Yeah. So, this canonically happens super late. The comedy route, whatever the fuck. Yep, and then he kicks. Yep. Pain flashed across my left leg, and my view started to tilt to the side. As I toppled over, everything seemed to slow down. I found myself thinking, I should have seen this coming. Then my downward movement came to an abrupt stop. I felt my head slam against the cold, hard ground. Even with my helmet on, it was a real shock to the system. I was majorly disoriented. I could barely string two coherent thoughts together, let alone come up with a plan to fight back. Through instinct more than anything else, I managed to stagger back to my feet. My thoughts were still hazy, but one thing was abundantly clear. I didn't have the power saw anymore, so it must be... Now it's my turn. Fear took over, and I ran back towards the school as fast as I could. The tables had turned. Now Takumi 2 was after me. Fortunately, he wasn't able to move very fast, probably because he was weighed down by the power saw. My vision was back to normal now, but the haze around my thoughts was still there. It felt like I was forgetting something important, but I couldn't think of what. Curing him. Before I could figure it out, Takumi 2 made his move. He discarded the power saw, tossing it aside into the bushes. Now that he'd lightened his load, he was a lot faster than before and gaining on me fast. He and I were the same person, of course, so our running speeds should have been the same, except I had a big clunky leap suit slowing me down. It's only a matter of time before he catches me. I need to find somewhere I can ditch this suit. Right as the thought crossed my mind, the outline of the school came up into view ahead. Just run through the wall of fire? Like, you're wearing the suit that prevents that from hurting you. I put on a burst of speed, running for the school with all my might. I scrambled into the hallway and up the stairs. My feet were barely even touching the ground as I fled along the second floor. Finally, I tumbled into the bathroom. I held my breath and listened hard. I could hear footsteps in the hall outside. They got closer and then passed by and gradually faded away. Phew. I let out a sigh and leaned back onto the wall. Think the flame power is too much for this suit? Didn't one of them go into the wall of fire? I don't remember, but maybe. I still was... Wow. My head was still swimming. I just stood there and spaced out for a while. So, what am I supposed to do now? I still have to get that guy under control somehow. Maybe I can hide here and try to get the jump on him? This suit's so hard to move around in, though. I won't be doing anything stealthy in this. It'll be easy for him to turn the tables on me if anything goes wrong, too. The solution to that was obvious enough. I took off my leap suit. Looking around, I found a supply closet and stowed it in there. Okay, I better get going. I need to fix this quick before our window to leap back closes. Comedy route Takumi dodge and this route Takumi die in the flames, yeah. My first move would be to find Chiriko. She was probably still in the biolab. I walked toward the bathroom door, but just as I was about to open it, could they have hidden in the bathroom? Guess I better check. Darn it! Why did he have to pick now to wait? Why do you have to pick now to think about looking here? I looked around for an escape. There was no point in hiding in one of the stalls. I'd get found out right away. In that case, the window! There's only one way out. I ran to the window and opened it. I jumped out with all the energy I could muster, but something went wrong. Maybe it was the fatigue settling in, but I couldn't control my posture like I wanted to. I fell and died. Flat on my back, my head hitting the ground with a sickening crunch. I'd really done it this time. My consciousness was leaving me like smoke blown away from a strong breeze. Right before it all went dark, I was aware of footsteps nearby and somebody saying something. That was where my memory cut out for the day. The next thing I knew, my mind melted away into the chaos and confusion. Well, I hope Hideko was able to do the rest of the job. I woke up suddenly. I looked around, trying to orient myself. Doko.
見てわからないの？あなたの部屋よ。SF タイムラインのね。
SF？
ステディファンダメンタルの略。私たちがもともといた基礎となるタイムラインのことよ。
Okay.
もしかしてまた運んでくれたのか？
ええ、いい加減にしてほしいわ。私あなたの母親じゃないのよ。
母親？
母親ってこたつで眠っちゃった子供をベッドまで運んであげたりするじゃない？それと同じようなこと私は何度もしてるから。
When she put it like that, I did feel kind of guilty. I shifted uncomfortably and sat up in bed. What happened after I blacked out? Don't worry about it. We fulfilled both of our goals. Oh, we? Right, I figured we saved Hideko too, but what about the other one? We don't need to worry about Takumi-2's parasite problem. I actually had 2 thumb drives. Nico gave me an extra one as a spare. I gave it to Hideko too. I revealed myself to her and explained everything. Did she already know about the time loop and parallel leaping? No, not every timeline has the same memories. She'd only recovered a few fragments so far. It must have been hard for her to wrap her head around. She managed just fine, I should know. She is a past version of me after all. I know her history very well. I even remember what happened next from when I was her. As Hideko 2, I injected Takumi-2 with an anesthetic and used the repair program to treat him. A program I got from a thumb drive given to me by me, Hideko 1. That was all well and good, but she hadn't seen it for herself this time. That made me feel uneasy. I took out the device Hideko had given me. When's the next time the blood space wave surges? Thinking of leaping back to Killer Zombie to check on it. Don't you believe me? He's mentioning me think about predestination paradox, like he always was destined to go there eventually. Yeah. Definitely the Hideko 2 explaining it or getting explained to by Hideko 1 is a little fucky wucky, but it does logic out mostly. Minus, the looping of how did Hideko 1 go there if Hideko 2 never, blah, 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 but, whatever. I am following. It's not like that. Either way, we won't be leaping anytime soon. Look at the screen. 1 to 5 p.m. on day 20? Okay, so that's when we show up on the Dotomi route. Yup, that's the Dotomi route. Right, we won't be able to leap again until then. That's 3 days from now. So we're staying put for 3 days. That's just how this works. Do these surges have any kind of pattern? Unfortunately not. Everything from their variation to their wavelength to their regularity is completely random. The same goes for the periods when they surge and how long they last. We never really know what we're dealing with until these arrive. We're lucky these devices even allow us to predict the next surge. For now, you'll just have to trust me. So Takumi 2 is really fine now? We don't have to worry about him anymore? That's right. So we're just deleting all the poisoned Takumis in the world one by one. In the universe, rather. After breakfast, I went out to the roof to think. Our next leap is on day 20, and the next battle is on the night of day 21. That gives me some downtime before then, but I still have to use it productively. I decided to go back to my room, then take a walk around the school to see what everyone else was doing. Okay, we will pass this free time after break, gamers. We are due for break, and then hopefully we can make it to that next leap, and then maybe get the next date for the next leap. We'll see. But for now, I will be RB. Alrighty, gamers, I return. I return to sleep in my bed so we can make it to day 20. Do 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 do. I wonder when Story Lock 2 hits in here. Because, like, obviously Story Lock 2 now has to be down this route. Hideko said the killer zombie Takumi 2 is fixed now, so where was she going to leap on day 20? I had other questions for her too, but they could wait until tomorrow. It has to be sometime between now and Story Lock 3, because obviously we have to go back to fix Story Lock 3 in the moment as well. Right now, all I wanted to do was go to bed. Do 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 do. As usual, everyone wandered off to do their own thing after breakfast. At some point, I lost track of Hideko. Maybe I'll wait until tonight to speak to her. Having decided on that, I began looking for ways to spend the rest of my day. Do 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 do. Why did you ask me to come all the way out here? Sorry, I wanted to make sure we wouldn't be interrupted. But I didn't even bring my riding core. Or my riding crop? What does that mean? Oh, I didn't call you out here so you could give me a secret spanking. Do you want me to step on you then? No, not that either. So what do you want? It's about leaping. I was worried someone might overhear us if we're talking about it in our rooms. Like how you ended up following me and poking your nose where it didn't belong. I nodded. What did you want to ask? First of all, the blood space waves are going to surge on day 20. What timeline are you going to jump to? You really want to know? Yeah. Can I drip molten candle wax on your cowlick? Why would you want to do that? I want to see what it looks like slicked down. I'm actually still thinking about what timeline to visit next. I'll let you know when I come to a decision. Well, I know what decision you're coming to. After that, no clue. We switched to a new location before us continuing our conversation. 2 days ago, you said the parallel leap machine was made by some kind of researchers, right? I don't know, that's for sure. It's just speculation. That's fine. Let's assume it's true. But which side were these researchers on? Were they human or invaders? There's really no way to tell. From the look of the lab building, it doesn't seem to have any other government or military connections. So at some point, we're going to also have to remember that before Story Lock 2, presumably, that our memories are fake, because the endings where we find out our memories are fake are the ones that were required in the 30s, right? It wasn't Boxes of Calamity, right? This ending and this ending, we found out our memories were fake? I think, right? Or was that Boxes of Blessings? I don't even remember at this point. Oh my god. I think so, because I really liked the ending, I think, here. It was chapter 0, right? No? Oh, fuck. I don't remember. We got here. Who will you side with, Gaku or Hiroko? We sided with that. That's how we get that. Go help Shide. Pick up the box. I think in one of them, Eito tells about it, but Shide was already destroyed and there's no confirmation it's false. Okay. But I'm pretty, like, at some point they're going to have to realize that their memories are fake, and that's going to be, like, significant to the leaping. Okay. From the look of the lab building, it doesn't seem, because they're saying, you know, they're talking humans or invaders, and I'm like, well, Pepe laughed, they don't know. From the look of the lab building, it doesn't seem to have any government or military connections. Perhaps they were part of a smaller organization or built it in built it in secret as part of some private endeavor. Think about it. No matter who built it, that machine could provide a huge advantage to the war effort. So the fact that no one's used it means neither side knows it exists. That's what I think anyway. Neither Vecnus nor Shanae nor Nigo have ever mentioned parallel leaping either. Not ever? No, not in any timeline I've seen in my 146 loops. Hideko probably already knows this truth, but she's not talking about it because it's too much for now. She could, or she might not remember everything. Again, she hasn't specified how much she truly remembers from every timeline. She definitely could, though. I think it would be up in the air at this point. We moved again. A new location, a new question. So, about our most recent leap. Our objective was to change history by saving Hideko 2 and stopping Takumi 2 from becoming a serial killer. Did we really achieve that, though? Of course, Hideko 2 was still alive and Takumi 2 was successfully retreated. What are you so worried about? It's just, isn't there a timeline out there where we didn't succeed? Naturally, there are infinite possibilities out there in the blood space realm. But if that's the case, is it even accurate to say that we changed history? Isn't it more like we created a new timeline, kind of like laying down new train rails to replace old ones? Yes, but what of it? I'm just wondering if there's any point in it. The old rails still exist, so have we really fixed anything? Trust me, there's definitely a point. Why? Let's say there's a train that is destined to constantly run through a fiery hellscape. The passengers inside would be forced to endure constant pain and suffering. Now imagine we lay down a new set of rails branching off from that line. One version of the train now gets to enjoy a safe, comfortable journey. Of course, one of them is still destined to burn in hellfire. No, there's no changing that. But it's better than nothing. It's better than if we never added the second line at all. At least this gives the passengers a 1 in 2 chance at happiness. I think I get what she means, but still. I'm still having trouble coming to terms with this. What's the problem? Are we even laying down new rails at all? What do you mean? When we leapt 2 days ago, things played out in the killer zombie timeline exactly like how I remembered when I was Takumi 2. The only difference was I was seeing them from the steady fundamental perspective as Takumi 1. The person who attacked me with the power saw when I saw Takumi 2. It was actually me, Takumi 1. It took me a while to notice what was happening, and I still don't understand it. Without even meaning to, I ended up making history repeat itself. Almost like I was on rails, going along a predetermined route. It makes me feel like destiny is controlling us or something. And I got to thinking, what if history refuses to change? What if our actions don't create new timelines after all? I already told you, Hideko 2 is alive and Takumi 2 has been treated. That's something that wouldn't have happened without our intervention. We definitely created a new timeline. But the fact that history seems to repeat itself is for you probably just leap damage. Remember what I told you? Leap damage can affect your memories and your ability to reason if it reaches your brain. Obviously, I hadn't made my point clearly enough. I had a feeling that the loss of reasoning was also something that happened because it was part of a predetermined history. Like, we couldn't escape from it no matter what we did. I don't remember if Hideko was acting weird in that route or not. Hideko and I finished talking and went back to the roof. You look like you're still having doubts. I'm telling you, it's nothing to worry about. We're creating new timelines, and it's changing things for the better. 72, we go after Nozomi. After day 16, she began to evade Takumi. Didn't also Hideko say when she was telling us stuff at the end, like, you know, she tried the treatment and it didn't work? Hold on, I'm going back here really quick. I assume it's actually... Shit, no, I should save. I should save in case. I need to see that cutscene again. Goodbye to the 69 save. Uh... 70, I'm looking for 70... 70... Also, I needed to see. This was the Kurara being the only survivor is one of the canon routes, which is very interesting. Where's 76? There it is. Wait, 76? Wait. Am I misremembering the number? No, 72. 72. That's what I was thinking. She says, but I think is another treatment. It was an injection, not the cerebral glitch. Oh shit, Morden, hello, welcome in, Raiders. We're going over some content that is very deep into this game, but welcome in, Raiders. Hope you had a good time. What were you up to? Don't pay attention to what's happening on screen. Don't worry about it too hard. But Raiders, if you're new here, I'm Kari, also go by Nar. You're currently playing the 100 Line Last Defense Academy. I am about 250 hours into this game, and we are kind of in the home stretch here. So big spoiler warning ahead. If you're interested in this game, really don't think too hard about anything that's happening right now. Just don't. Yeah, don't see anything, yeah. But I hope your stream was good. What were you up to? Hold on, let me actually pause on a CG that's not a complete fucking spoiler. You know, the best way to stop the spoilers is like that. Open the menu. There we go. Everspace 2. How did that go? I don't think I've heard of this game before. Or maybe I have and I'm... Wait. Oh, I need to see the gameplay to see if I think what I think it is. Okay, no, this is different from what I thought it would be. Looks neat though. How was it? Was saying Everspace 2. I flew pew pew laser spaceships. Hell yeah. I've never played these kind of games before, but... Well, okay, correction. I've never played these kind of games before, like, properly. I've played the, like, you know, not prerequisites, but, like, you know, what these games evolved from in arcades and stuff as a kid. But, like, after Space Invaders, like, you know, still the 3D ones, but not as, you know, not as nearly advanced as PC games nowadays. I got blown up a lot because I was flying a smaller ship for a bit. Ooh. High risk, high reward, probably, right? That's what I'd imagine, at least. Also, by the way, if you got to get some post-stream rest, food, water, whatever you need, make sure you take care of yourself, of course. I'm currently just trying to remember something because it's coming up in the plot. And again, this game has been going on for over 200 hours, so it's kind of hard to keep track of all the facts. But I'm trying my best. I'm trying my darndest here. I very much appreciate the raid, Morgan. Thank you. Oh yeah, you're deep in. Yeah, I didn't even think I could be this deep in. I didn't think this game would even be like a quarter of this long. I thought this was gonna be like the length of Danganronpa, maybe a bit longer. I was so wrong. But it's been a good time for the most part. Okay. I think this is where she's talking about it, what I'm looking for. You're misremembering. Yeah, they attacked you and you lost consciousness. Yeah, I was grappling with them. The events of that day marked the moment I began to suspect you. There weren't any casualties at the time, so I couldn't be sure. Can lurk to avoid spoilers. Have a great stream. Yeah, Morden, enjoy your lurk. Thank you again for the wade. Is it technically the length of Danganronpa, all the games and anime combined? Yes. You know, each game, I would say, like, the games get progressively longer. I would say, like, 20, 30, 40. So, you know, the average there is 90. So we're going to say, you know, 90 hours for the main games. UDG, I'm going to probably say is around, like, another just another 30, so add 120. The animes are about 10 hours, probably. So that's 130. Throw in like another 10 hours for the vibes. It's still not even close to that. Yeah, it's not even close. Holy shit. You got to start throwing in side material, and even then I don't think side material really saves it or like makes it close to the length of this game. Holy shit. Okay, there weren't any casual. You have to start putting in the Zero Escape franchise to make it really count up. I had to consider the possibility of you being a host of GA. What are you talking about? I doubt you remember, but the GA are parasitic organism, terrifying organism, what? But I had no proof you'd become infected, so I kept quiet. Eventually, though, we had our first casualty on day 25. That's when my suspicions grew, so while you were asleep, I ran a scan of your brain. There wasn't a GI inside. I must have been wrong, but on day 43, Moko was killed. On second time, I checked her brain again. I didn't find anything. Okay. We're going to skip a little farther ahead. Not only that, the killer was with you. Reluctantly, it started to push my suspicions for the moment, so that's why you were suddenly avoiding me. And it seemed like it's hunting something. Anyone could have died in day 6 where I started to suspect you again. Did you check my brain again? Okay. Time travel can't send physical matter back in time. You are correct, Hideko. I started to suspect you again. Did you check my brain again? Yes, very close. I learned something. Even though there's no actual geo in your brain, the GA data was eroding it. My hypothesis that you were infected in another timeline. After that, you died as its host. Then when the GA went back, the data went with me. It appears my hypothesis was correct. You killed Nozomi. Time travel can send physical matter in time. The GA no longer physically existed in your brain, but its cognitive data still remained. I'm gonna skip past all of this. Thought the main lines were a lot longer for some reason. I mean, they feel really long, but I mean, I think this game is just abnormally long. Most games are not this long. Period. It's very impressive in its length. I didn't know how to cure you. But I didn't know how to cure you. Consider blowing your brains out. Your head already got smashed on day 43. Murders didn't stop. I knew destroying your brain was futile. Did research. I found about a certain drug. It was possible that injecting you with it removed GA data from your brain, so I snuck into your room and administered the drug while you were sleeping. Side effects of the drug are that you fall ill. I thought I'd finally restored your brain. But I failed. The drug didn't work. And then he turns into a GA. And then we, I stop enjoying the game. Okay. Let's go back to where we were, which was fucking pretty far back. Actually, we can just load the save. That makes it easier. Load the save that we just made. Okay. Hideko and I finished talking and went back to the roof. You look like you're still having doubts. I'm telling you, it's nothing to worry about. We're creating new timelines, and it's changing things for the better. So we got brainwashed in another timeline without even realizing. Well, brainwash, it's more like brain overtaken, I guess. If we weren't, there'd be no point in doing anything we do here in this timeline. And don't forget your promise. I'll build us a future where we can all be happy. That's what you said. Does that help? Are you going to sleep better tonight? I don't know. I'll go get you some medicine to help you sleep. Take it, go to bed, and forget about all these groundless worries. Understand? She left before I could respond, as usual. After that, I took the sleeping medicine that Hideko brought me and sank into a deep, dreamless sleep. For 3 days. No. Because we have to leap on day 20 to the Dotami timeline. Damn. We're conked. I jolted awake suddenly. Judging by the sky outside, it was already nighttime. I practically slept the whole day away. The sleeping medicine had done its job at any rate. Had some strong stuff. Weirdly, my face really hurt now. I had no idea what could have caused that. Rubbing my sore cheeks, I looked at the clock. It was 7:15 p.m. At this time of day, there might still be people in the cafeteria having dinner. Okay, I'll go check it out. 7:15. Damn, it's full dark. Hey there, Sumino. You're finally awake, huh? Oh, right. Man, I still can't stop thinking about what we just saw. It was awesome. I know, right? So much fun. Huh? What are you guys talking about?
Oh.
Nigo's hidden talent, man. It was some next level shit. Oh, very nice of you to say so. Oh, right. This is day 19. I always seem to miss it, no matter what timeline I'm in. It was a wonderful performance. Indeed, it was truly high-class entertainment. It was so inspired. I was so inspired, I practically ascended to a higher plane of consciousness. Isn't that right, sister dearest? Those 6 hours went by in a flash. We did try waking you, Takumi. But no matter how hard I slapped you, it never did any good. So that's why my cheeks hurt so much. Well, that's too bad for you. Nigo, could you do it one more time for Takumi? I'm sorry, but each one of my shows is absolutely unique. No recordings, no repeats, no exceptions. I looked over at Hideko. Our eyes met and she joined in the conversation. You missed out on the opportunity of a lifetime. Apparently, I was the only one who missed it this time too. It was so unfair. I gritted my teeth and glared daggers at Hideko. She just laughed. She was enjoying this. All at once, her offering to help me sleep made a whole lot of sense. After dinner, I ran to the war room as fast as I could. Shanae and Nigo were there waiting for me. I turned to Nigo and made a sincere, heartfelt entreaty. Please, just this once. I don't need the full 6-hour show. 5 minutes would be enough. Sorry, old boy, but like I said, I never repeat a Can't you make an exception? Give it up, Sumino. Oh, come on. You two always do whatever Hideko says. I'm afraid I don't follow. The cerebral glitch repair program, you gave that to her when she asked for it, right? Yeah, well, Shizuhata said she really needed it. And that was enough for you to hand it over? No, of course not. All this was on day 4, right, Shizuhata? Right? Shizuhata came to us and told us about the time loop.
その時彼女は本館や2号だけしか知らないはずの極秘情報を合わせて一緒に伝えてきた。それを聞いて本館は思ったんだよ。彼女の話は嘘じゃないって。続けて彼女はこう言った。私は何日目にどんな敵が攻めてくるのか知っている。その情報が知りたければ私の指示に従って。断る理由なんてなかった。彼女の目的は100日目まで全員で生き残る。
Okay, so you got goaded into this.
それはすなわち
Hideko's just good at persuasion. Checks out.
意味するわけで、つまり本館と彼女の利害関係は完全に一致してるってことに。だから本館は彼女に協力することにして。
Wow.
例のメモリースティックを渡した。
Memory stick. Do you feel the same, Nigo? You mean, is that why I can play with Miss Shizuhata's requests? I nodded. Not exactly. It's more that I feel indebted to her. She went through the trouble of forcing me away from second to last Defense Academy on day 6, after all. If I'd stayed there, I'd surely be a pile of lifeless scrap by now. I'd have been obliged to self-destruct at some point, and well, I'm just so grateful that it didn't have to come to that. I didn't give up. I begged Nigo to show me his hidden talent for a while after that, but my pleas fell on deaf ears and I had to leave disappointed. I returned to my room and got into bed. Despite not doing very much during the day, I fell asleep pretty easily. That night, I had a dream about Nigo juggling flaming torches while playing the theremin. Alright, it's the day. After breakfast, I went looking for Hideko. I found her up on the roof. I made sure no one else was around before speaking to her. Hey, you got a minute? You want to know about today's leap, I assume? We can go starting from 1 p.m. today, right? There's still plenty of time to train in the meantime. Don't forget, we have a battle coming up tomorrow night. Have you decided where we're going? Yes, to the Retsnom timeline. Retsnom? I suppose you don't know about that one, or you just haven't remembered it yet. In that timeline, you and Datamir are raising a strange creature called Retsnom. Okay, but why are we leaping there? To find someone, specifically a mysterious old person. For some reason, he only appears in certain timelines. We won't find him here in the steady fundamental branch, no matter how hard we look. But he's there in the Retsnom timeline? I think so. I met him there once before. I was exploring the ruins and found him standing outside a cave. Then, he said something. It looks to me like you're caught in the cursed cycle. I can only vaguely remember, but that phrase sounded familiar to me too. I hadn't recovered my memories at that point, so I didn't recognize the significance of what he said. But I do now. When he spoke about a cursed cycle, he was referring to the time loop. So whoever this guy is, he knows about the loop. So like, I guess it's not required for you to, like, is there not a story lock here? Since we're mentioning a timeline where the ending doesn't matter, I guess? It's only the day of that matters? I feel like I missed a lot if you're jumping timelines, have to rest for a few hours because I had migraines suddenly. Aw. Well, I hope you're feeling better. Yeah, basically, we finished up the Retsnam route, that we're about to go back and visit, actually. And basically, we're going parallel leaping with Hideko. So the way it works is we use that secret machine in the lab that we found, which lets you go from one point in time to the equivalent point in time in a different timeline. And so we've stopped Takumi from killing Gaku. We went to right before we killed Gaku, although I think, no, he was already, I think Hideko, we couldn't save him, but we uninfected Takumi. We got like a USB drive that can uninfect him of the GA parasite. And so we uninfected him in that timeline on day 5. And then we just went to the slasher timeline branch where we like we wake up in the biolab with Hideko there on the floor and the guy with the saw. And the guy with the saw is us from this current timeline. We basically couldn't personally cure Takumi in the timeline because he still had the GA brain bullshit. But Hideko explained to her other self in that timeline what was going on and gave her the USB drive and told her to just do it because they gotta go. And so we don't know the result of that, but Hideko's convinced that she did it. And Takumi's like, well, I don't know about that. And now we're about to hop over to the Dotami timeline, which I was remembering because I was like, on a day in the Retsam timeline, we saw 2 suited figures outside and then they just ran away from us and never came up again. I was like, what the fuck was that? So we're about to be doing that, basically, or something equivalent to that. The machine seems to be pretty close to the school. It's weird that more people don't find out. Yeah, it's just weird that like a facility that big, like surely through generations of wars, this would have been found. But you know, just got lucky, Lamau, I guess. To be honest, failing to save Kaku and unsquidifying Takumi seems like the best timeline. I think so. I can't remember if we actually failed or not though. It doesn't really matter, like for us currently, but I can't remember if we specifically did. Maybe people find the machine but doesn't know how to use it. Yeah, I mean, it took Hideko a long time through multiple loops to figure it out, so probably that. I'm trying to think. We went... Oh, right. The reason we don't remember is because this is where the branch was. It was day 10, and that happened on day 5. So, like, we followed Hideko, but we went without the leap suit, so we were passed out. But Hideko says she fixed us all. She fixed up that timeline. So... we didn't see it personally. So whoever this guy is, he knows about the loop? Yes, and there's a chance he also knows how to leave it. I gulped. With that in mind, we're leaping to that timeline this afternoon. But... no buts. Just be a good servant and do as you're told. Do I make myself clear? She left before I could respond as usual. Retsnam, huh? Nope, still doesn't ring any bells. But if this strange old man could tell us how to escape the loop, that would be a big step for us. My heart beat faster just at the thought of it. I'd have to wait until the afternoon for the main event. I'd still had the first part of the day free. I decided to go see if I could find a way to use that time productively. We're just sleeping. 12:59 p.m. We'd set up the machine and had our leap suits on and ready. Now we just had to wait. When it was almost time, Hideko spoke to me suddenly. Let's do a recap before we leave, like last time. Which timeline are we leaping into? The Retsam timeline. And what's our objective? To find the old man and ask him about the cursed cycle. Good. I'm glad you have a grasp on the basics. The moment she finished speaking, I saw the timeline change, or the time change from 1 p.m. in the corner to 1 p.m. in the corner of my eye. You want to get going? Hideko pressed the red button, and the two of us stepped onto the round platform. This one man says for Dotami and Takumi too when they about the curse cycle. Yeah, productivity 30-hour nap. Yeah, let's do this. Flashbang. So this is the Redstone timeline. Everything looks the same to me. Were you expecting to see dinosaurs walking around or something? It's my third time leaping to a parallel universe, but it still doesn't feel real. In a broad sense, these alternate timelines aren't that different from our own. By the way, about our leap suits. We're keeping them on. You never know when we might run into someone unexpectedly. I thought you remembered what happened in this timeline. Do you remember what you had for dinner 3 nights ago? But Takumi can remember the exact day some things happened in one very specific timeline. I've been doing this for at least 146 loops. I can't remember every detail from every timeline. Huh, I never thought about it like that. So, where do we find this old man we're looking for? Like I said, I found him outside a cave on the first time. I don't know if he'll be there now, but it's worth a try. Okay, let's go check it out. To be honest, still more productive than what I get some days. He certainly doesn't have any issues with insomnia, at least. Yeah. Some days there are just like, yay, I existed today days. Congratulations, you have survived the day. You know, happens. I don't see any caves around here. How much farther is it? What? Do you have a problem with walking? No, I was just asking. Then stop flapping your gums and start moving your feet. Or curl up into a ball like an armadillo and I'll kick you all the way there. Pardon me for breathing. I did as Hiriko said, the part about staying quiet and walking, that is. We made our way through the ruined town, but just as I was turning a corner. Yep. Go off, frog. A strangled cry escaped my mouth. I tried to smother it, but it was too late. There was really only one thing I could do. I could think about now. There was only one thing I could think about now: getting away from here and fast. I looked at Hiriko and saw her helmet move up and down. A nod. That was our signal. We turned away and began sprinting as fast as we could. The other two chased after us. We had to shake them off. We did everything we could to get away, turning corners, ducking down side streets, and cutting through the abandoned houses. After running around like that for a while, it finally seemed safe again. There was no sign of our pursuers, so we stopped to catch our breath. Who was that back there? Do you really need to ask? It was this timeline's version of Dotami, and you. But it's not like in the killer zombie branch. I don't remember anything like this happening before. I can think of 2 possible explanations for that. Either you have experienced it but don't remember, or you're going to experience it at some point in the future. In the future? No, that can't be right. I'm determined to not go through this loop again. This will be the last time I experience these 100 days, so there's no way I'm seeing something like that I haven't lived through yet. At least we got away from them. If they'd gotten a hold of us and taken off our suits, we'd have been in really big trouble. It is weird that the old man does not have the possibility to appear in certain timelines. Yeah, he's just a rogue factor, I guess. True rogue factor. Yeah, I don't want to have to end up fighting myself again. They're probably still nearby. We should get moving before they can find us. What the fuck? I don't want to do exploration. Just take me there. What the fuck? What do you mean I have to do the exploration? This is bullshit. Where? God damn it. You're like exploration smilers. I dies of cringe. Oh. God damn it. God damn it. I'm fucking jump scared by exploration. I really thought we weren't gonna do any combat this stream, man. Feels Takumi, man. Yeah, this is fine actually. Combat in my fucking visual novel? What the fuck, man? I say this, but I do like the combat system, but I'm currently trying to experience the fucking story right now. I would like to not be doing this when it's not required combat. It's just an RNG roll. Ugh. Man moment. Yeah, I know my inventory's almost full game. It doesn't matter. No! Saved. Saved from combat. No! Okay, I'm not locked in. Eyes of cringe. We have to take off our fucking suits to do any of these battles, by the way. Don't think about it. It doesn't matter. Man. Oh my fucking god, we have to go so far. What the hell? Why? Mm. 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 Fucking send it. Fucking finally. Freedom. Ay. Phew, we're finally here. Now where's the old man? I thought I already explained this. I met him here once before during a previous loop. There's no guarantee he'll be... Marinate. We both spun around, and standing there was... Ah, my apologies. I meant you are late. It's my age. My memory isn't what it used to be. That doesn't seem like the kind of mistake you can chalk up to forgetfulness. Marinating is actually the process of soaking foods to soften them up. I could tell you a wonderful recipe for ginger marinated squash. I was just about to ask him to get to the point, but Hideko beat me to the punch. Sir, I believe you're familiar with the curse cycle. You mentioned it to me before. Well, it wasn't really before from your perspective. The point is, I've heard you mention that phrase. Ah, yes. It states its stats look good, but once you equip it, you can't take it off. That's cursed equipment that you find in RPGs. This isn't a physical object we're talking about. It's the loop, yes? Huh? The time loop. That's what you young people call it, isn't it? So you know about it. The curse cycle. It is a legend passed down in this land since time immemorial. I've never seen that word before, even though I know it's just memorial. Immemorial? A legend. There was once existed a race with the blood of God running through their veins, the so-called Brethren of the Blood. This was long, long ago, but who knows? There may still be some out there today.
Oh.
These were the people created by God's own will who lived a blessed life. Until one day, evildoers from a distant land appeared and by use of their secret arts created copies of the brethren. God was angry and visited a terrible retribution upon a number of these copies. That is what came to be known as the cursed cycle. Indeed, a truly dreadful punishment. A prison constructed not of brick and mortar and iron bars, but of time itself. Those within it were forced to watch history repeat itself over and over in an endless loop. That is the cursed cycle. As for those trapped inside, not even I know what became of them. Perhaps they linger there still, never to leave, constantly longing for the sweet release of death. And they all lived happily ever after. Nothing about that was happy. Sir, we're looking for a way to leave the loop. This loop, can you tell us anything that might help? There's no mention of anything like that in the legends. Our shoulders slumped in disappointment, but now that your tensions hit, now that you mention it, there was somebody researching the cursed cycle many years ago. His name was Noriro Inone. Noriro Inone. Enoni Uori... No. Noriro Inone. Now long dead, he was an impressive polymath of his time. He excelled in the study of both folklore and particle physics. Oh, brother. I've heard that Professor Inone compiled the results of his research, his life's work, into a single volume. One of his goals with it was to improve the potential existence of the cursed cycle and examine its mechanics from scientific perspective. What's this book called? Reflections on Imprecatory metempsychosis. Imprecatory metempsychosis. I know it all sounds very occult, but it's got no relation to cursed spirits or sorcerers, in case you're wondering. But will it tell us how to get out of this loop? I've never read it myself, so I can't say for sure, but there's a chance it could offer you some clues. Hiriko and I looked at each other and nodded. I must say, you two are dressed rather strangely. Have you maybe come from space? Well, in a way. Something like that. We thanked the old man and went on our way. Old man, the greatest plot device? We returned to the lab, and from there leapt back to our steady fundamental timeline. On our arrival, we took off our leap suits and talked about what we should do next. Our only lead is Professor Inone's reflection of imprecatory metempsychosis. Where do we even start looking for something like that? True, there's no sign of any libraries anywhere outside the school. We'll just have to try inside the school then. We walked back to the school and headed for the library. Why would the library have this? Hiriko and I spent the rest of the day and then most of the night searching the library's different index lists. It's no good. There's no sign of that book ever having been here. Nothing else by Professor Inone either. This message came up when I searched on the PC though. The records in the database are incomplete. New books may have been added to the collection without the index being updated. So we have to search the stacks manually? Have you seen how many books there are here? I'm afraid that's our only option. I stared in bewilderment at the rows upon rows of books and documents lined up throughout the room. It's getting late though. Let's call it a day for now. Our next defensive battle's tomorrow night, so we should be fine to start looking during the day. Speaking of which, you remember which commander attacks tomorrow, don't you? I nodded. Yeah, it's Eva. We'll need to think about what to do with her as well. What happens with Eva will really set the tone of if this timeline is the true timeline. Once we got to the roof, I parted ways with Hiriko and went back to my room. What to do with Eva, huh? I thought about it, all right. I got into my bed and thought about it for several hours. By the time I reached an answer, it was starting to get light outside. For the same reason it has books about the GA and Red Snom. Yeah, the bullshit. We just have every book in we are the Library of Alexandria. We have not burned it down yet. After breakfast, Hiriko and I headed straight for the library. Before we start looking for the book, did you finish that homework I gave you? I nodded and looked Hiriko in the eye. Yes, we're definitely not killing Eva. And why is that? There's a timeline where Eva's ghost tried to strangle me. It turned out to just be a hallucination my mind made real, but still. I remember that too. It's the timeline where Leo Jr. doll almost killed me. Or rather, the zombified GA-possessed creature inside the doll. Whoa, not the archive. So is this the 36 that we remembered? 34, 36? Because we remembered 36. Box of Calamity Root. And 34. Which was also Box of Calamity Root. Reveal the culprit. Whose side will you take, Gaku or Hiriko's? Go help Shide, pick up the box. And that ends early. One of them is in the Gaku and Takumi chants. Yeah. I'm just trying to remember what day this happened on. The actual, like, mortar doll. It was like day 49's-ish where this happened. Well, no, that's when it jumped out. That's when Eva made the threat. Fuck. The point being, they would definitely both remember it because they're both of them are connected to the Box of Calamity Root. Okay. So yes, this is not story lock 2 yet, basically. Or rather, the zombified GA-possessed creature inside the doll. I've been calling it the Box of Calamity timeline in my head. All the terrible things that happened to us in that timeline. All of our friends who died painful deaths. It all leads back to one thing. Opening that little box was the start of it all. That's true enough, but it's possible to trace it back even further. You could say it all started when I made the decision to finish off Eva. That was when she told us about the Box of Blessings. Or the Box of Calamity, as it actually turned out to be. So you want to keep Eva alive to prevent this timeline from going into a similar direction? I nodded. Alright, that makes sense. I'll back you up on this. In the meantime, I'll start looking for the metempsychosis book. I've got something I need you to do first. Huh? What? Nothing you need to worry about. Or I've got something I need to do first. Okay. Nothing you need to worry about. Just follow my instructions. Understand? I spent the next couple of hours scouring the shelves in the library. Try as I might, I couldn't find any sign of the book we needed. Just as I was about to take a break, Hiriko walked in. How is it going? Nothing so far. How much of the library have you searched? Maybe 1/10 of the whole thing? That's barely anything. What are you doing here? Going on a bizarre journey, rereading your favorite manga? Of course not. I'm trying my best. Well, in a way, I suppose that's good news. It means there's a possibility of finding it there, or if finding it in here. Hiriko looked up at the remaining shelves, hopefully. How about you? What have you been doing all this time? For starters, I got Kaku and Ima to stop fighting and make up with each other. I also spoke to Shide and Nigo and told them any relevant details about tonight's battle that I could remember. Does that mean everyone else knows about Eva too? Yes, Shide and Nigo should have told them by now. Okay, what else? What else? Don't forget who's the master here. Why should I have to explain every little thing I do to you? I was just asking. Hiriko sighed and touched her glasses near her temple. She must have been checking the time. Anyway, it'll be sundown soon. I'm sure you have things you want to do before the battle as well. Go, spend your time wisely. I'll take over from here. And just like that, Hiriko was being nice to me. I get emotional whiplash trying to keep up with her mood changes sometimes, but I'm not going to complain. Alright, if you say so. Thanks, Hiriko. Okay, what should I do now? I don't need this free time. It's nice that they put it there right before the battle, though. Immediately after the nighttime announcement, the alarm sounded. Oh, we're just going in. Oh, wait, never mind. Alright, it's about time those creeps got here. Attacking us after hours, such bold-faced insolence. Right? Losing sleep is bad for your skin. Don't sweat it. I'll finish this in 5 minutes tops. I'm starting to wish I didn't eat that curry before bed. Why would you eat curry this late in the day? You knew there'd be an enemy attack around this time, didn't you? I did, but it was a plate of my Osuzuki curry. Gotcha. Makes total sense now. Yeah, no one can resist that kind of temptation. Let's give this one our all, everyone. Are you ready, sister dearest? Ready when you are, brother dearest. It was encouraging to see Kako and Ema on such good terms. In other timelines, they were usually on the rocks around this time, but like Hideko said, she seemed to have gotten them to make up. You guys want to get moving soon? If we stand here talking too long, the enemy will be upon us in no time. Takumi. At Hideko's prompt, everyone turned to look at me. I met their gaze and gave my answer. Yeah, let's do this. Special Defense Unit, move out. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Skip this battle.
血が足りぬ。血が足りぬ。この程度の敵では我が聖十文字刀が満足せぬぞ。
ところで薬師塾、もう5分経ったけど。
うるせえな。俺の体感ではまだ5秒も経ってねえんだよ。
それよりイバーとかいう部隊長はどこに？
もう間もなく姿を現すはずよ。司令たちから聞いてるでしょ。
この後辺りは深い霧に覆われて、それが晴れた時彼女は
Do 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 do. There she is. Well, they're her. I guess her lackeys are.
これが霧ってやつですか？なんか平衡感覚が狂って人参とじゃがいもをぶちまけそう。
What the fuck?
司令たちから話は聞いてたけど、これはさすがに戦いづらいわね。
今過去ここはお前たちの協力プレイが有効だ。
That's how we've always won this battle in other timelines.
だから二人で力を合わせてこの状況を。
Uh-oh.
分かったよ。
Oh, maybe not.
要するに自分とお兄ちゃんの
愛の連携技を繰り出せばいいんですね。
The twins smiled at each other and nodded.
よし、頼んだぞ。
Do 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 do. There she is. The girl of the hour.
霧が晴れて丸見えになったよ。見て、あそこ。
あいつが例の。
ええ、今回の部隊長の
イーバーだ。
イーバーだ。
いいからうだうだ言ってないで、ちゃっちゃと倒しちゃってよ。
フレーフレー特防隊、みんな頑張ってね。
Do 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 do. Wow, 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 wow. Yippee!
どうにか倒せたわね。
よかった。あの車内カレーまみれにならずに済んだよ。
Ugh.
あやつはどうするでござる
It's
か。
nasty. Everyone turned to look at Eva.
お願いです。殺さないでください。私は
自然の化身イバーだろ。
知ってるよ。
どうして？とある情報筋から聞いたのよ。そうですか。とにかくお願いです。命だけは助けてください。
Yeah, sure. Eva brought her hand up to her mask. And in a swift, smooth movement, took it off. The boys all let out a gasp. Possibly as a response to that, Moko was the first to speak.
殺しましょう。
Ah.
私も賛成よ。さっさと少女を引きずり出しちゃおう。
Girlies are violent today.
ちょうど首元が寂しいと思ってたところで。
少女を襟巻きにするつもりでござるか。
申し訳ないけど、処刑するしかないよね。
Kawana so bloodthirsty?
言いにくいけど。
What, bloodthirst?
私も。
Knows me bloodthirst? Why? Why are they so bloodthirsty? They've never been this bloodthirsty before? Shoma being so out of character bloodthirsty? Holy shit. What? What's going on? They all want to kill her? What okay, we're tripping balls. We are tripping balls. We are tripping major balls. Excessive balls. Infinite balls. But then Vecnus showed up and killed the fuck out of. Oh, are we just pranking call? Are we just prank calling? We're just prank calling? Why would you make a joke about this? Is everybody fucking insane? For a moment, it felt like time had stopped. But I think my heart did too. I tried to speak, but I could only manage to croak out a single confused syllable. Huh? 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 What? What? The shittiest surprise for a birthday ever? Here, guys, I'm gonna fucking be bloodthirsty as shit. It's not my birthday, okay?
とにかくスミノ君を驚かせたかったんだよ。
Why? Yeah, why?
最近、スミノさん、みんなとはあんまり交流してないじゃないですか。
それで、こういうイベントでもあったら、親密度が増すんじゃないかと思ったのでござる。
Insane take. Nope, I have no idea what that's supposed to mean.
もともと言い出したのも静原先輩なんすよ。
Oh, this chick. I looked at Hideko. She smirked at me, a self-satisfied look on her face. Just trolling for funsies? What, Oomphy, what the fuck? Then I looked back at Eva. She was taking in the news as well. She was still crying and stammering, but it was now from relief more than fear. What if we made someone think that they were gonna fucking die for a haha funny? Like, the comedy where? Eh? Insane behavior? After the battle, Eve was officially taken prisoner and detained in the courtyard. She obviously had no way of knowing how Eito had escaped those cages, so there wouldn't be any problem with keeping her in one. It was so late, we didn't have any kind of post-battle celebration. Everyone seemed pretty happy though, both with our victory and with how successfully they pranked me. They all went back to their rooms with smiles on their faces. That just left me and Hideko. She was still smiling that same infuriating smile. I can tell you're dying to ask, so I won't beat around the bush. This whole thing was my idea, just like Imo and Kako said. I genuinely did agree with you that we should spare Eva. So I took the opportunity to convince everyone of that while also setting up the surprise. Were Shide and Nigo in on it too? Of course, at first they were opposed to letting her live. But then I gave them some tips on how to improve their Dolmenic cognitive reconstruction therapy. Oh, fuck. With this new and improved version, the brainwashing won't come undone, provided she isn't subjected to any powerful shocks. That's basically the same. Eva will remain our loyal ally right until day 100. Once they heard that, they agreed to it readily enough. Why did you do it? Do what? Prank me. Oomphy, why did you set up this cruel surprise in the first place? Just keep you on your toes, Lamau. You really haven't realized, have you? You're so cute when you're facing a situation that looks absolutely hopeless. You are fucking sadistic beyond belief. Your face gets all tense and you get white as a sheet and you practically drench yourself in cold sweat. You look like a peeled banana that's been sitting out in the sun. Why did I do this? It's really nothing special. So welcome, Britt. Want to see that look on your face. Hope you're having a good Monday, gamer. Well, good night. With that last remark, Kitiko walked away. I was left standing there and heaved a sigh so heavy it could have been made of solid lead. Same Takumi, actually. I also feel that way.
So
Ugh. After a late breakfast, I went to the courtyard to check in on Eva. But when I got there, she couldn't have escaped already, could she? That's when I noticed I wasn't alone. Yukamu. You here to see Eva? Sorry, but she's not here. Yeah, I can see that. She's in the infirmary. Apparently Shide is brainwashing her. I'm so jealous. You think he'll throw in some physical torture to really make the conditioning sink in? I'm getting chills imagining what kind of atrocities he's committing in there. I wish I could be there to watch. Shide is very firm though. No one's allowed in until the process isn't complete. How mortifying. Okay, but Hidiko's when's our next sleep? I reluctantly gave up talking to Eva and headed for the library. When I arrived, somebody else was already there. Hidiko. You're late. Have you been off shooting the breeze somewhere? Yeah, I almost hit it too. I told Hideko about Eva. Her reaction was more or less what I'd expected. I don't want to sound too dismissive, but you already knew she was going to be brainwashed once we took her prisoner. I guess so, but... Take your mind off it and get to work. Back to looking for the book, huh? One more thing before you start. Your joke about shooting the breeze and almost hitting it is just now. It wasn't the least bit funny. Alright, let's get to it. In that moment, my face probably looked like a peeled banana that had been in the sun too long. But I didn't want to give Hideko the satisfaction of seeing it. I turned away and began examining the books on the shelves, searching for the title we wanted. Hours went by, but still, we failed to turn up reflections on the imprecatory metempsychosis. Don't get discouraged. We still only searched 40% of what's here. So we're not even halfway? That's depressing. No, it means we still have hope. If we search everything and still haven't found it, that would be depressing. I admire your optimism. While I sighed in exhaustion, Hideko tapped her glasses by her temple. It's almost evening. Let's call it a day here. Huh? Already? Don't forget what Shoma said yesterday.
最近、スミノさん、みんなとあんまり交流してないじゃないですか。
As our captain, you need to maintain a good relationship with all your team members. That's true. So you want me to use this time to go hang out with someone? Hideko nodded. I'll go crazy if I have to spend the whole day in here. I'm going to go somewhere else for a while, so you may as well take a break too. Hideko's secret compassion? Tsundere, as per usual. I left Hideko to do her own thing and went back to my room. Or like Tsundere Kudere. Coming back here feels like a good way to center myself. It was almost like getting a fresh start on my day. After taking a moment to get my thoughts in order, I headed out like usual. Okay. We'll go a little bit longer until we finish searching in the library because it seems we're going pretty fast at it actually. Evening came and went. On my way back to my room after dinner, I happened to see Hideko in the hallway. She didn't notice me and kept on walking until she reached the door to the gym. She opened it and went inside. What could she be doing in there? Curious, I followed her. What? Are you stalking me now? No, I just saw you going in here and wondered if something was up. Nothing's up here apart from the punching bags, the lights, and the weird statue. So, what are you doing? It's hard to explain, but I just got the feeling that I'd find him in here. Him? Do you mean me? Shion. Shion? Yes, that's my name, although I'm not really used to it yet. Apparently it's what I was called in some of the other timelines you've experienced. I was majorly confused now. What's going on here? Okay, so you two have met before, and Hideko told you about being called Shion. Both of them nodded. But all of this is news to me. Why don't I know about any of the timelines where you've been given that name? You probably just don't remember them yet, unless you're going to experience them later. Shion, I did have a vague feeling like I'd heard it before somewhere. I told him everything else about us, too. Time loop and parallel leaping included. You don't need to hold back around me. Ask me anything. I'll do my best to help. I thought for a moment. Was there anything? I know this is a long shot, but do you have any idea how we can get out of the loop? Sorry, I don't know anything about that. I agree that the time loop was probably caused by your specialist skills, but that's all I can say for sure. How about the metempsychosis book? The old one the old man in the other timeline told you about? I've never heard of it. I see. Sorry, even after offering to help, I'm not doing very much, am I? Don't apologize, it's not your fault. I do have some information you might find useful, though. What kind of information? It's something I overheard Shide and Nigo talking about a few days ago. It turns out that there's something called a distress signal transmitter somewhere in this school. Well, that was disappointing. I'm sure Shion wanted to help, but I already knew about the transmitter. Hideko probably did too. Sorry, but we knew that already. It came up in another timeline. Oh, I see. Yeah, the mystery timeline. I remember it clearly. It was like a hidden room in the basement. We never actually used it, but we figured out what it was for, at least. A room in the basement? Not even I knew about that. She knows Ninshium. She knows the truth about them. I mean, yeah, because that's like the timeline where we learned fucking everything. Hey, why don't we go check it out now? What? Even me? Of course. Oh, we're going to the basement finally. Fucking, it's been ages. I've been wanting to go down here for so long since we first saw it. We arrived at the stairway. Fucking 150 hours later of payoff. Ducked underneath and touched the wall. And then...
こんな単純な仕掛けだったなんて。
まあ、言われなければ気づかないわよね。
とにかく行ってみよう。
I opened the hidden door that had appeared. Our little party stepped through and followed the stairs beyond it to the basement. So this is the distress signal transmitter? Do you know what it's for, Shion? I think so, based on what Shide and Nigo said anyway. Tell us, just in case. It's worth checking if it lines up with what we know. Alright. Is it? Wait, is it what? I missed the context of this. But there's some specialized terms involved that I'd like to clarify first. The school we're in now, Last Defense Academy, is also referred to as the first campus, or number 1. And second to Last Defense Academy is the second campus, or number 2. Likewise, the members of the Special Defense Unit who started out here are something called Team 1, while Nozomi Moko and the others are Team 2. I remembered hearing something like that before. Was that in the mystery timeline as well? I tried to remember while I listened to Shion's explanation. It was more or less what I expected. The distress signal transmitter was put in here in the event of all but one member of Team 1 dying. No matter how strong they were, a single fighter wouldn't be able to win this war on their own. Instead, they'd be extracted and put on standby while the people in charge put together a fresh team for a new attempt. Once the correct series of codes had been entered into the transmitter, it would, well, transmit a distress signal. If the artificial satellite were to receive it, they'd send a rescue craft to the school. The survivor would get on board and be taken back to the satellite. Also, the rescue craft has a maximum weight capacity of 2 tons. Shide said that the rest of the unit's bodies can be put into them to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. Huh? That's a first. I've never heard about that. Okay, this is gonna come up so specifically later. I think we know the name Shion before Shide and Eva went down. I think we gave, because it was when we learned about Shion, we found the secret diary of Shide. I don't actually remember when that was, but I think that was like in Calamity. I don't remember anymore. But it's been a while, and I'm assuming since they, you know, we were required to go down that route to unlock Sherlock 1, that they would know it. Both of them. Not just us. Sounds like you might have some new information for us all. Or, for us after all. Go on, Shion. It is the second scenario / rebellion? The second scenario of rebellion. Fucking where the hell was rebellion, man? It was like up here. Conspiracy. Fuck that route. Eva route. Serial battles. Rebellion route. Yeah. And then this leads to ending 1 and 2. Yeah, so that was like the... Well, actually, that's not technically required then. Interesting. Did we pass the story lock then? No, it would have shown us like the animation of us passing the story lock. Huh. I guess it was early into that line before it turned into Rebellion. Specifically, and that's why we remember it, and because it's connected to the other one. I'm not looking into this too much. I'm not worried about this. If they remember the name Shion, and who fucking cares? Shion nodded and continued. When a member of the Special Defense Unit dies and loses all their cryptoglobin, they enter a state known as total death. After entering total death, something called Liver Mortis code appears on their back. To send the distress signal, the survivor needs to input 9 codes, one for each member of Team 1 besides themselves. That's their way of proving everyone else is dead. Then the distress signal is sent to the extraction and the extraction is authorized. One for each member. Yep. I'm guessing the 2 teams were never meant to come together like we have here. Only the Liver Mortis codes from Team 1 are required to send the signal. I thought so. Was there anything else? Yes, if the codes are incorrect, everyone in the room will be killed. Poison gas will come out of those tanks over there. It's a terrifying toxic gas capable of melting any object into a soupy mess. And Shirai Nigo said that gas masks or protective clothing won't do anything to stop it. That's all I know. Did I tell you anything new? Hideko and I shook our heads. It's more or less the same as we already knew, apart from the rescue craft's maximum capacity. So I wasn't very useful after all. That's not true. Yeah, it's enough that you reminded us that this place exists. Really? Well, that's good. Shion looked a little happier after hearing that. I'm sorry, I have to go. I've stayed up longer than I should have today. If I don't get back soon, my energy output will start to fall behind. Goodbye for now. With that, Shion faded away and disappeared. So, what are we going to do about this place? We should just leave it alone. It can only be used if all but one of us die after all. Yeah, and that pretty much goes against what we're working toward here. Getting out of the loop and making it to day 100 with everyone still alive. That's still our goal. Right, there won't be any need for us to use this room. It's better if we just forget about it. Not true, we can just go to the other timeline when everyone's fucking dead, get the codes, come back here, send the distress signal when everyone's alive, bada bing, bada boom. Like, come on, are we stupid? Come on. Come on. Alright, let's get back to it. Hideko and I began our day's work, scouring the library for Professor Inone's book. This was our 3rd day of searching. I was starting to get the hang of it now. Scanning the titles of the book's spines didn't take me as long as it used to, and going through it all shelf by shelf helped me feel like I was making some kind of progress. Did we get to like 70% today? Unfortunately. Time's up. I'm calling it here for today. How much have we got through now? Maybe 50 between the two of us. Or 50% between the two of us. We're halfway done. We did so little today. Holy shit. Huh? Feels like our progress has gotten slower. Maybe it's because you've been spending too much time absorbed in the salacious literary culture of yesteryear. I have not. You're the one who's been taking breaks to read. So you saw that. Are you even looking for this book? Of course I am. There's nothing wrong with taking a little time off now and then. Speaking of which, why don't you go hang out with somebody else for a while? Yeah, sounds good. One more thing. Can you meet me behind the school tonight? I have something I need to discuss with you. Well, as I headed back to my room, I wondered what Hideko wanted to talk about that she couldn't bring it up in the library. I shouldn't get too hung up on it. I'll find out tonight anyway. I took a moment to get my thoughts in order, then went out to find something to do. Okay. So the search is taking longer, so I'm going to say we're going to call it after our conversation with Hideko tonight. We'll go to the next day, the morning announcement, and then call it there. So, what did you want to talk about? The blood space waves are going to surge tomorrow at 4:15 a.m. I want to do another leap. Are we going to fix another broken version of me? Huh? You know, a me with GA data in its brain. A Takumi G, if you want to give it a weird costume. Or codename. Fucking what? What in the world are you babbling about? Takumi G's only exist in the Killer Zombie and Hunt mystery timelines. I treated the Hunt mystery version at midnight on day 5. As for Takumi 2 and this killer zombie line, we dealt with him on day 16. I gave Hideko 2 the repair program and she used it on him. He's fine now. You should know all of this. You were there for most of it. But isn't there a chance another Takumi G could be out there somewhere? No, there's not. If there was, we'd know about it from multiple murders being committed in that timeline. Really? Why are there so few of them? I can think of 2 explanations. It could be because the versions of you in all of the other timelines are from before you were infected. Or because they all come from loops after you were successfully treated. I'll say it again, only the killer zombie and the Hunt mystery timelines contain a Takumi G, and both of them have already been dealt with. Right, they've been treated, and we've created new futures where I'm myself again. So we don't need to leap to another timeline to fix Takumi G's anymore? That's right. Until we get a new zombie outbreak. As usual, we change locations before continuing our conversation. Okay, maybe we're gonna do the leap again, because it's in the morning of this day. Fuck, Hideko's got me. She's trapped me. So why are we leaping tomorrow? You're familiar with the mystery timeline, yes? You remember who was killed? Well, no. Well, wait. Well, no need talking about Gaku. I'm sure you don't want to think about that. Or Eva, since she died via self-destruction. But who else died in the mystery timeline? Kako, Shoma, Moko and Tsubasa, and finally Kurara, 5 victims in all. So, who was responsible for those 5 murders? It wasn't you, that much is clear. They all died after you were treated. I nodded and thought about it. It turned out that Shoma killed Kako, and then Eva killed Shoma. But they both died. They both said they didn't really want to kill anyone. They were just following orders from someone called X. That person was probably the mastermind behind the other murders as well. In other words, X is the one responsible, indirectly or otherwise. Ooh, finding out who X is? Yeah. The second murder occurred early on day 27. Today's only day 23, so we have a chance to save Kako. That's our objective this time, to prevent the tragedies that occur in the mystery timeline. As for how we're going to do it, that much should be obvious. You mean... I can't just stop here. Okay, well, in that case, I'm gonna run a shorter ad break as we go into Story Lock 2. You will not be able to progress without meeting certain conditions. Try exploring other branches for now. Okay, there's no way. Okay, hold on. BRB, real quick. We'll be back in like a minute or two. I need this. I fucking need this. I fucking need this. BRB. Okay, I'm here. I'm back. We're going. Storylock 2. You have arrived at Storylock 2. You will not be able to progress without meeting certain conditions. Try exploring other branches for now. Condition unlock, reach ending 100. So conditions to unlock Storylock 3 have been met. What? I'm sorry, did we not get ending 100? I'm sorry, hold on. Is it actually out of order like I said? Where the fuck am I right now? This timeline's so hard to navigate. Condition reach ending 100. Alright, let's look. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm gonna look at all the edge endings first before we do any of that bullshit. It's not gonna be in the romance route. 40, 39, 34, 36, 33, 31s, 30, 29, 28, 27, 25, 28, that. Things have in that. Ending 1, 2, 6, 5, 14, 13, 9, that. Oh my god. Is ending 100? Oh, we're not finding out who X is tonight. Is this ending 100? Oh, fuck, we're not finding out who X is tonight. Holy shit. We are so not yeah, that's ending 100. We are so not finding out who that is. Alright, well, block scenario. Well, we'll still follow through on this, though. This place. I cannot believe we are still discovering new places in the school on day 82. It's freezing in here. Your own funny jokes made the heat in the room shrivel up and die. I don't really recall making any jokes. There is a device of some sort in the middle of the room. We should check it out. Hideko and I approached the device and stared at the display monitor. Is this what I think it is? There was a user manual of sorts in the bottom left of the screen, which read, Distress signal transmitter. Enter the liver mortis codes of each SDU member in the blank spaces on the screen. A distress signal is transmitted when 9 correct codes are entered. However, should a single incorrect code be entered, poison gas will be released from the tank behind the device. This is a special gas designed to instantly dissolve all types of physical objects. Neither a gas mask nor a biohazard suit will offer any sort of protection against it. You have been warned. This is it. This is the distress signal transmitter we were looking for. To think it's been here this whole time. This is a major discovery. In my excitement, I started looking around to the other areas of the room. The next moment, I felt my blood going cold. I saw something I hadn't noticed initially because all my attention had been on the device. An object in a corner of the room. No, that wasn't an object. It wasn't. That was my girly. Kurara Suzuki's dead body. I might have had to run longer ads, gamers. Oh well, we're here now. I did not realize this is how this was gonna work. Fuck me. I really want to know tonight, though. We'll see how long it takes. We'll see where we are when ads re-pop up.
彼女は間違いなく大鈴木クララよ。あのマスク。いつものトマトヘッドをかぶってないけど、私は彼女の素顔を見たことがあるから。俺だってあるよ。ところで私たち、ついさっき誰かの姿を見かけたわよね。
ああ、大鈴木の格好をしたやつを。
でも大鈴木はここにいる。ということは。
あいつは一体誰なんだ？
一つだけ確かなことがあるわ。あいつの正体が X よ。
Oh, we're just saying it. We're doing it. Maybe we're doing it. We're maybe doing it. Maybe saved. Open. All clear. Because he did so far. Those ads still. Eyes of cringe when I thought this would be short enough, but I'm not sure. Well, maybe now. I thought back to what happened yesterday. After Hideko and I found that secret basement room. Oh, okay. We ran to the roof and told everyone about it. Not everyone though. Because the fake Kurara wasn't present. She had disappeared. As much as I wanted to immediately send a search party after her, that had to wait. Because we had something more important to attend to. Hideko and I led everyone to the secret basement room. After explaining what the liver mortis codes were, we showed them the distress signal transmitter. And one more thing, we showed them Kurara's dead body as well. After an initial bout of astonishment, everyone started talking. So that fella in Kurara's clothing is the real mastermind? That was X. They had been pretending to be Lady Kurara all this time. The real Kurara had probably been killed more than 50 days ago! But if you close your eyes, it's so Kurara. Oh, Her cryptoglobin hasn't been completely drained, but most of it is gone, probably absorbed by X. I can tell at a glance. I am, after all, an expert in dead bodies. Timeline check. I don't think I can check, mostly because, like, he said about. I'm not going to assume it's actually, like, on the dot. It could have been. There's nothing that's happening here with us. We're passed the fuck out. But, like, we will. I would have to. What I would want to do, if in a perfect world, was replay the entire timeline and see if she ever takes off her mask in this timeline at all, which the answer is probably not, right? What happens though if you do a free time event? Can you not do free time events with Kurara? Because like if you do her last Bond event, she takes off her mask, I'm pretty sure. I'm not gonna worry about it. That's why the life detector always showed the same number of people as everyone present. Yeah, we were hell knocked out, yeah. After that, we embarked on the search for fake Kurara/X together, but found nothing of note. The same thing happened again today on day 83. We ransacked the entire school trying to find X. But they had disappeared without a trace. Night soon fell and we had to call off the search. The numbers shown on the life detector stayed the same as the same 9. That meant X was still hiding somewhere in the premises. Oh, Takumi has declared it, so it is true. I clenched my fists in determination. That day, we continued with our frantic search for X. Unfortunately, our search bore no fruit. Time passed mercilessly and evening soon came. And then it was night, but just as we were about to call off the search, Dotomi brought some news. See? One fire extinguisher's missing. Does that mean... Hey, the number's gone down by 1. I knew it. X escaped outside the school. It was still 9 just a short while ago. They could not have gotten far. If we give chase now... I grabbed the remaining fire extinguisher and ran outside with everyone else right behind me. We cut through the wall of fire and went outside into the city ruins. In the distance, we could see the outline of someone running away. That has to be X. We immediately gave chase. It was 10:30 p.m. when we finally arrived in front of a dilapidated building. I saw with my very own 2 eyes our target entering this building. What kind of building is this? Only one way to find out. So they're gone. They're gone. They've left. We stepped inside and continued down the cold and unwelcoming path until we reached a large door. We opened the door and finally came face to face with the person who had been tormenting us all this time. Really? We finally found you, X. They're not in their suit. I see there's no point in hiding any longer. Yes, I am the person you refer to as X. Who the hell are ya? I just said I'm X, didn't I? Not that it pleases me to take on this name. You're the one who ordered Shoma to kill Kako and Eva and kill Shoma. Oh, wait. The one... sorry, I forgot the dot. You're the one who ordered Shoma to kill Kako and Eva to kill Shoma? I am indeed. You see, I have no interest in killing other people and would rather not have to dirty my own hands, if possible. To tackle them, take off the mask. But Gaku and Kurara, Suwaso and Moko, you killed them yourself. No, I wasn't the one who killed Gaku. What? I wasn't in the academy yet. I only arrived on day 24. What the fuck was this? Join the invader hunt? Yes, no. It is Ato. Because, well, okay, Ato was the second sponsor in the invader hunt. It's the sponsor. Same person as the X's sponsor. But is it Ato? And if it's Ato, how did he shrink himself? Ato is the second sponsor, not the first. I mean, we never saw who was the first sponsor. It could still be him. That's the point. I'm not, I will just, I guess, tentatively warn, because I don't know if that feels meta or not, like, if you know the future of that, but with the information currently present, we never saw who the first sponsor was, but we saw the second sponsor, and we never got to confirm the identity, so it could be Ato by the understanding of stuff we have now, so. It was, I wasn't in the academy around day 4. You can believe me or not, of course. I don't really care. No. But I'll admit I killed the other 3. Kurara, I killed her on day 28 around 2 a.m. The day before, on day 27, Tsubasa said too much while you were on the while you were in the leisure lounge, remember? I was actually hiding in that room at the time and heard her say it. I know, I can make an organic life detection device. That would be highly inconvenient for me. You would all realize I was hiding somewhere in the school. So I decided to borrow Kurara's mask and clothes. That's why I killed her. I absorbed her cryptoglobin as well and gained her Himanima as a result. Please, someone attack them. As for Tsubasa and Moko, it was our turn on watch that night. That made it easy for me to get close to them. I knocked them both out after injecting them with Gamma Fuel and dragged them all the way out into the parking lot. I think because the Ato who vanishes in the other timeline using the machine is way later, but I don't remember. I mean, I don't remember later either, but the point being, it could be, I don't think it is, because otherwise I'm going to be really fucking annoyed at the height difference, because Ato's like 6 foot and Kurara is like 5'1" or something, so this would be like 5'3" still. Like, an excessively noticeable height difference. So I would be like, I would lose my fucking mind if it was Ato. So I'm really hoping it's not. I'm truly hoping it is not Ato in this Kurara outfit. Although, to be honest, the number of people it can be is really limited. Like, I would say a difference of like 3 inches max is something you can maybe get away with. And even then, that's pushing it. Gaku's the same height as Kurara, guys. We've solved it. Gaku is the ailment to every, or is the illness to every disease we've ever had. Is the true culprit Gaku? Holy shit. It has to be. It doesn't have to be, but I really hope it is so we can fucking kill him. Again. Then I stabbed Tsubasa multiple times and cut Moko's carotid artery. I don't know how to pronounce that. We'll just go with it. Tsubasa's multiple stab wounds were to make her cryptoglobin drain out as quickly as possible. That was also why I hung her up in a tree. As you've already deduced, my objective is to obtain the liver mortis codes from all the members of Team 1. There was no need to hang Moko since she was from Team 2, but leaving her lying around would take the gloss off the scene somewhat, you know what I mean? So I strung them up together. But it would take some time for all cryptoglobin to be drained out of their bodies, so I returned to the gym, and the rest is history. If all you wanted were the liver mortis codes, why did you kill Moko? Were you stupid? Because I'd only killed Tsubasa. If I'd only killed Tsubasa, Moko would have realized I was the one who did it. Just for that? That's right. Moko was killed just for something like that? I already said yes. What difference does the life of a maggot make anyway? You. By that point, I had lost all sense of reason. In the frenzy of the moment, I charged at full speed towards X. But the moment I took my first step... As you can see, this is a grenade gun. It's loaded with a grenade imbued with the energy of undying flames. Where the fuck did you get this? Shirei's the culprit all along, actually, because the only one who would have access to this is fucking Shirei. What do you mean? You have a fucking Undying Flames bomb. You brought it from a different timeline, perhaps? And you've just been chilling here the entire time, disappeared in the other timeline? Someone went missing in a timeline? This is Kako. Oh my god, is this Kako? Wait a second. Sorry. I can't open up my menu. Oh, shit. Kako did go missing, oomfies. I'm a little scared. It's fully loaded with grenade imbued with the energy of undying flames. I can't open my menu to check Kako's height. Fuck my life. But she's probably around the same height. Once it hits, the grenade will instantly burn any organic matter within a 16-foot radius to a crisp.
Huh?
Why does she... Okay, they have the voice modifier. They have the voice modifier. Next thing, Gaku is going to throw a fucking mason jar at them. Gaku's got all the grenades.
その時には私の知ってることもすべて教えてやる。いわばボーナスのような。
ボーナス。
しかし、もしも誤った答えを言ったなら、その時点でゲームオーバーと。
ゲームオーバー。
私はその回答者に向けて炎のグレネード弾を射出する。さてと。では始めようか。
Someone get in the fucking suit. Okay, yeah, there was just not enough time to get in the suits. Attack? My head was spinning. Think, talk to me. Think, who could X be? Kako is poisoned in this timeline, though, but faked her death, question mark? Am I cooking too hard? I feel like I'm cooking too hard. I feel like I'm cooking a little too hard. Think, talk to me. Think, who could X be? But she does go missing for a long time, and she also is evil possessed at some point by the GA, so, like, it would be a reasonable person to do it. X said they came to the academy on day 24. That's the biggest clue they've given. No, I'm right. Wait, so do what you go, yo. I am right. Where is it? Kako missing. Guys? I did it. I actually am not stupid for once, maybe? Kako girly, why? Kako girly, why? You're my girly. You're my second girly, pretending to be my real girly. What's going on? In the box of calamity root, yeah. It's Kako. It is Kako. What did you do to get here? I know the answer. Are you infected by the GA? Is this why you're doing this? I should know it. X is Kako. The real identity of X is... You know, I thought Kako was going to be good in the end, but no, I guess she is just evil. The true identity of X is... Decide your destiny. I do want to pick incorrectly first, though, so I can get the ending. So we're gonna do that first because I'm so certain it's Kako. I'm gonna send it. Is Takumi X? Yes, he's not actually X. It's Kako, but I want to just get the ending out of the way. Unless it spoils it for me. I really hope it doesn't spoil it for me. But I made my call just in case. And then we fucking died. Without any hesitation whatsoever, X pulled the trigger. Immediately after, I saw a grenade hurtling toward me, getting closer and closer. Those aren't undying flames. Those are regular flames. I think if you look at the flowchart, they spoil who is. Well, check right now. Ending 99 mystery route. Explosion. Okay. You get that one, game. You fucking get that one. Sure. +2. Okay. Well, I'm biting the bullet because I am excessively certain that it is Kako. And I will eat shit if I just scroll down here a few pixels and it's not Kako. Yeah. Okay. It's Kako. Alrighty. And I guess it's a nice caveat in case you're really not thinking and you just don't want to start guessing randomly. But I mean, I feel like that's not in the nature of it, so maybe I think it's probably fine like this. It is implying this Takumi is remembering the other timeline because Takumi does not have enough information. Well, yeah, he's remembering this timeline. That's why we jumped to it. I'm just treating it like actual we're morbing now because the unlock condition for this story lock was story lock 2. So the implication is that we need information from up until story lock 2 to be able to progress here. So I feel like it's just implying it from a meta level. X put both hands on their mask and quietly removed it. Yeah, and she is GA'd. And yeah, she, after trying to kill Nozomi, or sorry, after going, getting GA'd, she went missing and traveled here to the machine and then came to this timeline. And then took out the real Kako. Yep. Did Kako see, like, herself, or was she in the suit? Sister dearest, my dear sister. She's still alive. Uh-oh. Alive. 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 Alive! Oh. Oh, there he goes. Ima collapsed on the spot. Probably out of sheer exhilaration, like how a superfan would react upon making eye contact with their favorite celebrity on stage. Basically, he swooned. You guys think he maybe had another twin wait, maybe she had another twin besides Ima? An identical one. Or a clone of some sort? Not what you're not correct answer, Yugumu. Wrong way to get there. No, none of those. I guess the other way around, like, incorrect conclusion. You're right in a different timeline for a different reason, Yugumu, but not for this. She came from another timeline using the PLM. Timeline? PLM? I'll explain later. Long story short, this is Kako from a parallel world. Everybody tensed up and stared around in sheer utter confusion. Another thing, you're all calling her Kako, but to be precise, she's no longer the Kako we all know. There's a parasitic creature called a GA in her brain that's taken over her body. It's going to be easier if we call her Kako G from here on. Kako G? I nodded and continued. The GA inside her body? That's the real mastermind who killed our friends. That's who X really is. Why are you complying, by the way, GA Kako? You're absolutely right. I have nothing to add or subtract from your explanation. You said you'd tell us everything if we got your identity right. I did say that, didn't I? Good, because I have some questions for you. Go ahead. First of all, you said your objective was to obtain the Liver Mortis codes, right? How did you even learn about them? From Shion in the Box of Calamity timeline. It was before I got banished to this world. Banished? That's also where I learned about the distress signal transmitter. I guess Hideko did take her there? So, your ultimate objective is to summon the rescue craft? That's right. I'm going to ride it to the artificial satellite, so my sisters can bond with the remaining humans there. Ugh. Next question. Where did you put the Liver Mortis codes you cut out of the others? I have them right here. You can have them. Why? She pulled out some kind of file binder and tossed it over. This little scrapbook contains their skin fragments. You won't know which number belongs to whom, so I'll tell you. Eito is 8, Gaku is 0, Kako is 9, Shoma is 3. Alright, boys, let's start writing it down Zero Escape style. Now we're playing an Uchikoshi game. I guess because she likes mysteries and the host still has some influence on the GA, I suppose. Kind of a little funny, though. Alright. The game's probably going to make me remember it, but not Hideko, Uchikoshi does make you write down these numbers when you play Zero Escape for use in other timelines, so in the spirit of Uchikoshi, I will do it. Also could be completely lying, which would be a brilliant maneuver, by the way, from Kakoji. Just saying, would be a phenomenal maneuver. I'm actually going to write from Kakoji to clarify. Shoma 3. There's just one more confirmed Liver Mortis code. I didn't take her skin, but you must have seen it too. Yes, Subasa's is 2. That's 5 confirmed so far. Just 4 more to go. May I have a question as well? Go ahead. Why did you leave their bodies in the morgue? If you didn't want us to know about the liver mortis codes, you could have just thrown the bodies into the wall of fire. Call it instinct, my primal desire for my species to survive. I left the bodies there to provide suitable seed beds for another GA queen. There was a powerful urge within me to leave the bodies alone. What do you mean, a GA queen? The males are the ones who put shit in. No. Wait. Oh, I'm not going over the GA biology again. Oh. I thought it's... Yeah, the males get into stuff. They get eaten by the queen, and that's how they inseminate. It's a GA queen in the male spawning phase. I thought the way they really described it is that they're two separate, like, species. They don't, like, switch genders. But I guess shout out to them. Happy Pride Month.
The valiant ants drive him off.
Oh, Drac, do not look. Holy shit, do not look. Holy shit, do not fucking look. I see that audio only symbol. Keep it that way. Actually, just don't listen. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Anyways, trailer lurk. Holy fuck, dude. You are in the sketchiest part of spoilers right now. Oh my god. It has Nozomi G. In the other timeline, Gia says she has difficult killing because of Nozomi's personality. Yeah. What did I come back to? Just a big plot revelation. And we're getting some codes now, if they're correct. It's too much to explain how we got here, but we found out a person that we've not known the identity of for a long time. Although, there was enough hints before to guess it. I don't remember if I guessed it, though, after the disappearance, because I remember talking about Kako's disappearance with Hideko, and that she went to another timeline, but I think I was wrong. I think I said something else. I think I was coping that she was a good guy, so I don't think I was coping that she was X. There's two queens, each one spawn one type, or there's two queens, each one spawn one type. Well, like, there can be multiple queens in the world. I just assumed, like, the queens always are a queen, the males are always males. That they don't switch and shit. Like, she's saying for another GA queen, like, not a male that has turned into a queen, or some, you know, something like that. It doesn't really matter. I'm not going to question the GA biology because I already fucking hate it as a concept, so I'm just gonna let it ride. There's a powerful urge within me to leave the bodies alone. I can't explain it very well. I suppose it's like the urges you humans feel when you see an attractive member of the opposite sex. Kako? I guess these are all guys, huh? But there's also Tsubasa? Are we done here? I have to go now. Go? Go where? You're beginning to annoy me, so I'm going to jump into another timeline and kill all of you. You're gonna what now? I wasn't lying about having no interest in killing people. I don't kill for fun, if you know what I mean. I kill to vent my frustration, like crushing a pesky roach. Words that disgust even an assassin like myself. Besides, I still need to verify the other liver mortis codes. So you're going to leap out of here? I've had enough of this timeline. I'm the type whose enthusiasm wanes as quickly as it waxes. Oh, that reminds me. The PLM was locked until very recently. I unlocked it just before you arrived, so it's all good. I can leap into any timeline now. Locked? It's fine if you don't understand. Don't go worrying about your precious heads about it. You all need to leave the room now. I have to change into my leap suit and make other preparations before I leap. You think we're just gonna let you go after all you've done? Aw, don't make me do this. I have another grenade gun. We didn't take the gun from her. We didn't take the gun from her. I'm sorry, I thought that was just implied. Oh, you're interrogating a person with a gun loaded and... The burning rage within me flared up into an inferno and I could no longer contain myself. I'm gonna fucking hit her over the head. The sooner to kill Kako, Shoma, Tsubasa, Moko, and Kurara. I was not going to let her get away scot-free. No, not if I could help it. I'd catch her and punish her for everything she'd done. I swore to myself that I would exact revenge for my friends, no matter what it took. Thank you, Takumi. I started charging forward as I yelled, taking 1, 2 step, and then... I saw a grenade flying through the air, making a beeline for my face. Fucking pick it up! Quick time event! Quick time event! Just monk action, missile snaring. Dame dane. Dame yo dame no eh? How does this help, Nozomi? A phenomenal plan. What are we doing? It's still a grenade? That it kills us all? What? What just happened? This can't be real. Nozomi, she's trying to protect me? No, don't do this, Nozomi. Get away. Please, get out of the way. I'm begging you. Nozomi, Nozomi, Nozomi. How does this not kill all of us? How does this not kill all of us? Is it just because I chose myself in the other timeline, but we still die a different way, not from the explosion? We still die, Oomfies, right? My heart felt hollow. My mind, emotion, sense of self all gone. I couldn't think. I couldn't feel. I'd become emptiness itself, held together by a sack of inconsequential flesh.
起きたのね。もう97日目よ。反応なしか。まあ無理もないわよね。目の前。
I already forgot, but she said this was a 20-foot grenade. Did she?
失ってしまったんだから。
16 feet? Okay, sure. I'm glad we were exactly 17 feet away from Nozomi. What do you mean? She has to reload it. None of you tackled her in the meanwhile. It's a grenade launcher.
飛び先は残念ながら不明よ。ログを確認したけど、自動削除されるようにプログラムが組み替えられてしまってたの。切り藤以外は全員無事よ。爆発の時5メートル以上離れてたから。まあこんなこと言っても気休めにはならないだろうけど。
Not a single one of you could tackle a small girl while she was firing a shot. Holy shit, fucking pussies. Can you walk? Follow me. I need to show you something. The escape pod, yep. Doesn't this surprise you? Is it because you already saw it in another timeline, or because you've completely lost heart already? I noticed it 3 days ago and I've already shown it to the others. We've actually been leaping into different timelines in search of Kakoji. So far, we haven't found her. A lot has happened, but we did find a ruined escape pod in one timeline. It occurred to me that this may have happened in our timeline as well. I came back to check, and unfortunately, I was right. As of right now, we don't know what caused the damage. We can't fix it without Tsubasa anyway. And even if Tsubasa were still with us, it would be impossible for her to fully repair it in just 2 days. We can't use the escape pod anymore. What do you think happens next? If we can't go to the artificial satellite when the omnidirectional attack launches on day 100? The only way we survive in our current situation is to stop the omnidirectional attack. For that to happen... Shion! Okay, he literally dies in 2 days, Hideko. We don't care. Hideko, with all due respect, I don't give a shit. This child dies in 48 hours regardless of what we do. What do you mean you've made the right decision? Hideko fell silent for a while before answering. Well, SF Hideko is not gonna like your presence. I'm gonna tell you that. My heart remained empty, floating around quietly in the darkness. I melted into the formless void. I could no longer tell where the darkness ended and where I began. My outline was slowly dissipating, like an abandoned sand sculpture blown in the wind.
よかったわ。気がついてくれて。だって今日は記念すべき100日目だもの。まあ、記念するようなことなんて何もないけど、私たちは戦争に勝った。ベシネスを倒した。ただそれだけよ。虚しさしか残ってないわ。はあ、みんなのことなら心配しないで。無事に助かることになったから。このタイムラインでは全方位攻撃は実行されないわ。なぜならこういうこと。ミサイルへのエネルギー供給を断ったの。だから地上が焼き尽くされることはないのよ。
As some implications of mystery, Hideko remembers steady fundamental. That means that route is not the last one. Alright, I'm leaving now. Because if she remembers, she already did that timeline. Mystery Hideko remembers steady fundamental. So she still loops though, so it could still be in the future. Like she does still do like non-parallel travel. It's just when she dies. So technically, like if she goes right here, in the future at some point SF can happen. And then since it's like time mushy, she might be able to recall it even though she hasn't technically experienced it yet herself, but another Hideko has. I don't know. I'm just still thinking about the information transfer to Storylock from the Storylock 2 area to the place we just came back to. There's only one way she knows there's a baby jar there. She says in SF, but I guess like it probably exists in other timelines. I don't know why it exists in SF though. To do that, I have to go to Steady Fundamental. But that might be different. Like, she could be using Steady Fundamental as, like, a proxy timeline to go to. To get some other stuff on the way or do some other stuff on the way. I wouldn't say it's set in stone, but, you know. I mean, we don't know how SF ends, so it depends. Come join us on the roof as well, if you're feeling up for it. Oh, what's up, Shion? Hello, it's been a while. Shion. Huh? Shion. That's your name. Shion. Shion. Okay. It feels strange. Strangely right. You can manifest yourself now? Yes, thanks to your help. What's that? You solved the future case, didn't you? The flow of malicious aura has been stopped. Thank you. I'm really grateful. I'll see you around. Maybe some branch there's infinite timelines. Yeah, like it's still unclear if we're condensing one, like Hideko remembers 146. We remember what we have in the game. Presumably there's more irrelevant ones, but again, I just always when I'm thinking about the timeline thing in this game, I don't think they're going to do it based off the way they've set it up, but I also didn't expect it in VLR. There's a point in VLR where, you know, you have the normal branches and you can see everything. But then at some point you go to a completely isolated node before the first part of the game ever and see a little section there. And that becomes a part of the timeline you remember. So basically a branch that's hidden from you that you're not able to see until you reach it. So I'm still like unsure if we're doing something like that yet. And Uchikoshi's done it before. I don't know if he's going to do it again. But I mean, with the space that there is, I don't know if there's enough space for 8 endings down at Storylock 2, which is why it's the main thing I'm thinking of. I would have to recount, but I'm pretty sure when I was looking here, let's see. 1, 2, they would have to be earlier endings because of the way the branches are spaced. Like, it's possible that these are 8 endings, but there's a bit of like a no, so there would be choices here. There can't be that many choices by this point because this is blocking it. Like, it's possible, but I'm keeping the slim chance that we're doing a fucking Uchikoshi and we go all the way back fucking to day 1 for some reason. Basically. Shin did say a presence from the future was making him sick and talks about Takumi solving the mystery. It is curious how Kakuji existing in this route affects him in the past. I mean, yeah, because it's the way time is non-linear, but like there's a linearity to the consciousness, but not to the timelines, I would say. Like they are like your brain would naturally make stuff linear in the way you experience it, but you don't have like a canon version like of you experience them individually, but you don't know the true order, quote unquote, that they exist in, which might not even be a thing because it's time. There might not be a true order. Also, I was under the assumption that the presence from the future making him sick was Ato. I feel like at the time that was pretty obvious, but maybe that was just a red herring. I don't know. Oh. Takumi, you gotta come see this. Oh, will you quit with the morose character archetype already? Come on, this might actually cure you. What's that? Just come with me, hurry. Tatami grabbed my hand and dragged me outside. What are we doing? There stood 6 other survivors: Hiroko, Takemaru, Ima, Kyoshiko, Yugumo, and of course Tatami. When they saw me, they beckoned me over. Get your ass over here now. Come this way. I ran with the rest toward the fence as we glanced down at the schoolyard together, where we saw... What? Oh. Oh, okay. That was voiced. Or rather, that first one was not voiced, but this one was. We can talk more in the schoolyard. Run, everyone. Yeah. Okay, so it's magically repaired. We sent a person from a different timeline came and repaired it real quick for us. Oh. We all hopped in the machine. We all hopped in the machine. Kurara, for legal reasons, I need you to take off the mask. What timeline did we all come from? The twins ran and leapt into each other's embrace, but I wasn't looking at them at all, because my eyes had gravitated toward... Driven by an unstoppable impulse, I ran to her and enveloped her in a crushing hug. How do they know who was alive at this point? It just so happened to be TV time. We had to go into another timeline really quickly, pick them all up from where they're alive, and then you already got to here. Now you guys though, you're gonna double up. You can't come. Bring it over the dead ones though. Oh, your guys are dead in this timeline. We're gonna make Takumi happy. I'll bring you all over to the other timeline. It's perfect right now. We're on we're like there's fucking 15 suits in the closet. Get the fuck in the suits. We're going over to the timeline right the fuck now. Okay, like. Everyone started gathering at one spot as well, exchanging hugs, patting shoulders, and rubbing cheeks. Shouts of joy filled the air amidst the occasional sobbing. In that moment, I suddenly felt like there was someone standing behind me. But when I turned around, there was no one. All that remained was a faint scent, a hint of lavender. Hiroko, da 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 da. We inadvertently ended up on the roof after that and stared at the distant landscape beyond the fence together.
どうにか無事に 言ってもいいのかしら。
Or is I don't know if I would call this a happy ending if this is actually like the actual last thing that happens, like chronologically, and they just like the solution. Like there's no way the solution is, well, just grab survivors from the other timeline. Lamau, that works, right? Like, no, that's no way. What is happening? I guess with enough timelines, there's one where the other half is alive and the other half is dead. Yeah, just grab them from all the fucking timelines. It happened to work out. Santa's okay with everything? Shuckin' question mark. Ato's still scheming to this day. Here's a bomb that I've strapped to my chest. Explodes.
君たちのおかげだよ。
シオン、いつの間に。
来ちゃいけなかった。
まさか大歓迎だよ。
本当によかったよ。みんなこうして生きてて。マルコ。
ああ、そうだな。やったやったやったでござる。
実にすがすがしい気分だよ。
I'm surprised this is not panning backwards to the left like the other ones of this photo type do. Did our dead friends come back to life? While I was on to the way to the roof, we asked them about this. Apparently, they had leapt here from another timeline, so it wasn't like those who died in this timeline had gotten revived. Okay, yes. We went to a timeline where we fucked up Ato's brain hard enough. If we put him in the machine enough times and enough timelines, we unfuck his brain. And we brought that Ato specifically. That gave me mixed feelings. The Ato, Gaku, Kako, Shoma, Iva, Tsubasa, Moko, Kurara, and Nozomi who are here with us right now, they weren't the same 9 people that we had gotten to know in this timeline. I would never forget those who were killed here. The pain of losing them would live on forever in my heart. But if it was just like Kurara said, right now was the time for us to go all out and celebrate the fact that everyone was still alive. I didn't want to think about how Shoma and Eva, how the Shoma and Eva of this timeline ended up being murderers. Yeah, it's only a matter of time. We're still gonna loop, and then Takumi's gonna be like, fuck my life. Yeah, this doesn't actually solve the issue. We still don't know how to stop the loop. We continued staring into the distance together for some time after that. Reflected in each other's eyes were the purple flames and the boundless eternal futures that stretched out ahead of us. Okay, ending 100, right? Ending 100, mystery route, visitors from day 100. That's a rare Steve achievement. I would like to scroll game. Thank you. Only 7.4% of players have gotten there. The conditions for Story Lock 2 have been met. Country roads, take me home. And she stole the baby jar for another timeline, which may need the jar. Yeah, like, we have not solved fucking anything, actually. We just made ourselves feel better in that timeline, which I guess is what Hideko's been doing in these timelines so far. It makes sense. But we have fundamentally not fixed the issue. We have bandaged the issue. Okay, well, as much as I desire to keep going, I did find out who my ex is, and we got an ending. And, I mean, this is obviously going to go on for a while, you know, so we will call it there. I meant to call it, like, pretty much an hour ago, but I truly did not anticipate to get smacked over the head with the Story Lock 2. I truly did not anticipate it. Holy shit. Alright. Well, we saved, so let's go get some music from the title screen, and, you know, Oomphies, I'm usually not a person who raids into bigger streams. I usually raid into small streamers. But I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna rate us into Joseph Anderson because I'm going to literally be putting on his stream after this immediately as I start heading to bed, because he is not for some reason he is doing excessively late Lies of P, and I would be watching that regardless. So you know, I will just shortcut it. I will be there while I'm probably gonna like legit probably leave it on while I fall asleep. I'm not gonna be real. Lies of P audio is pretty poggers for falling asleep, which is a weird thing to say, but like trust me. Anyways, GG's. Holy shit, the home stretch? Question mark? Maybe we can finish the game next stream? I'm thinking. I don't know. I don't particularly want to know, but potentially next stream might be the last stream. I mean, with the pace we're going at, there's only 8 more endings, and like, you know, we're speeding the fuck along on main story now. So like, presumably, I don't know, we'll see. I'm not gonna force it. If it takes me like 15 hours to do it, I'm not gonna do it. But I will try my darndest, and we'll see where we end up after like probably like 6-7 hours, and see if I feel like, yeah, we're at the edge. Speaking of, that will probably just be tomorrow. I should be streaming tomorrow around the same time, and we will see. I might not be streaming on Wednesday. I should be having a D&D game on Wednesday, but we'll see. I haven't had that confirmed yet. But don't expect it if you had to choose between one of the 2 options. So probably Tuesday and then Thursday if we are continuing this game. I might just stream on Thursday regardless, even if we're done with the game. But that's a decision for after stream tomorrow. But for now, gamers, I'm gonna peace out. Let's go to Joseph Anderson. Bye-bye.